Hello there, good morning and welcome to a brand new day here at Sewing Street. And I have to say, I am going to have loads of fun today because I am going to be here presenting. I'm also going to be here guesting because we're here with one of my favourite machines ever, the J35 embroidery machine. And if you've followed me on my journey, my sewing journey on TV, you'll know how much I love this machine for a variety of different reasons. And we'll be taking that one through its paces. In fact, I'll just let it carry on. It's stitching out a design, so it's quite happily bobbling along while I have a little chat to you. But I'm not here by myself. The lovely Nicola is going to be here later on with her own design bags. We have seen her before, but it's a launch, the first ever. She's a little bit nervous, but very excited at the same time. And I know I'm excited because they are fabulous bags and I know you're going to love. But it's 8 a.m. in the morning, or just after. And you know how we start things here at Sewing Street. We kick things off with an early bird. Now, our early bird special is an Advent. Can you believe we're nearly a week into Advent? Day 6, as you can see. And every day we are bringing you something extra special for your early bird. They ought to be changed to robins, really, shouldn't they? But there you go. That's my attention to detail. Now, details are up on your screen. Can I show you what we have got? This is the most amazing tool. So let me explain to you what we have got, because this is a 5-in-1 tool. It is incredible and I love this. Proper little gadget, and I do like my gadgets, I must admit. So straight away you can see it's almost like a Batman utility belt, isn't it, of sewing. So you've got everything in there. And I've got one open so as I can show you around it as well. So this is brilliant. From simplicity, so we know it's quality to start with and we know it's been created with sewers in mind. So I don't know where to start really. Well, should we start over here? Because you have got an inbuilt tape measure. Straight away, that is there with your little button to retract. Then you've got all it, and this is what I mean, it is literally like a Swiss Army penknife because you've got all of these little tools in here. So they all flick out as you need them. So you've got a rather serious unpicker in there, as you can see. So that is brilliant. So we can pop that back in there and bring out the next tool. Next tool that we've got, look, a little pair of snips. Little pair of snips, so you've always got a nice little pair of snips close to hand. Next one that we've got is a little tracing wheel. So this is brilliant if you're using it to tracing out details from your pattern. These are brilliant. We don't see these often enough on Sewing Street, but they're brilliant because you can literally trace around a pattern, have your carbon paper underneath and actually trace it onto your fabric. So you've got that in there. But you know what? When you get to a certain age, like me, you're going to need one of these. So this is your little magnifying tool. And this means you can get right into the nitty-gritty of your different bits and pieces that you're looking at there. So I definitely need one of those. So yeah, that is included in there as well. And it's also got a little loop there. So if you do want to attach a ribbon or a lanyard, then you have always got it close to hand. But isn't it brilliant? Now, $14.99. That's what you're going to be paying for this one. Now, we've done a little bit of research because we like to save you the trouble of doing so. So we've had a little look and straight away our starting price is way better than you can find on the websites. As you see, if you look out there, just shy of £20, £19.78. That is a jolly good tool. I wouldn't mind paying £20 for that, to be fair, because of everything that you've got in there. But if we have a little delve, we go and have another little look, getting a bit closer to our price. Now this one, this is a bit awkward because here it's showing at £12.99. Liam, oh gosh, listen to me, Ben, sorry. It's very early in the morning. Ben, oh, he's not going to talk. He's not going to talk to me now for the rest of the morning. I do apologise. Ben, now the details on the screen. Are we stuck to that $14.99? Actually, that's a good point. It's an early bird. So can we bring it down to, I don't know, we saw $12.99. So can we bring it less than a tenner? Go on, I'm in the mood for a bit of competition. So let's bring that price down. $9.99. Now that is brilliant because it's less than a tenner. It's a stocking filler price, isn't it? Little Secret Santa price, and you've got all of those fabulous tools in there. So you've got your little, as you can see, magnifying glass, that's in there. You've also got your little tracing wheel in there. You've also got your little pair of snips, which are jolly good snips, I have to say. And you've got your unpicker as well as in your handle, your tape measure. Now, we've been able to find this online, but we are the best price, $11.99, there you go. So if you go shopping elsewhere for it, so yes. Now, the beautiful thing about this is, what do you like about $9.99 then, Ben? We're not staying there. Okay, right. fair enough. Well, I thought dropping a fiver from the price was good price. So, okay, right. Oh my word, $6.99. Honestly, that is a brilliant price. I mean, that's pretty much half the price of where we were to start with, weren't we? We're looking at $14.99. So you've got a 5-in-1. So if you have just joined us, first of all, good morning. Welcome to Sewing Street. Now it works out, how much does that work out? £1.39 a tool. Now there's simplicity tools as well, because you can see you've got your branding on there as well. So we trust simplicity entirely, don't we? We've got your tape measure, your retractable tape measure there with your little retractable button. Shall we have a look at the length of that tape measure? Because that's the other thing I didn't, oops, I was pressing my finger on the button to start with. That's not a good start. So we're looking at 30 inches there. So about 78 centimetres, so reasonable length on there. I mean, you wouldn't necessarily be using this for measuring your fabrics. It's usually just those little bits that you're working on, isn't it? So I think that's quite a generous amount there. Your little tools, you have got all your little tools sitting in here. So you've got your little seam unpicker there, which is always useful to have. I use mine more and more lately. Then you've got your little pair of snips, and these are like a really cute little pair of scissors. So adorable. There you go, snip, snip, snip with those. And then you have got your tracing wheel in here. I know John's a big fan of a tracing wheel, isn't he? He likes a tracing wheel. So there you go, you've got that in there. And literally, you can literally use those, can't you, there? So quite easy holding it. I mean, you could hold it like a pen if you wanted to. Ergonomically, it's really, really comfortable to work with. And then you have got your little magnifying glass in there as well. Brilliant, 5-in-1. You've got your little loop there, and it's a solid loop. So if you do want to attach a ribbon or a lanyard, you could do that very, very easily. But I just think that's a really, really useful little gadget to have with all your different tools in there, including those fabulous little snips. I like those. Aren't they brilliant? Brilliant. What a lovely start to the day. Absolutely brilliant as a stocking filler. If you are part of a Secret Santa or you are giving little gifts to your friends, then this is a perfect one to go for. But can I make a suggestion that when you are shopping for this, and this is how it will come to you, that you do make sure you get yourself an extra one, because you won't want to part with it when you do see it, because brilliant. Now don't forget, these are going to go back up to $14.99 at midnight, and that is quite a hike in price, isn't it, from $6.99? So yeah, take advantage of that while you can. We've got good quantities of these as well, so make sure you get involved. And if you're wanting to go for multiples, can I encourage you to do so, because we're not going to see it at this price again. So $9.99 was officially our early bird price, but you know what, we're in a jolly good mood here, so we've knocked £3 off that, giving you a fabulous price of $16.99, which when you compare it with the price we were looking at $14.99, it's a better than half price deal, because half the price was £7, isn't it? So that'd be £14, but you're close to 15. So there we go, early bird special. It's worth tuning in bright and early, isn't it? Definitely. Now, that is our early bird special, but we've got lots of other things coming up today here as well. You can hear my machine busy whirring away, because we're talking about Husqvarna Viking sewing machine. So we've got the Jade 35, which is a launch. It's an embroidery machine that I love, and I'll explain to you why in a few moments. We've got about an hour and a half going with regards to that one, but then we're going to kind of be looking at William Morris around 9:30. I might be using some of it in my demonstrations though, so yeah, do keep your eyes peeled for that. 10 a.m, little Miss So-and-so with the lovely Nikola. Oh, met her for the first time this morning. Lovely lady, very talented, and she's bringing us her first ever bag pattern, the first of many, I think. Very clever kind of modular system, so yeah, we like that a lot. Then we're looking at sewing room tools, so we're going to be looking at all sorts of gadgets and gizmos that are going to help you with your sewing. And then the last hour, we can see Miss So-and-so, Nicola herself, is going to be back again. So yeah, a lovely, lovely morning. I am with you throughout the morning, so I would love your company, so do join me. And if you've got any questions that you want to ask, you know how you can get in touch. You can either drop us an email, you can send us a message via social media. Actually, I haven't got the tablet handy, but we might sort that out. But of course, you can message us through the website as well. Any questions that you've got, and we might have questions because we are launching a brand new machine here today at Sewing Street, and of course that will give you lots of questions that you might want to ask. So how do you get in touch? On the website, if you're using the messages, oh, those are very nice hats, aren't they? Right, those could do one of those myself. So click watch live, and there you go, there is me. There is our early bird, so you can add that to your basket if you want to. Scroll down a little bit and you can see the most amazing deal we have got for your J35. That price is phenomenal considering you're getting a thread chest included with this one as well. So lots of additional bits and pieces, things like your stabilisers. Those are the William Morris fabrics coming up a little bit later. Ooh, cheeky little oven glove like that. We've got kits as well. We've got all sorts of complementary fabrics to support everything. Even if you need a little manicure set or you fancy a cup of tea, we've actually got a little, that's good value, $17.99. I like the look of that. So lots of goodies there to share with you. Fabulous ideas for Christmas and very affordable as well. So we've kind of got viscose, we've got silk, we've also got velvet there as well. But let me tell you about the Jade 35 embroidery machine. Now this is a phenomenal machine. If you know my history, you'll know that I've worked with Husqvarna Viking for quite a number of years, and I was involved with the launch of this, bringing it to the UK. So it was my job as a sales educator to explain to all of the dealers around the country how this machine operated, in turn how to explain to their customers how it operated, and also to demonstrate it not only in store but also at exhibitions and things like that. So I got involved with this one right the way from the beginning through. Now, there are lots of different reasons to love this machine. One of my favourites is this. It is a huge hoop. So this hoop measures 240mm by 150. So it's not far off an A4 sheet when you start considering the size. And when you look at the price of this machine, for you to get a hoop of this size with that machine, I think is quite outstanding. Let me show you a comparison, because quite often when you are shopping for an embroidery machine of this price point, you will find that you can use this sort of area. Oh, where am I? This side. It's a 4-inch square. So yeah, not out of the ordinary for you to get an embroidery machine around this price and be able to stitch that out. Now this is a sewing and embroidery machine. It's not an embroidery only. So quite often when you're doing your comparisons, you might be looking at the price and you might only be able to embroider that sort of area. And again, if it is a combined machine, potentially it's only that small area. Now the lighter green area is the potential that we've got from the J35. So that is key. That's going to give you a whole host, should I say, of design capabilities. And the beauty is you can design on the computer software that is included within the price as well, which I'll show you a little bit later on. So you can see it really is an amazing area that you're going to be able to stitch out in. So that's the first thing that I love about this. Merrily stitching out a big design with this one. Some of the other reasons that I love this is the different kind of things that you can do with it. So I will show you the designs that are included, because you get a little USB stick with all of the designs on there. But this is just something that I created from scratch. So I used the software to turn one of the fonts off my computer into an applique design, and they added the word, made it into an embroidery design, and then saved that, put it on the USB stick, and then popped it into the machine. Now, if you're looking at upgrading from another brand and you've got designs from your previous machine, then don't worry, you can actually incorporate those into the software as well. So if you're coming from another route, you've not come from a Husqvarna Viking embroidery machine to this one, then don't worry, all of those designs that you've invested in are usable. Now, when we work our way through the designs, you will see this design featuring within the book. I've actually got this on my shirt as well. And it gives you that huge area. Because you've got that big hoop, you've got a huge amount of area that you can stitch in. Obviously you could go on and repeat that if you wanted to, make it longer, make it wider. There's loads of ways you can work with it. There are also quilting designs in there. So it could be potentially that you're creating quilt blocks. So this is a design that's been embroidered out. I've got my wadding, I've got my backing there, and I've got my topper. I could have made that larger, so if I wanted to turn that into a block to go in a quilt, I could have done so. Again, mentioning the size of that design, this is showing that you don't have to design on just scraps of fabric, which I've done here. This is actually a tote bag. So even if you're not a sewer as such, you could actually be taking items like tote bags, undoing the seams, popping it into the hoop, stitching out on it, and then actually selling what you've created. Now on the back, I've got this kind of paper stuff. This is called stabiliser. So this is something we'll have a chat about, but I know we've got on the show as well. But that supports your stitches. But I think you'll agree, that is absolutely beautiful stitch out on the front as well as the back. So that's one of the designs that's in there as well. Spoken about personalisation, but you can, in the software, incorporate designs. So the design software won't allow you to digitise. Digitising is when you take an image and you turn it into an embroidery design. And I have to say, you're going into uncharted waters when you're doing that, because that can be quite a scary area. But I would always suggest you just get somebody to digitise it for you. It's easier. It costs you probably £10, £20, and then it's your design. But using the software itself, you can turn your fonts into embroidery designs. You can incorporate them with other elements, maybe things that are on the USB stick, and create your own unique design that you can then save on the USB stick, put onto the machine, and then stitch away. We'll go through the designs in just a few moments, but you've got things like your freestanding lace. So use a water-soluble stabiliser and you can create some beautiful projects. Might be a little bit of a plique you're using. Might be that you're using one of the projects that you can actually design within the hoop. You can actually stitch this out, or including the zip, I know, how amazing that, within the hoop. This is a little bag that I made out of it. Do you recognise me? A little fabric there, bit of William Morris, bit of a plique going on there. More of those freestanding lace designs. Could be that you're making up your own design. So this was a little napkin that we added a personalisation of a date, a couple's initials, so that was Matt and Laura and their wedding date. Or you could incorporate designs that you've purchased elsewhere and actually utilise those too. So there's a lot that you're going to be able to do with this. But it comes with loads of designs to start with. So let me tell you about those. Now, this is a bit of a whistle-stop tour, but do rest assured that I will be taking you through everything. And if you have any questions, even after you've purchased your machine, then do get in touch. I'm more than happy to help you as well. So, incidentally as well, if you are having any issues watching us on the old telly box, then do get on the website. You can watch us that way as well. Now, your sampler booklet, this is included on your USB. You don't get a printed version of this, but you might want to watch it and look through it on your computer. It's kind of saving on paper a bit. You can print it off though if you want to, and that's what I've done because I like to thumb through and see all the designs. So all of these are featuring in this particular machine. So as you can see with this, and they've all got numbers on there. So I'll show you how we find those designs in a little while. All the designs are there. I'm just checking. I think it has finished. Yeah, it has finished. It suddenly stopped and I thought, as the needle and the thread broken? It hasn't, it stopped. So this is that little project that I was telling you about. So this is that little purse. So what it does is it actually stitches out everything and you follow the instructions. So you can see it will say there, add zipper. So after you've stitched out number 1, the machine will stop. You'll put your zipper in place, then it will stitch the zipper in place, then it'll ask you to add your applique fabric and so on. And that is the beauty of this. It's step by step, but you've got full instructions there as well. So if you do need those, that will show you all the different elements that you're going to be doing. You've got these fabulous little character faces as well. And we've got a little video that will show these stitched out onto things like cushions and all sorts as well. Beautiful designs that you can use over and over again. And it's so clever. I mean, you can even make jewellery with this. I mean, that's a little earring that's been created utilising one of the designs that's in here. So all of these are included, including this cheeky little fella. Now, this little fella is actually a cushion. Look at that. How fabulous is that? This one's actually been made into a doorstop, so there's a little bit of kind of pellets in the bottom there to make him stand up. But I think he's really cute. So, and you're going to be able to create everything, so including the lace that's on the front as well. So you don't have to go off and find lace. You're going to be making this yourself and actually incorporating that as well. You've also got a whole wealth of regular sewing stitches as well, because it is a combined machine, sewing and embroidery. And there's, honestly, there's so much about this machine I could tell you. I could literally take the whole show, let alone an hour and a half. There's the little earring, so that's a similar sort of idea to that one. It's done that way around, so you could be making those. Again, beautiful designs through and through. And it's my hope to bring you more and more embroidery, machine embroidery shows, potentially some of the designs that I've made myself as well, but there's all sorts that you're going to be learning in here. There's the one that's on my shirt. These are little individual flowers. everything has got the size of the design there as well, and a suggestion of the coloured threads that have been used. Now, I say a suggestion because you can actually change your mind. So if you wanted to do that in purples and pinks, then you can do. So absolutely loads. Good question. We've had a question come through from, do we know a name of who's mentioned it through? And it's whether the software that's included is Windows and Mac compatible, or Windows or Mac. It's both. Now, I'm working with a Windows computer, so thank you for that question. Who was that? I missed the name. Jojo. Oh, lovely name, Jojo. So, yeah, I use Mac at home, but I've bought a Windows laptop because I kind of use a unique one for bringing it into the studio. So I'll be showing you how to use it on Windows. We tend to find a lot of people use Windows, more and more so Mac now, but both. It will just look a little bit different when you use it on a Mac, but all the functionality will be there as well. You've got different styles of designs as well. So something that Husqvarna Viking do is they bring you a lovely range within the software, within the USB stick. So you've got things like little cross-stitch designs. You've got applique designs in here. You've got your freestanding lace. You've got a little bit of what they call thread velvet, which is like chenille work. So there's loads and loads that you're going to be able to do. A little bit of applique there maybe for the season, with Santa there, and angels and snowflakes and all sorts of things going on. And the little cats, you can play around with these in the software, build up your own design. It's got inbuilt fonts, so you've got the Clarendon font in 3 different sizes within the machine itself, but you are going to be able to utilise your own fonts, and I will show you how we can actually create an embroidery design using the software. So that will tell you about the machine over and over again. But our machine has stopped, so shall I show you around the machine? So when it's stopped, you can actually move the position of your hoop so as you actually get it to the area where you need it to go. Now I've got to try and remember if I've got it here. There you go. So on the screen, I've just pressed the little button there, and everything is explained within your book. So you will actually get a book that literally tells you everything about this machine. I've got one of them here, and it's all in English. There are different ones for different languages, which you can actually download from the website if you want it in a different language. But here, this is all within your English, so it shows that there's a lot of information in here. So it goes through all the different feet that are included, because as I said, it is a sewing machine as well. It goes through all the different stitches, what you would use those for, how to get your machine started, how to use it for embroidery, because if that's a new area for you. This is clever as well. It tells you about different needles, so why you would use different needles in different scenarios, because that can affect the way that you're stitching out. But you've got loads of information, including one of the key features that Husqvarna Viking bring to you, which is called Sewing Advisor. Now, Sewing Advisor is built into your machine, and this is designed to help you get the right settings for the right fabric. So you can see we've got A through to G. Now, these depict different types of fabric. So you've got things like your woven, you've got your woven heavy, you've got stretch fabrics in here as well. You've got your things like your oilcloth depicted with that little kind of universal leather symbol. And what will happen is that when you press these, it will actually change the settings of the machine to make sure you've got the optimum settings for that particular stitch in connection with that type of fabric. So if you are an experienced sewer, you will know that if you're working with a stretch fabric and you're doing a straight seam, it is not the same as using a straight seam on your cotton fabric. It needs to have a bit of stretch in it. So this machine will do that for you. It will remind you about that as you go. You've also got these shortcut buttons, so the number 1 down to number 7. So these are stitches that you'll find yourself using regularly, so things like your straight stitch, your blind hem, basting, buttonholes, and these are literally, you can just press those and get those set up in a heartbeat. So that's a good section, and that is something that's unique to Husqvarna Viking machines. You've got personalisation when it's in the sewing form as well, so putting letters and phrases onto your fabric when it's not in the hoop. And you've just got a whole wealth of information. And what I will actually do is on social media show, it's almost like a course of YouTube videos that are available from Husqvarna Viking that will take you from the very basics of getting your fabric ready right the way through to every single feature that you've got on this machine. Now, this machine has finished sewing, so I'm going to move it to the park position. So all I need to do is move that down, so you can see there, park, and I'm just going to click on OK. OK. And what it will do is it will tell me to lift the foot because it needs that out of the way. And then I'm just going to press on OK, and it will move that to the position that I can actually take the hoop off, and it will tell me that it's OK to take that hoop. So I'm just going to rotate it around so as I can get to it. You've got a little clip on the side here. It's just behind that little bar that you can see. If I turn it back round again, you should be able to see it. And that is just a little clip that you will press down. And that will be a case of that with your hoop, you have got like a little locking mechanism. And from here, it is going to be one of the situations that it will actually read that, read the type of the hoop, because you can use lots of different hoops with regards to this as well. Now, I understand that you're having a bit of problems with the old TV boxes out there. So, Ben, what's the issue that we're having? So, I think it's a signal thing. So it's kind of, you know how it like gets to the end of the building and then it's nothing to do with this sort of thing. Now, we are aware of it, but apparently it's very complex, way complex for me to understand. I can pretty much guarantee that. So can I make a suggestion? Watch us on the web. Now, this is really easy. I know it's frustrating, and I know obviously the big telly is brilliant because you can just sit back and watch, but you can watch us on your tablet, and you can also watch us via YouTube, which I believe isn't working at the moment. Is that right? It's not working on there? Oh, bless you. So, yeah, it's across the whole company. So, yeah, all I can do is apologise. We are aware of it. We're not ignoring you because I know loads of messages are coming through and we are frantically trying to get it sorted out, and we really do appreciate your patience. I know different people are watching in different platforms. We've got Sky, we've got obviously your Freeview and things like that. So there's loads of different ways you can watch us. So it might be just kind of keep trying. The one thing is that this show is being recorded. So what you'll be able to do is actually go back at a later stage and watch the show anyway. That's if we've got availability of the machine, of course. So, yeah, because are we limited already? Now, oh, okay. So with these, let me explain to you. Obviously, when you're looking at the price of this one, it's a substantial price of anybody's money. I totally understand that. And you probably didn't woke up this morning and think, oh, I'm going to buy an embroidery machine. It's something that you will have been thinking about for some time. And that is one of those decisions that we make. So we've got these available. We don't have an unlimited supply. That's the thing that you've got to be bear in mind, because when we bring these in, that's a lot of £1,200 we're putting in the warehouse, if that makes sense. So that's why we don't have hundreds and hundreds of these available. So if you like the look of it and you want to get it before Christmas, can I make a suggestion that you do consider to get hold of these? Because we're down to single figures with regards to these. Not too many at all. Now, you've got your split pay on this one. How many split pays have we got on this one? 5 split pays. See, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. So less than £250, you can get this on its way to you. So obviously you've got your 5 split pays. Your first one will go out today, along with your £3.95 for delivery. Hello. It's a big, and you wait, it's a huge box. You'll actually have a big box that will come that's got your machine in there. It'll have your unit in there and everything. And your unit is this piece that holds the hoop that attaches, because that will come off, and I'll show you that in a few moments as well. But rest assured, you are getting not only a fabulous machine, but have I mentioned 5 years warranty? I always forget that. With this one, it should be 5 years warranty on this one. Usually it's 2 years, and on some of the other machines that Husqvarna I can bring to you, it is, but on this one it's 5 years. So 5-year warranty, so that makes it a brilliant one to kind of rest assured that you're buying quality. So, spoken about the embroidery, we've got the embroidery unit on at the moment. So what I'll show you is the way that it operates without the embroidery machine. I'm not going to do any sewing because I've actually got the foot on there for the embroidery, but we'll talk about that in a moment. All you will do is you've got a little clip underneath there. So the little clip, and that will allow you to release that, and that will come off, okay? So that is coming off altogether. So we'll move that out the way just for a minute. So then you've got a bit of a naked machine going on. Am I allowed to say that? I don't know, I've done it now. So now, with regards to the little bit, the accessory box that sits on the top there, which I don't know where I've put mine, but that, oh, there it is. So that sits on there. Now, who's asking about being a novice embroiderer? Susan, 110% if there was such a thing. This is, and I'll explain to you why I love this machine, because I've been involved, and quite recently, in machines that are in excess of £15,000. They've got all bells and whistles and they're fabulous machines. But one of the things that I love about this is ultimately on an embroidery machine, that's the thing. You can stitch out, and you can stitch out to a maximum area. On this machine, it's a big area, so that is a big tick in my opinion. But also it comes with the software. So even when I worked for the company, I used to love the combination of this machine and the software together, because when you're investing in a much higher end machine, you don't necessarily get the software included. And that turns your computer into a design studio. Now you're only going to be able to use embroidery designs, so these could be embroidery designs that you've got on your USB stick, they could be ones that you've downloaded from the internet, they might be from another machine that you've got, because you might have a machine that has got that little 4-inch square that you use to embroidering on, and it might be that you want to upgrade. And that's not a big area. I know you can kind of hoop your fabric up and move it around, but it's much easier to have that larger area, isn't it? So that's why the software that you've got will allow you to use pretty much any brand embroidery design. So you can bring them in. You will need to change them into a language that your Husqvarna Viking will understand, but it's just a convert button, really easy. Save as you check it, kind of finishing up your software. It'll ask you what format you want to save it in. If you still want to use your smaller machine as well, you can actually save it in the format that that machine will understand, because it's almost like a multilingual language that you've got with your embroidery. But it doesn't kind of mean that everything you've bought in the past you can't use anymore. You can. You might just have to twiddle it a little bit, but that's not a big thing to do, is it? So nice and easy. So yeah, in answer to your question, Susan, the most novice of embroiderers have got hold of this one and had loads of fun, loads of fun. So we've got it set up now as a regular sewing machine, because it's got it's got your little accessory box on there, as you can see. So I can do my regular sewing. I can take advantage of all of these fabulous stitches that we've got at the top. Talking of regular stitches, I've got a little book somewhere in my pile of finished samples. Well, in fact, I'll show you this first. So this, if I put that on there, you can have a little look at that while I'm finding the book. So that, yeah, you'll always find a bit of pom-pom trim where Hayley is. I do like a bit of pom-pom trim, I must admit. So you've got a whole host of different stitches on this machine as well. Things like the stitches that I've got here. So decorative stitches that you can use on fabrics that you're not necessarily hooping up. So you're not even bound by those limitations that you've got with the hoop. And these are all gorgeous designs that you could have running along the hem of a project, around the collar of a project. And these can all be altered in size, in length, in width. So you can really personalize those if you're wanting to as well. So that will give you a little kind of essence of those stitches that you've got on the top. So that's in with the machine as well. And that's just a nice little project. I often do things like this just to get used to knowing the different stitches. So using a little bit of braid and then stitching over the top of it, using your decorative trims on top of your ribbons and different bits and pieces. So that's a nice little project, nice easy little pouch there. So that is the machine. Now, this is the way you put it, and I love this bit. So when you're not using it, you know how usually you would put like a case over the top or a fabric cover? With this, it's all integral. So make sure that that foot is down, so the little arm that you've got there is down. And then that's your machine gone to bed. And then you just lock it in at the back. So there's a little kind of lock switch. Let me just turn this around again so as you can see. So that little lock switch there means, I've got it switched on at the moment, but that means that that's not going anywhere. But how cute is that? Isn't it fabulous? I love it. And then all you do is unlock that, open that up. You've got that area there where you can be putting all sorts of bits and pieces in there. So you can put your foot pedal in there. In fact, I'm going to get it off the other machine to show you, because the other machine is set up in sewing mode, and I've popped the pedal in there. I've popped the, the electric cable, the accessories. It all fits in there together. So everything neatly tucks away, and then that will all slot into that area there. You lock it away and you've got everything together. So I just love this machine for that as well. Now we have got a little video, I don't know whether Charlie's got that to hand, which kind of gives you an overview of lots of the features of this particular machine. Shows you some of the things that you can stitch out, and it also shows you some of the embroidery designs that we touched on a few moments ago. Now it might be, thinking about it, it might be on my little USB stick that I haven't given to Charlie, which could be a thing. Could be a thing, couldn't it? So what I will do is I need to dig that out and have a little look for that, so I'll find that in a little while. But shall we have a look at the software? Should we have a look at the software? So let's do that. I just need to tidy up for a few moments. Now, on your screen, you will see the software popping up. Now, this is the screen that you will see if you use it. Do you know something that we haven't done as well? We haven't mentioned the threads that you're getting with this. Oh, have we? I forgot about this. Sorry, I forgot to tell you about this. There's so much to tell you. Way more than my poor little brain can cope with. So, have a look at this. I'm an ambassador for Madeira threads, and I love their threads. I use their threads all the time. So with this machine, you are going to get this. Now, this would normally cost you probably between 130 and 150 pounds, depends on where you shop. I think we do it for about 130. And what you've got in here is you've got, I think is it, oh no, I don't know how many threads you've got in here actually. So you've got 2, 4, 6, 12, 20, 48 spools. 48 spools, that's right, isn't it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 24, 2 24s is 48. So you're going to get 48 spools of aerofill. Now, aerofill thread is a thread that you can use in all sorts of different scenarios. So it's one that you could use for your regular stitching, you can use it with your decorative stitches. It's got a nice matte finish to it, so of course you can also use things like your rayon threads if you're wanting to, but it's got a little bit of a soft sheen, so it's not a shiny thread. And I asked for that to be incorporated with this because not always do we want that shininess with our stitching, do we? Sometimes you want it to be a bit more subdued. So that's why this is kind of, it hits all of the different levels of sewing. Polyester thread, so incredibly durable, washable obviously as well. But how neat is that little cabinet? And that is included. That is included. And it is a fabulous little case that you've got all of those threads in there. As you use those threads as well, it will actually show you the number of the thread in there. So if you do find yourself using it, if I hold it up, they'll all tip out. So I'm not going to do that. But you can restock in those as time goes on if you want to. Put your favourites in there and things like that. But anyway, that's that. I was going to show you about the software, wasn't I? Let me put that back over there and I will get my computer to share with you as well. So my computer is going to pop up on your screen so you'll see exactly what I'm doing at the same time. So here we go. And I thought I could hear my voice, and you don't know why? It's because it's on here. On my computer. I was thinking, where's that little voice coming from? And it's from here. So let me first of all just mute. Oh gosh, listen to me. Let me just, there we go, let's get rid of that. That's, I mean, one of me is bad enough, let alone two. Right, so let's talk about the software. So when you get your machine, you will get a piece of paper in with your actual machine, and that will tell you about how you can get hold of the software. You download it from the Husqvarna Viking website, and you will have a unique key. Now, the key will be your way to actually load this onto your computer and get everything that you're looking at here. Now, obviously, there's little bits on the screen that you can't quite see because they're kind of tucked away with the details, but don't worry about that. Your main area that you're working with on this one is that kind of sewing area that you can see just here. So at the moment, I've got it set up to the hoop that we're working with. First thing is to get your hoop area set to the way that you want. Now, you can either click on the little button there to change your hoop. If you like using shortcuts, then you can use the shortcuts with this as well, really easy. All you do is click on there and it will show you a whole range of different hoops. Now, the hoop that this machine comes with is the largest hoop that it can accommodate. So that is brilliant. Rather than giving you the small one and then you have to go for the larger one, then they do it the other way around, Husqvarna Viking. And don't think, oh, I don't want to put a big piece of fabric in all the time. You don't have to, and I will show you in a little while how you can actually kind of put a smaller piece of fabric in there as well. Now, you don't have to have it portrait, up and down, north and south. You can have it east and west if you want to, and you just click on rotated, and that will move it, as you can see, to that rotation like so. And that's the one that we're going to work with to start with. So if you're wanting to zoom out, you've got a little button down at the bottom there. So you've got presets if you want to. So if you want to go to 50% or 75%, you can do it, or there's a little slider, whatever's comfortable. And the thing that I love about this, it's kind of an interface that looks familiar. So if you've worked with anything like a word processing program or anything, all these little headings are really, really easy to find your way around. Now, you've got some inbuilt designs. So if we actually go into super designs, you will find that you will have designs in here that you can accommodate. Now these ones here, I am just going to actually change because I've actually come in and I'm not using the right demo mode. So we're actually working with the introduction software. So I'm just going to change that because not everything is available to you. It's an introduction software. Some of the designs that you've just been looking at are ones that if you're paying for the kind of the high-end software, you will get those included in there. So I think it's just changing those over. It's having a little think. There we go, we're back. So, right, okay. Now, I am going to warn you, we've actually got more people with this in baskets than we have stock available. Okay. So at the moment, am I allowed to say that out loud, Ben? We've got 5 machines available and 7 in baskets. Now, this is one of those shows where we don't expect to get thousands and thousands of people trying to order at the same time. It's a considered purchase. But what you do need to know is if you are seriously thinking about this machine and you want it this side of Christmas, that you are shopping for it now. Now, there will be other people that, what's happening in my hair there? But there are other people that will be watching the show and they're suddenly thinking, well, I was thinking about getting a machine in the new year, or this is going to be a new way of crafting for them. And they might suddenly be thinking, oh, no, actually, I could get it this side of Christmas and start sewing with it this side of... You can do with that split pay. It's interest-free. You've got 5 payments. So for less than £250, this could be on its way to you. And then obviously you've got your monthly payments thereafter. And there's not many places you can shop in that particular way. And you've got the reassurance, not only have you got the backup here of Sewing Street, you've got my personal backup. So I'm a presenter regularly here. You may or may not know me on Sewing Street. I'm also here on Hobby Maker. You can get in touch with me via an email address that I've got here. It's haleywest@hobbymaker.co.uk. So you can get in touch that way, or via social media. I know lots of you that way as well, so you can get in touch. So please do not think you're on your own. I love helping people enjoy the area of that they're going into. And yeah, I just like teaching people. So there we go. Right, so back to the software. So super designs. Now you have got a whole host of super designs. Now what you will see is, oh, actually we might need to refresh the screen because that one that you've got on your screen there isn't the one I'm looking at. If I get, oh no, okay, let me come out of this, or do I? Because I don't want to cause an issue. Because we're talking technical bits and pieces, and I'm not very good with technical bits and pieces. What have you got on your screen now? Have you still got that there? All right. Okay. All right. So the little dogs and things that you've seen on the screen, you're not actually going to get those within this particular software because it's an upgrade. So we might need to play around with that later. But we'll look at something else for the time being. Let me come out of that and I'll come back to the version that you're looking at. So we'll come back to the one that you've got. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back to the home button. So we'll get rid of the little animals to start with. I don't want to confuse the issue, but we will get that sorted out. So my hoop area. Now in here, I can bring in designs that I've got. I can also create my own designs. So on your screen, you can't quite see it, but there is, you've got letters. So if I click on letter, oh, you can see it. There we go. It's changed. So you have got, again, this is going to show you more fonts that we've got on this machine. So I'll come back out of that. Sorry about this. You've got something called Font Manager. Now, if you click on Font Manager, it will give you the opportunity for you to actually start creating your own fonts. So you'll have inbuilt fonts, but also you've got a section which is called My Fonts. And this is where you can create your own fonts using a feature called Quick Font. Now, we're going through this at a whistle-stop pace, and I do apologise, but it's just a case of knowing that these features are here. You will take all the time in the world to actually work with this, and this is quite part of the fun. Now, again, my screen is looking a little different to yours, so it does seem that each time I have a pop-up window, the interface that we're using isn't working. So, I don't know, this is a bit, if I turn that round, can we do it that way? Can we do it that way? I know this is kind of adapting, and it wasn't part of the plan, but yeah, see, this is technology, isn't it? So, okay, let me put that there just so as I can see it. So, right, I've come into the area that we were just looking at, and this is called Quick Font. And what Quick Font allows us to do is literally make our own fonts from scratch. So where's my mouse? Oh, there it is. Okay, so if I click on this little button here, it will show me all of the different fonts that I've got installed on my machine. Now yours will look different because you will have different fonts, but ultimately they are all there, the ones that you've got installed on your computer. And the ones that you can download as well. All I would say is anything that you're downloading or incorporating, just check out the copyright use that you are allowed to use those. But this is one of my favourites, and this is one that I downloaded called VAG Rounded. And I like this because it's a nice open font, so there's a lot we can do with this one. Now, first of all, when I'm designing, I can change the type of the font, so I can make it bold, I can make it italic, I can make it bold and italic, or I can just have it regular. I'm going to go for bold because that will actually give you a little preview of how it looks. It's changed very, very slightly. And then I can use it there, as you can see, use it for in the Premiere 2 system, which is what we're working with, or on my own embroidery machine, and you can kind of select a machine there. But when we save the design, we can do that as well. Then you just literally follow the screens round. So down at the bottom, we have got next. So I'm going to click on next, and this is where it asks me what type of embroidery design I want to make. So over here we have got applique. So I've got applique as an option. I can do a satin fill. I can do a pattern fill, which is brilliant, and I'll actually show you that. I don't know if I've got an example of anything I can show you that's got a pattern fill on it. I might have. I'll have a little look. This is almost like embossing stitches into your design. So there's loads of choice with this. So let's do a pattern fill to start with. So pattern fill, you've got this little almost like donut to the side. Okay, now can you see how we've now got almost like a corduroy effect? So that's actually going to be stitching within the stitches I'm making. This is a design that didn't exist 5 minutes ago. So I could actually stitch that out and it will give me that design. But you've also got stitch options. Now wait till you see these. So stitch options, I can go into all sorts in here because we've got loads and loads of different options. So my mouse keeps disappearing off the screen. I don't know why, sometimes it wants to talk, sometimes it doesn't, but not to worry. Where's my mouse gone? It's disappeared, where's it gone? We're looking for where it is. Where is it? Oh, there it is, it's come back again. There it is, right, I can see it, right, keep your eye on it. So you've got your different patterns. Now there are loads of different patterns. So if I click on here, have a look at these. Now this is just when you're turning your fonts into alphabets. So you could have, there were little, I don't know if you saw there, we've got little owls' faces, we've got dogs, we've got dots, we've got all of these in here, and these are all adaptable. So it might be you want big dots, you might want little dots, you might want big stripes, little stripes, hearts, you've got brickwork, all sorts in there. So for instance, if I went for the brickwork one, I could click on there. There were little faces in there as well. I think there's happy faces and sad faces as well. Why you'd want to do anything with a sad face, I really don't know. So you've also got the angle here as well. So you can actually alter the angle. So if you wanted to actually change the angle of it, you can do. So there's loads of kind of dimension, the density, all sorts. So when you are happy with that, you click on OK. So if we go down to OK, if I do that, is it that one there? I'm doing this at a very weird angle. Can you see? You might need to get right in there because I only did it quite a small repeat. But you've got like a brickwork effect now within those letters. So I'll let Levi show you before we go back and have a look at doing this as an applique font as well. So can you see there? See, that could have been faces. That could have been cats or dogs or stripes. And again, we've got it more on a diagonal. When we first looked at it, it was very much like a brick wall, very straight. You wouldn't want to pay a builder if you got that result, would you? But you can play around with it. And then basically all you would do is you save that font. So keeping an eye on the details on your, the clock there. I'm just going to come down to click on next. So now I will click on next if I wanted to keep this as a design. So click on next. So there we go, generating font. And then it's created my font. Now I can give this a name. So this could be a name for something that I'm going to replicate over and over again. So it could be Matt and Laura's design. That's a good one. Let me just type that in, bricks. Let's do that. B-R-I-C-K-S. I don't know why I'm saying it out loud, but we're going to call that one bricks. Okay, so you can see I've called that bricks. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to click on finish at the bottom. There we go, and off we go. So now it's saving that font. Now I can actually go and find that. So I'm just going to close that screen down. Where's my mouse gone again? Oh, there it is. Close. Okay. So now I'm going to come over to the font here. And I'm going to click down there. So where's my fonts? And I've got a little section down here. Now, can you see my fonts? There's bricks. So what I can then do is type in something here that we're going to be able to work. So let's put, you want me to put in Ben? Okay, so the top there, you've got your little box. So you will type in whatever it is you're wanting to do. Now, it could be uppercase, it could be lowercase, it could be a mixture of those. So we've got Ben, okay. And I'm going to put Ben Gibbs in there. Yeah, because he's driving the bus today. And then you can actually change the size of this if you're wanting to. But what you can also do is play around with the actual way that you're working with these as well. So you can actually turn them into following a shape if you're wanting to as well. So I'm going to click on apply. So apply. And there you go, Ben Gibbs is featuring in there. Now, the beauty of this is I can resize this if I want to. I can make it small or warp it. I can do all sorts of different things with regards to this. I can also get it to follow different shapes if I'm wanting to. I could actually change them to individual letters if I wanted to. Now, what you might have to do is, if you're wanting to change it to individual letters, you click on apply, but then it will give me all the different letters. So now I can literally click on each different piece and move those wherever I want to. So you could I could bring in all sorts of different things. It could be butterflies, because I do know how Ben loves the butterfly. It could be little flowers, but you can see you can really play around with this design and have loads of fun with it. So that's the software before we've even stitched anything out. So that is the beauty of this as well. So brilliant, brilliant for you to play around with. Now, people asking about computers and how they can access the software. Now, the software that is included, it's a free software and it's only designed for Windows and Mac. However, Husqvarna Viking work with something called MySonet as well. And MySonet is readily available to anybody. You can actually download a version which is similar to what we've got here, where it means you can actually use it on a tablet or use it on your phone as well. But it is different to this, but you are able to get hold of it. They do it at different levels, dependent on the complexity or the features that you want within there. But the free basic software will allow you to do this. And we have got it on here, so yeah. So there you go. So this is MySoftNet. So literally you can download this. You can actually use this for, if you're wanting to, other brand machines as well. You can get a 30-day free trial, and there are a variety of different subscriptions if you do choose to go down that route, or you can literally go for £0 per month and use the very basic software. And you can actually play around with that one on your tablet or on your phone as well. So there's loads of different things you can do with that. So go and check that out. So if you've got a computer, brilliant. If you haven't, then that is the way to do it. So yeah, more and more, isn't it, we're using our tablets. So yeah, I'm encouraging them to get a version of this that you can use on the tablets. So once you've actually got your design, then you basically hoop up your fabric and away you go. So let's have a little look. I'm just going to turn that back round again because we've kind of gone off a little bit. So I'm going to get that off the screen. I'm just going to click on everything. If you want to, sorry, I should show you. If you want, oh, you've got it back on the screen there. So all you need to do is basically draw a box around the bits and pieces that you want him to delete, or you can do the kind of the alt. Is it Alt A to select? I'm more of a Mac user, so some of this is a little bit. So where am I? Select all. There we go. Delete. There we go, it's gone. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to come back in with my letters, and I'm just going to use the, where am I? I'm going to use one of the applique designs that I've done before. Because previously, and you probably saw it a few moments ago, this is the pencil case that I showed you earlier on. So I'm actually going to incorporate this, and I'm going to make something that I'm going to pop, if you are, I don't know if I'm allowed to do this, if you are buying one of the machines today, one person, I will send out what I make to that one person. And I have to say it's for the machine because it's the only one that I've got control over actually getting it in the box, so to speak. So one person, if you're shopping for the machine, I will send this to you. I'm going to use some nice William Morris fabric. So I'm going to put in the letter S, okay, capital S, because I want to do an applique with this. So that is the applique, and I think we've got the letter S. I'm just going to put apply. Okay, so there's my letter S. So it's quite a big letter S, but that's okay. But what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to come in with one of my other fonts. Now, we've got loads of different fonts on here, so I just have to be careful because I can't remember which ones are free. But yeah, when we come back to you, the screen that we're looking at the moment, these are fonts that aren't necessarily available to you. So in fact, let's go back and we'll use the Ben font that we made. We'll go back and use the bricks, because that's one that we've made on the show. The way that the screens are, it's kind of a new venture for me here with this machine. So it's every day is a school day. I think that's the phrase, isn't it? So where's our bricks design? There we go, bricks. We'll use that one. Doesn't really relate to sewing, but it doesn't matter. So we're going to put in sew. In fact, I'm going to make it into lowercase. So apply. Now, it's a lot smaller than I need, so what I'm going to actually do is resize that. So I'm going to go into home. I'm going to go into, where am I? I've got to make sure I get the right button. Where's the resize on this one? Now, if I just do it, I think if I, because sometimes, oh, it has done it. Sometimes, I think with fonts you're okay, but sometimes if it kind of stretches the stitches out, it doesn't fill in, and I wanted to make sure that it did fill in. Right, okay, so, right, let's get started then. So, okay, I'm going to hoop up my fabric. Now, hooping up your fabric, this has totally gone off from how we were going to do the show. So, but never mind, never mind. I'm going to bring it in a hoop, so let me bring in a hoop. So, this is the hoop that you're actually going to get in your with your machine. You're also going to need some stabiliser. Now, stabilisers and interfaces, I often get asked the question about what's the difference. Now, stabiliser, thank you, Ben. Yes, what is the difference? Stabiliser is designed to be taken out of your work when you're finished. So stabiliser is there to stabilise the stitches as you sew, but then you will either tear it away, or sometimes you can wash it away, sometimes cut away, and you will hear tear away stabiliser, you'll hear iron on stabiliser, which we've got on the screen. Sometimes it can stay within your garment. You know when you buy something and it's kind of got a t-shirt that's got embroidery on, and you've got that like paper stuff on the back? That's like what I've got here, it's stabiliser. And quite often it will wash away as time goes on, or you can cut it away. There's all sorts of different things you can do with it. So I've got my fabric, which I'm going to use here. And what you will do is you will use a fabric and a stabiliser. Now, there are different weights of stabiliser. Some people will say, but what if I'm working on something like denim? Do I need to have stabiliser? And I would say yes. You won't need as heavy a stabiliser as if you're using something like organza, because the way that, and this is a bit of a weird way to explain, but I will explain. If you take the number 10, okay, and you think about the combination between your fabrics and the stabiliser needs to come to the final figure of number 10. Well, if you've got something like a denim, that would probably be an 8 weight. So your stabiliser needs to be quite light, a 2 weight to make 10. If your organza is something like a 1 or a 2, then you would need a heavier stabiliser to get it to that number 10. So it kind of balances the two out, so you end up with that optimum weight. It's a bit of a weird one to explain, but there's a whole section on that when you actually go onto YouTube, so don't worry about that. So I'm hooping up my fabric, and I am going to get, I mean, that's a big, big, big hoop. Don't forget, this is 240 by 150. So you've got a big area, and you can actually alter the kind of give with that. So if you're working with a weightier fabric, you can do. You've got your quick release clip, and that is exactly what that's meant to be. It's not to lock your fabrics in, but what it is when you actually come to take your hoop off, you just move that. So if it's feeling too tight to clip, then loosen it off. You've got it too tight, and you could do some damage if you're not careful. Right, so we've got our design on the computer. So how do I get it from the computer onto the machine? Well, you use the little USB stick. So you'll get the little USB stick, and this is the stick that will give you all the information that you need with relate to the design. So all the ones that we saw in the little book. I've put mine on a lanyard so as I don't lose it, but you don't get the lanyard, and you can find that. Now I'm just going to pop that into the side of my computer over there, and the design that we've created, I am going to save to the USB stick, and maybe when we come back after the break, we can get it all stitched out. So, top left-hand corner of the software, when it comes to completing your design, you can only just about see, it's just in that little corner up there. Click on that, File, and then we're going to export, because we're going to take it off the computer and export it. So everything's there, shortcuts if you want them, they're all there. Click on export, and then this is when it will ask you about, because if you invest in this, you can actually save it to a different format if you're wanting to. So if you have got a buddy machine, maybe another brand, you can actually save it to that particular type as well. You might not be able to see it on your screen because, again, this computer and the screens, it's not showing you the drop-down boxes, but not to worry. You can see you've got a little preview there of our design of so I'm going to click on OK there, and then what that will do is that will create that design and get it ready to go onto the USB stick. So then all I need to do is find my USB stick, which is, where is it? On here? Is it on here? Oh, I might have to put it in the other, one of my USB ports doesn't work. So that could be there it is. This is a very old computer. So my USB, there you go. Okie doke, thank you for that. Right, so there we go. I've got a little message popped up. I don't know what that was, but I'm going to put on here, no, go away. Don't need that either. So Ben, I'm just going to put that Ben there because, oh, well, actually, no, so, because it was so, wasn't it, in the end? So, sorry, Ben. Little voice of disappointment in my ear. And then click on export. So that will save it to my USB. Just make sure that when you actually export it or take your USB stick out, should I say, that you're actually making sure that you do it in the right way. So that is where you would find it on the side, you would right click, and then you will basically just use that eject button, which is there. Because if you just pull it out your machine, then it doesn't like that. So you have to give it a chance to kind of get itself right, and then it'll put it on the USB stick, and then you can take the USB stick out. Right, so I think it's done that. Has it exported? Has it allowed me to do that? Let's just double check on that. Make sure I'm going to eject again. I didn't notice anything pop on the screen, so I think we're okay. So I can now take that USB stick out, I can put it onto my machine, and we can actually stitch it out. So should we just take a few minutes break just to get ourselves ready? Yeah, I'll be back with you just after this.
Hi, I'm Jo Carter and I'm a soft toy designer and I quilt as well. I've been sewing for as long as I can remember. My great-grandma, my nana, my mum all sewed, and so it's something I grew up around. If I was to give some advice to a new sewer, somebody who wanted to try it, that would be to watch a few tutorials, but then to just give it a go. And try not to focus on achieving the perfect end result. Instead, at first, always, focus on enjoying the process and learning a new skill. So those perfect results will come in time, but developing a love for sewing, I think, is a really great way to go. And a tip I've been given that I still use today is make sure you have plenty of seam rippers. It's frustrating enough if you have to remove some stitches, but then if you can't lay your hands on a seam ripper and you have to hunt around for one, that makes it doubly frustrating. So yes, plenty of seam rippers would be my go-to tip.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel. Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Hello there and welcome back where we are continuing with the Jade 35 embroidery machine. Loads of questions coming through. I know we're still having problems with our streaming. It's out of our hands, unfortunately. We are trying to get it sorted, but we thought we'd sorted it. But yeah, sometimes we do our bit, but the bit beyond that, we've got no control over. And I think that's where the issue is at the moment. But just to bring you up to speed, just before the break, we created a design and have put it onto our USB stick. So I'm going to get it ready now to actually stitch out. So I've got my Jade 35. It's currently set up to use as a sewing machine. So at the moment we've got the accessory box on there and I'm going to change it. I'm going to change its personality because it is a combined sewing and embroidery machine. So over to the side we have got the accessory box. Now when you want to actually go into embroidery mode, all you need to do is you take that off, you just literally slide it to the side, and that is where you are going to be able to kind of access it for all your different bits and pieces in there. So we've got all of that in there, but we don't need that at the moment. Now that has opened up the free arm, so if you are wanting to do anything like free motion work, you want to drop down the feed dogs, you take that accessory box off and then you put this on. Incidentally, we do have, I don't think we've actually got it on Sewing Street, but this is a brand new brand, a brand new machine, should I say, to Sewing Street. So at the moment we haven't got everything available, but there will be an extension table that you can get hold of if you're wanting to. So I've got the embroidery arm now, so it's a very strange angle that I'm doing this at, but this will slide on like so. So you're literally going to slide that on, and there is a little clip at the back here that goes through a little kind of trap door that's at the back and locks in. Now what you will actually see is the machine will turn itself off and then it will turn itself back on again because it's getting itself ready for embroidery mode. So now it knows that it needs to behave as an embroidery machine. We just click on OK yeah, I think we're good to go. So yeah, raise a presser foot. It will tell you anything that you need to do. So it's a very intuitive machine. So if you need to raise the presser foot, it will tell you. If you don't need to, then that's fine. Now, the USB is in, so the USB stick that it comes with is in the side of the machine, and this is where you will find all of your designs. Now don't forget, your designs you can download, or it's actually on the USB stick I believe, or get this from the Husqvarna Viking website if you look for the Jade 35. And these are all the designs that are built in on that USB stick. So I could choose any one of these. Now the way that you access that is literally through the little screen, and you will see where it says designs. So if I click on designs, I can press OK, and it will take me into the different folders. So say if it was design number 42, I would find that range and then actually go into that folder and select that particular design. So I'd find design 42 and press OK. Now, I don't want to do that, so what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to go back into the USB actually go back that way, there we go. And I'm going to find the one that we've created. So the one that we've created, we called, what did we call it? So, there we go. So that's the design that we created. So when I press OK, what you will find is that the machine will get itself ready to stitch that design out. So that is the design that we created on the computer a few moments ago. Now it's automatically put it into the size of the hoop that we're working with because it's a big design. But if it is a smaller design, it would usually put it into a hoop that is that small size, because this machine will cope with those as well. But if you've only got one hoop available, you would literally just change the hoop size by pressing on that button there, and then you'll get a different display. So you'd literally press on there, it would have already selected a hoop, click on OK, and it will give you the option of all the different designs. So if it's come up with a smaller hoop, just take it back up so as you're selecting that larger one that we're working with now. So our design is ready. It's telling me to attach the correct hoop, so I'm going to do that. So I'm just going to turn the machine around, a bit more convenient for me at this angle. Pop your hoop flat on the bed of your sewing machine and then raise the foot up and you'll slide it underneath. But there are loads and loads of tutorials on YouTube from Husqvarna Viking that will take you through all of this, so don't worry. So we've got the hoop in place now. So I can click on OK, or I can just click on OK. Now, when the design is in the hoop, you can actually move the design. Now, because it's a big machine, a big design, you might not have a huge amount of scope as to where we can move it. So you just basically position it. Now, if you position it and you get a beep, that's basically saying you're over as far as you can possibly go with that design. So that's telling me I can't go any further. I could take it to the back of the hoop, I could bring it to the front of the hoop, but again, it won't let me go beyond where I can do it. Now, you can hold your finger on there if you want to, and you'll find that it will kind of jump rather than doing the individual increments as well. So there's lots of control with regards to that. And then when we're ready, we just press on start. Now it's telling me I need to lower my foot, so that's fine, just follow the instructions and then press start. So now it is going to start stitching out. Now what it will actually do, it will start with a few stitches and it will give me the opportunity to cut the threads that are there. Sometimes you might have those little threads and you can snip those away. Can I suggest you get hold of these as well, because these are really useful. We've got these on the show, so these are your easy snips, and these are brilliant because they've got that little curvature there. If I hold it against the white there, you might be able to see it a little bit better. So they've got a little curve, which means you can get under the sewing foot of any machine and you can just snip those threads. So they're really useful to have. Really gentle little kind of squeeze with those, but they are incredibly sharp, so just be careful with regards to those. So if you fancy getting hold of these, we have got those on the show, as well as additional bobbins if you're wanting to get hold of them for your Jade 35s as well. So there you go, those are useful. And you can use those for you to snip away if you're wanting to. So, right, let's get going then. So we've snipped our threads, we're happy, so I'm going to press on OK. So, remember we're doing an applique stitch, and this is a design that we created ourselves. So what it's doing at this stage is just laying down the foundation stitch. So the foundation stitch is showing me where I will need to place my fabrics in a few moments, ready for me to actually do the next stage of applique. And the machine will stop each time. So it's stopped. I'm just going to tilt the machine forward slightly, and hopefully, can you see the letter S that it's stitched out? Okay, so that is showing me where I need to put my fabric. So all I need to do, and I've got some very nice William Morris fabric that we've got coming up a little bit later on. So I'm just going to have a little look. I'm probably being over generous with the amount that I'm placing on there, but when you're at home, you can obviously accommodate for that. And then all I'm going to do is I'm going to take that fabric and I'm just going to slide it. If I need to raise the foot, I can do, but I just need to make sure that I'm covering that letter S and I can't see it. So I can't see it now. If there's any particular area of the fabric that you really want to be as part of your design, just kind of position it to make sure that it's in the right position. But I'm not going to be over precious with that. Just make sure that that fabric's sitting nice and flat, and then you press go again. So, I've got to put OK on there. Yeah, sometimes you have to press OK, sometimes you don't. So now what it's doing, it knows there's a stop there for a reason, and the stop was so as I could put the fabric in place. Again, it's asking me, are there any threads that I want to snip away? Incidentally, if that irritates you, you can take it off in the settings, but I've left it in there just so as it reminds me to tell you about it. So that is now stitching down the letter S, okay? So it's going over the top of the stitches that we looked at just a few moments ago. You could actually hold that down with a couple of pins if you wanted to, but it's sitting quite flat, so I'm happy with that. Just be careful, because obviously if you're putting something like Bonder Web on the back and you're pressing it in place, then you're going to press the whole of the square of fabric in there. But what it's doing is putting down a double edge stitch, so it's now securing that thread of that fabric, so as when I actually take it off the machine, it will do its satin stitch on top of that to do that applique. So that's stopped. So now I'm just going to move the machine so as I can get the hoop to the right position. So it's put the stop command in there, so it wants me to do something. So I'm going to say OK. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move that to what is called, there's two ways we can do this. We can either move it to the trim position, which means that it will move the machine to where I can actually access those stitches, or I can take it to the park position, which I can actually take the hoop off altogether if I wanted to. So I'm going to do that, take the hoop off, and then I'm going to show you on the overhead camera at the next stage. So I'm going to get my little snips. I could use something like applique scissors to take away the bulk of the fabric if I wanted to, but all I'm going to do is use my little snips there to snip around and get right in there. Now, if I was at home, I would take a lot of time, and I'm just cutting away the threads just outside of the stitch line, because we're going to have some securing stitches that are going to go in place. But I'm quite mindful of the time, and I want to do a little bit of a review of this before we actually move on to those gorgeous fabrics. So I'm just going to snip through. These little snips mean you can get into those little landlocked areas that sometimes your applique scissors can't get into. And I'm just taking care to make sure that I'm not snipping through the fabric that's underneath as well. And because I've got that curvature on there, I don't have to worry too much about that at all. So let's get that in there like so. And then I should have chosen a nice easy letter, shouldn't I? I think I've got the curviest of all letters, haven't I, here? But at least it shows I can get into the nitty-gritty. So all the way around there. Be careful that you don't dislodge the fabrics, you're not pulling at the fabrics, because when we put it back onto the machine, we don't want it to stitch somewhere where it doesn't need to stitch. So there we go. So I've got a rough outline there, a little bit of fabric, but don't worry too much about that. So now I'm going to put it back onto the machine. And we're going to get ready for the next stage. So again, just be careful that you don't move that, that locator. You just push it in and it's exactly where it needs to be. And then we'll put OK, because we're going to go back to the current stitch. So the current stitch is on your screen. You're just going to go up and press OK. So you can see I've just moved it up that menu. Click on OK, and then we are ready to go. Oh, it's asking me to take, probably because I've got to take it off. There we go. It's going to get into the current position, and then we're going to put it back in place. There we go. Just follow the instructions that it gives you on the screen, and then press go. Again, I need to lower the presser foot so as it can do its thing, and then off it goes again. So now what it's going to do is secure those stitches again, giving me the chance to cut away any loose threads that are there, and off it goes. Now it's going to merrily carry on with that for a little while, so I'm going to leave it stitching like so. And on the overhead camera, I'm going to show you some of the features of this machine. So, mention the USB stick. So the USB stick obviously has got all of the different designs that you've got in here. So you can literally find those designs, very easy, you can locate them. And in the software that we looked at, if you put the USB stick in there, you can add detail. So I could have added little leaves to the design that we were making. Any of the designs that you put onto your computer, you can add to. There need to be embroidery designs to start with, but then that's away you go. You're having fun with that. So that is the first thing. Now, one of the things that is so key about this machine is when you are stitching a lot of embroidery machines in the same price bracket, you are looking at that being your maximum stitch out area, which is about 4 inches. With this machine, that green area that you've got there, the lighter green area, is the actual stitch out area that you've got on this machine. Because you've got that big hoop, and that big hoop will allow you to accommodate your fabrics in a big way. So the shirt that I've got on, I've got designs on my shirt. So this is one of the inbuilt designs. All I've done is put the shirt front into the hoop there and stitched out on it. The pocket, I unpicked the pocket, I put it onto the stabiliser and then stitched directly onto the pocket, then put it back onto the garment. But you've also got projects that you can do in the hoop. So this is a design that you could be doing within the hoop, even adding in the seam there, the zip, should I say. You can have designs that you've bought elsewhere. So these might be a design that you've bought as a download from somewhere. It might be that you're changing from another brand of a machine to this particular one, and you've got designs that you want to put onto that USB stick, then you can do. This again is one of those inbuilt designs, so you've got projects that you could be creating. This has been turned into a doorstop. We've got some beams in there, so that is something that you're going to be able to actually use with that. And of course, besides an embroidery machine, it is a comprehensive sewing machine with loads and loads of fabulous stitches that you could be stitching out. Now don't worry, you are not on your own. You will have your guide, and your guide will have all the information you could need. This is all in English, giving you all of the different features and explanations, even if you are brand new to embroidery, how to hoop up your fabric. But I will go on to my Hayley West TV Facebook page, and I will actually share all of the little videos that relate to this, so you're not left on your own. And you've only got to ask me. Just message me through social media and I'll answer those questions if I can help you with, and I'll also find the answers if I can't. It's 5-year warranty on this one. And something that everything that was spoken of, including the software, you get as standard. But we've got a fabulous price on this one. We've got your 5-way split, which you wouldn't get anywhere else. And don't forget, you are getting your threads. Now these threads are incredible, because what you've actually got is Madeira threads that you are going to be able to open up those cherry wood drawers and find all of these fabulous threads. Now they are polyester threads. I'm actually embroidering with one of them. I don't know if it's the exact, I don't think we've got the colour in here, but those threads look absolutely amazing in that little drawer. You would usually be paying up to £150 for that. And now that we've got that angle, when you do use these, if you do find yourself using them, you've actually got the code number there, so you can replace that particular spool if you're wanting to. So yeah, there's loads you can do. So if you find yourself using those a lot. Now, our machine has stopped, and that's because it stopped its applique. I would go back in and neaten that up at a later stage, but I'm just going to continue with that design so as we can stitch out the whole word sew. And as I said, I am going to give this to somebody who's placing their order for their machine today. So yeah, if you've already ordered your machine, I'll make this up into a little pouch and we'll include it with your machine, or take advantage of it whenever you like, but it's just those orders that are going through today because I can keep a track of those. But yeah, ignore all the little traces of fabric, and I would go in with my snips and neaten up, but you can see it's done that satin edge. I could make that satin edge more bold if I wanted to, but now it's stitching out that brickwork letter that we spoke of earlier on. Putting down the foundation stitch, because obviously there's a lot of stitches, there's a lot of stitch density there. It needs to have the foundation there for it to actually stitch out and not pucker up to give you the best results. So that is the key thing. So I think when we talk about the features of this machine, it's one of those key things. The combination that you've got of the machine, the sewing machine, the software and the size of this hoop as well. It's a phenomenal bundle as well. And this is, I mean, we've been using it predominantly in its embroidery sense because, to be fair, that's, I think, the way that many of you would be utilising this. You're thinking about an embroidery machine, which is why you're going for this particular machine. But of course, the beauty is you can use it for your sewing as well. I'm just keeping an eye on my thread. I'm playing a bit of thread roulette at the moment, and I'm not going to win this one, I can tell. We're getting down to the last bits of the thread. But I can change the thread over, that's not a problem. I've got another spool in a moment. But I mean, this could be a case of that you've got a machine that's not too good. We're getting on to the brickwork now, so the machine has slowed down because it will accommodate for what it needs to do. You'll probably see some of that actual brickwork coming through in a few moments, so the density of stitches is going to be there. So yeah, I mean, this is one of those machines that Husqvarna Viking, I know people that have got machines that they've had for decades, 50 years, 60 years, 70 years. They are machines that you can rely on. They are pioneers within the sewing machine industry as well, so they come up with lots of different features. Things like the sewing advisor that's inbuilt on this machine that are features that they have developed and they've incorporated because it's what we need. So the sewing advisor will help you get all the right settings, whatever type of fabric you are working with. But ultimately, if you're using this just for your embroidery and the capabilities that you've got within that software, because don't forget, I don't know if we can bring the software up. Oh, hang on a minute, I've got my laptop. This design that it is stitching out was something that I actually designed on the software earlier on. So we're seeing the results of it stitching out. That is what I created earlier on. So there you go. It's now stitching out what I made. That didn't exist an hour ago. That is something that I made, I created, so it's my own design, and that's the beauty. I mean, this is stitching out. Now, when it actually gets to the point that the thread has run out, it will stop. It will allow me to change that thread should I want to continue. But I'm going to let it carry on just for a few moments, and I'm going to actually take it off the machine so you can see what it's done so far. And that's the key thing. You need to know that it's going to stitch out those beautiful stitches, not only on the front, but also on the underside, because ultimately that is where the telltale sign is as well. So, right. I'll let it stop in just a few moments. So let me just press stop. And if you want to stop at any time, you've got your little stop button here. So you just press on that and that will stop it, like so. I'm going to take the hoop off. I'm going to cut my little threads there. I'm going to take the hoop off because I want to show you that brickwork. Because this is the key thing. Now, obviously, when we're actually working with this, I would go back in with my snips. So I would go in and I would take away these fluffy bits, which are really irritating me. But I can literally snip those away. So there you go. Ignore that. We'd tidy that up. But you can see here we've got the applique. I would snip away those bits that we've got there. But have a look. That is the brickwork. That is the brickwork that we were talking about. And that's the key thing. I created that as a fill for that letter E that we made as well, using the font that we've got on the computer. And I turned the angle as well. It could have been straight across if I wanted to. But it's so many different possibilities. That is the key thing. And as I say, we haven't got as long to chat about this machine as I would like to. There's other things we need to tell you. But please rest assured, if you're investing in this machine, you are investing in a machine that you're going to be using for many, many years to come. I know there's lots of people that have taken advantage of this, so thank you. We started off with a lot more machines than we have left. And bear in mind, this is a machine that you might not be able to see again this side of Christmas. Now, if you're wanting to get hold of this, we have 4 opportunities left. They are ready to go. So they will be sent on their way to you for, can you believe, £3.95 you post and packing. They'll be sent to your home. You'll be able to put it all together. Maybe it's a Christmas gift and you want to wait. Oh my goodness, I admire your self-control if that's what you're going to do. But once you open it up, you have got a machine that not only has a comprehensive range of sewing stitches in there, it also has the capability of stitching out in the hoop designs like this that are included within the design that you could go on and actually put onto clothing. I mean, if you consider the size of that hoop, that would fit very easily across the back of a denim jacket, wouldn't it? So you could create a design or a dressing gown or tote bags. Personalisation is key. But that area that you have got is way bigger than the standard area you would possibly be finding in a sewing machine in this price bracket. Rather than that 4-inch area that we've got there, but then you have got that 200 140 by 150 area that you've got. Now we are going to be saying goodbye to you for a little while. We're going to be looking at some William Morris fabrics, but I will warn you that we have got more people with this in their baskets than we have available. We only have 4. In fact, we've got 3 times as many in baskets as we have available, so it's going to be fastest finger first. And I know you will be waiting to the end of the show because it's one of those things. It's not just a snap decision. It's one of those things that you're looking at. Will I make the most of it? Yes, you will, because it's a sewing machine as well as embroidery. Will I have the support? Yes, you've got me. I am here at Sewing Street. I'm not going anywhere. I'm on social media, so I can help you. But also Husqvarna Viking, they have got the support in the UK to help you as well, so you're not left in your own. What about looking after you? Well, it's a 5-year warranty, so you know that you've got that support and that confidence within a machine for 5 years. And are you going to be able to grow with this? Well, you will, because you've got the software which will enable you to start creating your own embroidery designs. Now, it's not a digitising software, so if you want to do things like logos, then and I do this myself, I've got the all bells and whistles software at home, but digitising is such a difficult thing to get into. I find it easier, and if you need any help with this, just shout, to actually get somebody who knows their stuff about digitising. Pay them 20 quid, they will create the design for you. It's your design to replicate, and you do the fun bit. You just stitch it out. Don't give yourself a headache of being kind of making all of those different features. So that is the Jade 35. I love it. I mean, my passion hopefully has come across with this one. I've loved it from the moment I got involved with it way back. And it's continued to be one of my favourite machines. And it's a machine you can have confidence in. I think that's the key thing. So I'm going to leave those details with you. We're going to have a short break. Thank you to everybody that's checking out your baskets. I know that they're going through now because I'm hearing it in my ears. So I'm going to say goodbye to you for the next few moments. We're going to come back with some beautiful William Morris fabrics. And yeah, I'll see you the other side of this.
Hello, I'm Catherine Wright from Leicestershire Craft Centre based in Market Harborough. I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street family. I've been sewing since the age of 7 when my mum taught me to sew. I particularly enjoy dressmaking, and all through my childhood I made my own clothes, including dancing costumes and my prom dresses. But I also enjoy patchwork and bag making and hand stitching and embroidery and really anything textile based. The thing I particularly love about fabric and textiles and stitching is that there is always something new to try. There's always a new technique or a new skill to learn, and I really enjoy doing that. My top tip for new sewers is to be friends with your iron. Your sewing always looks better when it's been pressed, and it's not like ironing your own clothes. It's much better than that. And also to build your skills up step by step. Don't launch in with the wedding dress first off. You know, start with a simple dress and build your skills up, and then you'll see good results right from the start and feel enthusiastic and carry on sewing. So really, just have a go, have fun. It's all about having fun and enjoying it. So happy sewing.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Hello there and welcome back. Well, that was a whistle-stop hour, wasn't it? But we're going to get all calm and surreal in this hour because we are talking William Morris fabrics, and it's brilliant because we've got loads of different ways for you to get involved. I'll be introducing you to a fabulous bundle in just a few moments, but we've also got things like your silk finish with these, your satin finish with these. We've got your velvet finish. We've even got some fabulous products that are going to be perfect as Christmas gift for William Morris fans as well. But we don't have huge quantities, and we've only got half an hour because we got involved with that Jade 35, so sorry about that. Sorry, not sorry. Now, I have to tell you that this bundle that we've got here is the last opportunity to get hold of this bundle. So we're looking, we're in the realms of single figures almost with this one. So yeah, just to warn you on this one. So this is a lovely bundle. So all of these gorgeous fabrics are going to be coming to you if you're shopping for this. In fact, I'll turn them over because I don't want you to see, well, you can see the different labels on there, but it just makes it spoils my look. Spoils how pretty it looks on the screen. So all of these are coming to you. Classic William Morris. And it's from the Buttermere collection, which is beautiful, absolutely gorgeous. You've got those classic tones. You've got mixtures of those mustard tones, the bright terracottas in there, but also you've got things like your blue in there. I love that one there with that just kind of almost like a two-tone design, isn't it? Absolutely beautiful. But obviously you've got the complexity of the William Morris designs there as well. So all of these coming to you. Now you've got 1/2 meters of each of these and the price on your screen as if you're only paying for 3.5 of them. So that is the beauty of this. And they're big size pieces with these. So shall I hold one up to show you? So this one, this one, you can see there you've got obviously the authenticity with, you've got the on the selvage. I couldn't think what the phrase was for a minute then. Just popped out my head. So your selvage. Do keep these because if you're making things and you are utilising your William Morris fabrics, then you could actually be using that as your authenticity if you wanted to. So this one is called Bellflowers. I'm going to hold this one up so you can see the piece that you've got. Now, they are pre-cut bundles, so if you do go for multiples, they will already be cut. So do bear that in mind, but we have got some cut from the roll coming up in a little while. Now, I will warn you, we're down to single figures with these. Absolutely beautiful. The quality is fabulous, isn't it? We love our William Morris fabrics. And this one is a beautiful one. A lovely bundle. Really nice bundle. So you've got 4 meters in total. You're only paying for 3.5 meters. But it's just a nice little bundle. Now, it's the only 100% cotton bundle that we've got on the show. So if that is in William Morris print today in this show, obviously there's others on the website, but as a bundle, that's all we've got. We have got quilt kits that have got 100% cotton in, but if you're shopping for a bundle, then this is the only one that we've got to share with you as well. So absolutely beautiful, as you can see, absolutely gorgeous throughout. And quite often you can kind of eke out the use of a bundle by adding in your plains. And we have got some William Morris plains that are going to eke them out. In fact, I'm going to go for, is that the Buttermere plains? Oh, okay, right. Might be the one at the front there. Yeah, to be honest, almost any of these. Now, I'm going to hold on to these just for a minute, just to show why you should be adding these in, because when we're looking at these fabrics, so you've got your yellow. Now, your yellow is featuring within that little flower print that we've got. Sorry, moving across there. The little flower print that you've got there, it's also within this lovely kind of sage tone that you've got there. That lovely green, it looks quite a bright green, but when you actually team it up with some of these classic sage greens, it complements them beautifully. That gorgeous blue, that is going to work alongside that one, as is the light blue because it's complementing it as well. So it's a really nice bundle. So the details on your screen now offer this complementary bundle. Now this is giving you the ability to get the same weight of fabric that we've just been looking at, but getting it as a complementary bundle to extend the usability of any of your William Morris fabrics. So £15.95. You've got 2.5 meters, which I think is phenomenal. William Morris fabrics to be paying £15.95, you'd probably be looking, even if you were looking at £12.99 for 1 metre. So that works out to what? £3.19. Wow. And the quality is beautiful. I've not seen these before, I have to say, but the quality is amazing. There's no light coming through that at all, so you can see the quality of that, and it's just a beautiful fabric. Absolutely gorgeous. So if you do like your solid colours, then yeah, I'd definitely go for these. That is that particular bundle, but we have got a few others as well, so I might take you through some of those. See, this next one I think would work well again. And this has got a lovely one. Now, I don't know if this is from Buttermere. I'm not sure. So, now we've chosen this one. This is one that we've kind of put together ourselves. So, top marks for whoever did that. But can I just say, Ben, you got the perfect colouring for that last bundle as well in this one. So I suppose it just depends, doesn't it? Depends on which one you're wanting to go for. You've got more of that classic green in this one, and of course the dusky pink we regularly see. And we've also got that gorgeous, almost like a deep teal. That lovely pale blue, which kind of borders on the edge of a grey blue, I suppose you could say, with that one, which is lovely. Duck egg blue is probably a good description. The lovely dove grey in there, I mean, that is gorgeous. And that lovely kind of creamy oatmeal tone. Beautiful bundle. Again, it's the quality that you've got with the William Morris planes that is the key thing. So this one put together with a Granada. Is that how you say Granada? Granada. I'm not sure, but excuse me on my pronunciation if I got it wrong. But 3.5 metres, £22.53, which is beautiful. So that is that bundle. So that is a lovely one. But we've got another little one to share with you as well. And this is a lovely one because, again, this works well with the one that we've just looked at, the patterned one. So you've got classic terracotta in there, as you can see. Beautiful. Gorgeous, almost emerald green within this one. And I do apologise if this is a bit of a whistle-stop tour, but we have spent a bit of time on the Jade 35 because it needed a lot of time. And, yeah, it means we've only got half an hour and we've only got about 20 minutes, so, yeah. Beautiful. Again, these are going to complement that bundle that we've just looked at. It doesn't matter which of those you go for, to be honest. I think I like this one. See, each time I look at them, I just like this one better than I like the last one. But yeah, it's a difficult choice, guys. But what you do know is you've got a brilliant value for money. This one's got 4 metres in there, £26.53. Obviously a half metre of each one of these, so giving you incredible value for money. I think we were looking at, was it £3.19 in the last bundle? I don't know how it works out with this particular one, but you're getting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. £3.31 per half metre, so yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. I mean, you don't have to use it with your William Morris. Don't have to, do you? You can use it. I mean, they're very on-trend colours, aren't they? I mean, those blues, they're going to complement many other fabrics. You might have things like your, I don't know, Liberty prints that you might want to use these to support, because from that era, it's a very classic kind of range of colours, isn't it? So absolutely brilliant, whichever way you use them, to be fair. But rest assured in the knowledge that you've got quality. I'm going to hold the lightest one up because this is where I want to try and show you, because this is important to me as a sewer. The fabric itself, now if I was to hold up a lesser quality fabric, you would be able to see me through that easily. You can't see me, I'm still here. But also as well, you can't see, I mean, the strong colours that we've got of the screen behind me, I've got a dark shirt on. If anything was going to show through, you would see that very, very easily with a lesser quality of fabric. But no, not with your William Morris. You know that you've got that gorgeous, gorgeous value for money, not only as the quality as well. Sometimes when we look at the value for money, we think that it's a lesser quality fabric, but not here at Sewing Street. It's our buying power. That's the beauty of it. So, nice bundle if you like the look of that. Again, good value, or good amount of fabric, should I say. 4 metres. Might be that you're using that to create quite a blocky quilt, which you could do very easily. So, like that one a lot. Where should we go next? Oh, the velvet. Have you seen the velvet yet? Oh, it's beautiful. Now, where is it? It's at the front, I think. Oh. See, when you first look at it, you don't know that it's velvet. But, oh my goodness, you can kind of see there's a bit of a sheen to it. Now, have we got these as individuals? Right, okay, classic. We have got this one, incidentally, we have got this one also as your, is that the faux silk one that we've got there? Oh, we've got it in the viscose as well. So that's your faux silk, that is your viscose, and that is your, that is brilliant. We're doing all different styles. Oh, I like it. Now, these are all cut from the bolt, so you can order your individual. So let's look at them as individual. So this one has got that light tone to it, which is beautiful. I mean, classic. £7.99 for a half metre. Now, dare I say, as soon as I start thinking about velvet, I start thinking about cushions. And a William Morris cushion cover You could at least make one front and back. I probably wouldn't because I'm stingy. I just use my William Morris on the front. But you've got 1/2 metre there. So if we consider, let's have a look, that's going to be your 1/2 metre. So that would be your cushion cover potentially. Let's just bunch that up underneath. There you go, to give you an idea. So that's potentially, that is a big cushion cover. I know it's kind of all lumpy bumpy. But you have got the ability to do 3 cushion fronts of that size. Now, I bet if you go out and you do your research, if you are looking for a William Morris cushion cover, if you could find one, you're probably talking between £35 and £40, already made up easily. But it could be that you have to actually order it to be made. So then you're looking in your realms of your 45 to 50s, aren't you, really? Even for a simple cushion. But you could be making 3 cushion fronts for £7.99, because I think it's 150, is it 150 wide, this one, Ben? Am I right in thinking that? So you've got 3 of those 50 centimetre cuts in there. So it could be 1.5 cushions, because obviously if you do in front and back, then you're going to use 2 pieces. That 3rd piece you would use again. But if it was a case of that you were going for a full metre, so increasing your quantities, that's actually 3 complete cushion covers for £15.99, there or thereabouts. It's worth thinking about, isn't it? And that's across all of the different velvets. So that one is your even load, which is beautiful, that lovely light tone. So I'm going to move that one to one side. Might be that you want something with a smaller print. Well, I can help you with that one. So this one is a lovely one. Small repeat, so if you are creating things that have got a smaller finish to them, this one is beautiful. So this one is your Clover Mural. Not Muriel, although she's lovely. So yeah, beautiful small print. So again, if you are just wanting to utilise this, maybe you've got a plain velvet and you're wanting to use that as a feature, as a bias on the edge, or an applique piece in the centre of a dark navy or something. We have got velvets as well. It's beautiful. And to be honest, I mean, this could be, well, it depends what size you're making it, really, I suppose, and the quantity that you need. Could be a little skirt that you're making. You could go for increased quantities of these and make it into a jacket. It could be that this is featuring as a panel or on a sleeve or something like that. You don't have to use it as a garment in its entirety, but it's entirely up to you how you use it. Okay, I don't know how much light would come through a lampshade cover, but you could try it. If you want a dimly lit room, potentially. Another one that we've got for you here is beautiful. It's got that gorgeous kind of mustard tone in here as well. So this one's a nice one. This one's actually got that kind of like a beautiful deep tone in there, that claret tone in this one as well. So this is a really, really nice one. Again, it's a classic look, isn't it? William Morris fabrics. I mean, you just spot it a mile off, can't you? Absolutely beautiful. And that one is your golden lily, and you can see there those lilies coming through all across. So brilliant. Again, 3 cushion fronts, very affordably at £7.99. Increase your quantity to double the quantity, and you could make 3 complete cushion covers very easily utilising that one. But I think this is the one that we love most, isn't it? This is your classic. Then I introduced this as Strawberry Thief, which it is. I mean, it's kind of probably the most famous of his designs, isn't it? For some reason, I said they look like raspberries last time I was on air, which of course they're not, the strawberries. But it could be a Raspberry Thief. Beautiful design, absolutely gorgeous. Again, making your cushion covers from this. Can you imagine making 3 beautiful cushions utilising it? I'm tempted to get this one ourselves, but do you know what? I know that our sofa, the dogs jump all over it, and I think it broke my heart to see them jumping on the top of a William Morris cushion, so there we go. But I might still go for it because it's gorgeous. £7.99, ½ metre, cut from the bolt. So if you're wanting to go for more than that, you can do. But, I mean, that would be beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So what was that? A fabric named after our Levi, did you say? The Pain au Chocolat thief. I love it. Oh, dear. That is brilliant. See, I would be a macaroon thief. That is I do like a little cheeky macaroon. Or is it a macro? I always get mixed up with the kind of pronunciation. But there you go, your Strawberry Thief. Beautiful. I love these. That's the conversation we're having in my ear now. What would I be? You'd be a calico thief, would you, Ben? Calorie free though, isn't it? So you're all right. Now, I'm talking about those gorgeous prints. I mentioned about the different ways that we've got hold that you can get hold of these. So many of these are also available as your faux silks. So this could be a garment that you're making. This is where you would need to increase those quantities, unless you're making something as simple as a fabulous scarf. I mean, you could do an infinity scarf with this, couldn't you, if you wanted to, and it'd make a fabulous gift. I mean, can you imagine a faux silk scarf in William Morris fabric for £5.49? If you make some of those up and actually give them to your friends and relatives, they'll think that you spent way more than that on a Christmas gift. Of course, the beauty is a polyester, so of course you can throw it into the washing machine. You don't have to worry about some of the things that you might have to worry about if you're working with silk. But it would just make an absolutely beautiful scarf for somebody, wouldn't it? Gorgeous. Now, we've got a variety of different ways you can get hold of this one, kind of different designs. So again, some of the ones that we looked at a few moments ago. Oh no, that one looks like it's no, that one's what was it? Was it the polymer? The clover mural. That's the silk one. I'd got it into a different pile. So there you go. So that's the silk one. So that is beautiful. Again, if you like the look of that one. If you want to look at it in a larger scope, then obviously you can do. And again, it's another one that would make a nice scarf. I mean, the colours in this one. I mean, you could wear, or a cravat. What about, Ben, you could rock a cravat, couldn't you? Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? You could have a little cravat. You could have almost a little bit tucked in your top pocket of your jacket. Or maybe, I mean, we're getting into party season. Could be a little dicky bow you could be making with this. On elastic or tie it, I don't know. Oh, Levi in a pair of silk trousers with his pan of chocolate. Now there's a vision, isn't it? At least you could kind of, he'd be all slippery and slidey, wouldn't he, with those on? Beautiful. I mean, look at that as a scarf. Absolutely beautiful. £5.49. It's gorgeous. So that's that particular one. Oh, classic. Navy. I mean, a navy blazer. Navy blazer with a little scarf. Again, if you're at work and you find yourself sitting underneath that, the air conditioning, which is always the case, isn't it? You're either freezing or roasting, one or the other. But this is beautiful. So again, a classic look. Classic look. You've got that gorgeous, almost like denim blue. Behind that, you've got your navy. So if you're wearing it as alongside a navy jacket or a navy dress. But look at this. I mean, the drape that you've got from this, if you're making a dress from it as well, beautiful. £5.49. The optimum amount of fabric that I tend to find when I'm speaking to sewers, if they're looking at making garments, is 3 metres. So you could go for 3 metres. Make yourself a William Morris dress. Oh, beautiful. Or maybe use this as a lining. Oh, you could potentially use this as a lampshade cover. Yes, you could do. Ben just wants a William Morris lampshade. Beautiful. So that one's a gorgeous one as well. Back to the strawberry thief again. Classic, classic, classic as well. So this is beautiful. Beautiful. Absolutely gorgeous. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely. Again, the drape that you've got, beautiful. Making that into a scarf again. I mean, beautiful. An infinity scarf with that. Oh, classic look. You look like you should be shopping in Kensington, shouldn't you? But then you've paid £5.49 for your scarf. How amazing is that? I mean, you've got those big posh shops, I mean, things like Liberties and places like that, where if you were to go and buy a metre of this, or half metre of this and make a scarf, I'm sure you'd be paying a lot more than we're bringing it to you here. But equally so, if you went to buy a scarf that is a William Morris scarf, can you imagine? And infinity scarves are so easy to put together. Love it. So there you go. That one is your strawberry thief. And then the last one that we've got with you, which is, now this one's the lilies, but I forgot, the golden lilies. That's it. I couldn't remember what colour we were calling it. So there you go. Golden lilies. It's beautiful. And the sheen, did you notice the sheen as I was showing you that as well? Look at that. Oops. Got the little sticker there sticking to everything. Isn't that gorgeous? I mean, look at that. Can you imagine that as a garment? Oh, or a scarf. Isn't that beautiful? Absolutely gorgeous. So there you go. Again, £5.49. I don't know how we manage it. I really don't know. Really don't know. Going for the other extreme as well, we have got your kind of upholstery fabrics as well. So if you are looking at upholstering footstools, we've got your tapestry fabrics. I mean, these are fabulous if you wanted to make your bags as well. I always think of Mary Poppins when I see bags that are made with these. So this one, Snakehead Deluxe, this particular one, £7.99, ½ metre again, really weighty. Really, really weighty, that one. Perfect for making those gorgeous bags, tote bags and things like that. So that's that one. This is a nice one as well. If you like the simplicity of colour with William Morris, because sometimes there's a lot going on with the fabrics, isn't there? With this one, you can see the willow bough is giving you those beautiful, beautiful contrast there between those gorgeous leaves there and the stalks. So all of the fabrics, I think that we've covered all of the fabrics in their entirety. We've got loads to share with you as well. Obviously, I was chatting with you a little bit earlier with regards to the Jade 35. So, yeah, the Jade 35, just to give you an update on this one, it's been a popular one. Lots of you have gone on and checked your baskets out in the break and obviously during this show. We may touch on it again a little bit later on, but, yeah, there's only 3 left. Only 3 left, and we've still got 14 people with them in baskets, so you're probably doing your own research, which is fair enough, totally get that. But I will be back talking tools at 11 o'clock, so if you've got any questions relating to it, get them into me at that stage and I will be able to chat to you about that machine. Some of the other things that you might want to check out, I'm just very, very quickly going to mention these, because if you're Christmas shopping for a William Morris fan, these are things that we've got. We're not going to bring all the details up, but we've got loads and loads of fabulous things you could be shopping for. So £17.99 for your teapot. You've got little manicure sets that you could be getting hold of. Fabulous little kind of pencil sets as well. So if you've got a William Morris fan, then why not treat them to a teapot like that one there, just £7.99. That's brilliant. I love it. Right, I'm going to see you after the break. Lovely Nicola is going to be here launching her brand new bag patterns and kits, and I can't wait to share them with you. So I'll see you the other side of this.
Hello everyone, I'm Delphine Brooks. I've been part of the Sewing Street family now for over a year, and it's been the most incredible journey so far. Some of you may already know that I like all things sewing, anything from quilting to toy making, needle felting, and of course applique, which is my favourite. The best thing about being part of the show is being able to share with you my imagination and bringing you new ideas and new designs and patterns, and seeing how you interpret those designs and make your own work, and then sharing your images of those is the most rewarding part for me. I'm currently working on lots of new ideas and exciting projects that I cannot wait to bring to the show and share with you all. But in the meantime, take care everyone and happy sewing.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 AM till 1 PM, and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
We're proud to have some of the most skilled and experienced experts in the industry. They're brought to you here every day on Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. Head on over to www.sewingstreet.com, scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. Never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Hello there and welcome back. Welcome to an hour that I cannot wait, because I love it when we have launches, when we bring you something new, and I know you are going to love what we are bringing to you in this hour. And I am sure that you will recognise our guests that we're going to be sharing with you during this hour as well. Been busy getting herself ready, all sorted, Nicola?
I think so, yeah.
Oh, I love it. You recognise Nicola. There she is. And you have made the most amazing bag that you're sharing with us. So the bag that you've got, do you want to tell us a little bit about the bag that you've got before I show everybody what they've got within their kits?
Yes, absolutely. So I'm launching today my very own patterns. So on this hour, I'm introducing you to the Charlotte bag.
Lovely.
And the Charlotte bag, let me just untangle it.
Wonderful.
Is, thank you, a quilted bag that's in 2 different colours. Well, we've got 3 different colourways. I'm going to demo on the 3rd colourway today. So it's called the Charlotte bag because
I love the style of it. I love that peak that you've got in the middle.
Thank you. I wanted to create a bit of drama within the contrast of fabrics.
Perfect. And also on the inside, I love when you were talking about around this earlier on, because we've got 2 shows today with Nicola as well, and later on we'll be chatting more, but you've got the little kind of purses that you've created to go inside.
Exactly. Inside we've got 2 little clips. So first of all, we've got the essential purse, which is a little coin purse that's also got card holder space inside.
Yeah.
So this can clip in, but the idea is anything that clips in and out can clip in and out of any of the bags that I'm going to be producing. There's more in the pipeline.
I love it.
And we've got a little
Oh, for your
key
key
fob.
fobs.
So just a little key fob as well. So
Nice.
that will also clip inside.
So all those things drop to the bottom of your bag and you can never find them, can you? But being on those little links means straight away you can get to them. I love it.
And I think that's why I wanted to create something that was so easy to get to, because I'm so busy.
Yes.
I feel that I'm always rummaging around, trying to find things, my handbags are just such a mess, and I wanted
And you get that moment, don't you, when you can't find your car keys, and before you have a chance to think, right, calm down, it's like, I've lost my keys, I've lost my keys, I've lost my keys. And they're not, they are there. But knowing that they're attached to that little clip, you're going to find them instantly. Nicola, I'm going to come across and see you in a little while.
Yep.
But I'm going to show everybody how these kits come to you. So they are beautifully packaged. Got two here that are ready for you, and they've each got a different option. So it's the same item number that you're using on the screen. You will just go and look for the different variation. So let me explain to you how you can shop for these to start with. So on the website, you will find the item and you'll see there's a drop-down box. So you choose your berry red, you choose your copper, or you choose your multicolour, dependent on the finish that you want. And that's exactly what I've got here. So you've got that gorgeous berry, which is that lovely kind of like a faux leather look. I love that. It's almost like a metallic finish. You'll see you're going to get everything in there, which I'll explain to you in a little while as well. But everything from your little clips in there, you're going to get your cord, your magnetic clasps, your D-rings. Everything is in that bundle there, so you don't have to worry. Beautifully packaged, which I'll show you in just a few moments. The next version that we've got here is that gorgeous copper, as you can see here, with again that fabulous quality fabric. The lining, you've also got your bosal in there as well, so you can see all of that included. Again, all of your clasps, everything that you need, but all beautifully put together to complement the fabrics that you've got. But I have to say, this box that I've got here, it'll show you exactly how yours comes to you, and it's beautiful. You open the box up, I mean, that's exciting enough to start with, isn't it? But once you look inside and you've got that beautiful tissue paper there, showing you that a lot of care and thought has gone into this bundle of goodies that's been sent to you. Now, this one is the multicolour. So the multicolour is a little bit different to the others that we've seen. So you're going to get your cord in there. You're going to get that beautiful red alongside your zip, because you're going to need those. All of your magnetic findings and your little D-rings, they're all there. Lovely chrome tone with these ones, which is different to the ones that we've looked at, but they complement the fabrics that you've got. The fabric, absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at that tropical print, which is gorgeous. And then, of course, all of the additional bits and pieces that you need are there. Now, needless to say, they come with your full instructions as well. And that is the key thing. The instructions are going to show you how to put everything together, and the instructions are available by themselves as well. So whichever you go for, £37.99 is going to make your first bag up, but then you've got the pattern for you to go on and add your own fabrics. I have to say, I mean, Nicola, obviously your passion is there in the way that these have been presented. I mean, everybody's going to have such a kind of luxury feel when these arrive.
I hope so. I love handbags. I love luxury handbags, but I also love the idea of offering people something that's a joy to receive, but also everything's there that you need. So I know sometimes when you're making things such as handbags, there's so much hardware and so many bits and bobs to remember.
You've always got the bits, have you?
Yeah, never. And then you've got to find them and know what size. So I like the idea of putting everything together, so everything you need is all in one place.
I love it. And then we're okay to go on and make others using that pattern?
Yes, as long as you quote that the pattern is from is an all set to sew pattern.
So if you're making to sell?
Yes,
perfect.
making to sell,
absolutely. But obviously, I think the thing is that when you find a bag that you like and you've enjoyed making, you go on and make it in all sorts of different styles, don't you? And I love making things out of denim, and I think this would look brilliant in denim as well.
I think it will.
And you know, one of the things that we love to do here at Sewing Street is support people who are starting their own kind of little business, their own little enterprise. And this is a new area because you've demonstrated previously, obviously, but not with your own patterns.
No, this is the first time with my own pattern, so it's a brand new launch today. And it's been, I've really enjoyed the process. As a little girl, I used to sort of make bags up with paper and stick it all together.
Yes.
And I sat there and I thought, God, it's like being a little girl again. Doing all the things I used to love doing. But this time, it's the whole process of putting it together, thinking about how do I explain this. And in the new year, they will have accompanying YouTube videos.
Oh, fabulous.
It's just been a bit busy up until now, so that's my task in the new year, to make sure each pattern has got its own accompanying video to support.
Fabulous. Oh, I look forward to it. We were here at the start of it all. How amazing is that? So once you've decided on which of those patterns, and thank you to everybody that's shopping with us already, as I've mentioned, we've got your fabulous multicolour, you've also got your copper tone, and then you've also got the berry. Now they're all under the same item number, and this is something that's quite new to us here at Sewing Street, so let me explain. Same item number. Get on the website and you will see that you've got that drop down box next to your add to basket button. So you might look at that and think, well, I don't want the copper, I want to go for the multicolour. Well, that's easy, just click on that drop down box and all the others will appear. Of course, if you want to go for multiples, maybe you're shopping for yourself and maybe you've got a friend that you think would love that copper tone, then of course you can add that in. Just go in each time, add to the basket and then check out your basket all in one go. If it's your first order today, then £3.95 will be added to your order, but that post and packing will cover you for the whole day. So when we see Nicola back later on, if you're wanting to add anything else in, then you can do. But of course you can go shopping for all those goodies before we even get to them as well. Now, let me explain to you how you can get hold of the pattern by itself. Now, obviously it's included with all of the different bundles that we've been speaking of, but if you want it just by itself, then you can do. £9.99, you've got all of those fabulous instructions for you to create your fabulous bag. I think this would make a fabulous clutch bag as well, you know.
Yeah, well, the straps are detachable.
Yes.
But you can also omit the tabs.
The little loops.
Yeah, you can leave those off if you like, or you can change your straps around.
Yeah.
It's really up to you.
Nice, I like
how you manage it.
Maybe cross-body bag as well. That's the other way you can play around with it. So, yeah, lots of possibilities. That's the key thing. Once you've got a base bag to start with, then you'll start playing around with it. You'll start mixing up the different colours that you're working with, the different ways that you're putting that gorgeous tape in there. And with this one, you're learning stuff as well because you've got that quilted detail because there's no quilted fabrics in here. You're doing that yourself.
Yeah, you are. Yeah.
I love it. Right, so pattern by itself, £9.99. Brilliant value for money and beautifully packaged. I'm sure you'll agree there as well. So MIL 212 if you fancy getting hold of that one. Or you've got the kits as well. Now, there's one more thing before we get into demonstrations. And this is a little purse that you saw a few moments ago. Now, this is a separate pattern, but we did see it mentioned, obviously, when we were having a little look around the bag. And it's only £7.99. Very, very affordable. And again, such a clever idea with that kind of clip together detail.
Thank you.
I love it. A little coin purse. Well, I say coin purse, it could be whatever you want to pop in there, really, couldn't it? Whatever you like. It could be your emergency chocolate bun or your emergency fiver, as I always have in my bag, just in case, because you never know. Your little key fob there as well. Perfect for your car keys. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of your pattern, £7.99 for your purse and keychain. There you go. Pop that one into your basket as well. Makes sense to go for them both together, to be fair. So, yeah, if you wanted to go for your bag pattern, £9.99, your purse and key fob, £7.99. Now, I'm intrigued. Which kit are you going to be working with?
So I'm going to be working with the faux leather.
Lovely.
So the cotton lawn is obviously a more simple make because it has got, you can just use a standard foot on your sewing machine. So if you're comfortable with sewing, you're not quite ready to use a faux leather, then the cotton lawn is a great option.
Lovely.
However, I'm going to show you how to work with the faux leather and creating the piping around the edge of the flap.
I love that. And that's the copper one, isn't it, that we've got there, that gorgeous
so the demonstration that I'm going to be using is the other colourway, which is
lovely, the berry.
Yeah,
nice.
so we'll be finishing off the berry, which we've started already.
Wonderful. Can't wait. Now, of course, and I'm sure you will be welcoming Nicola. I know lots of you know Nicola previously, but if you've got any questions that you're wanting to ask, any words of encouragement, she's very nervous. They're brand new patterns that she's designed. Then do keep in touch. Do get involved with the show. You know how you can do that. Email, message on the app, message on the website, and I'll pass those messages on. So, what would you like to tell us then, Nicola? Where do we get started?
With the demonstration?
Yeah, go
okay,
for it. Yours.
I will start off, as you can see, on the front of the bag, you've got this detail here, which is piped.
Lovely.
Now, when working with faux leather, it is very, because of the texture of it, it will stick to a standard foot.
Okay.
So I've replaced today the foot with the walking foot.
Okay.
And that helps move the faux leather through the machine. So the feed the feet will take it from the top and the bottom of the fabric and move it through without skipping any stitches.
Lovely.
So I'm going to show you how you can do the piping with that. So
wonderful. And you've got everything that you need in the kit to help, because I noticed the cord in there.
Yeah, you've got the piping cord.
Brilliant.
All the right amount of fabric to cover all the elements.
Perfect.
So we have already, let me just take this chain out.
Lovely.
We've already quilted, so when you're making the bag, you will quilt each panel, each section before you start constructing.
Perfect.
The quilting is 1 inch wide, and we've measured it on the 45-degree angle, and it's a crisscross design.
Lovely.
We've also used the Bosal foam, which is excellent because you can quilt straight into it.
Yes, yeah.
Doesn't, with this faux leather, it doesn't need any more reinforcement. It seems to be just enough. So you don't need to sandwich any more layers of interfacing.
Do you fuse the Bosal to the fabric, or do you leave it loose?
I left it loose.
Yeah, because sometimes with your kind of your faux leather, you don't necessarily want to introduce a lot of heat to it, do you?
No, we clipped around the edges before starting to quilt.
Okay.
So just to hold it in place, start with a central line, and that will create. That will basically lock in where you're going to start sewing.
Stitch 1 inch from there.
And 1 inch from there, and you work your way out. With the faux leather, we draw. I prefer to draw the lines on first.
Okay.
Just to make sure it's absolutely neat. Trying to find a marker that doesn't wipe off as you go.
Oh yeah.
So
that's a good point, because you don't want it to be there forever, but equally so you. Yeah.
So I
use
it's a wipeable fabric pen, but I drew a few lines at a time because as he was going along with the ruler, it was just wiping off. So draw a few lines, sew it, and then go back to it.
Sometimes some sewing machines come with, I always call it like it's like a hockey stick that you can actually put into the back. It's kind of like a little arm with a curve on it, and you can use that for kind of doing your parallel sewing. So you might even have one of those in your kit.
I could do with one of those.
They kind of slot in at the back, go into the back of a walking foot and things like that. So yeah.
So once you've constructed the main, we need to work on the flap. So this is the flap pre-quilted. So as you can see, we've got our diagonal grid pattern.
Wonderful.
We've trimmed the foam within the seam allowance so that it's reducing the bulk. This one's trimmed a little bit too much, so you might not want to trim yours just as much.
Okay.
But it really does help when you turn it through with all the piping. There's so many layers just to reduce.
There's quite a lot, isn't there? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to get my binding.
Lovely. And this will be an education if you've not created binding before of your own, or piping of your own, should I say.
So this is the piping cord. So basically we've left it this strip nice and wide, so we've got lots of room to play with because we can trim it down later. And we're going to literally just fold the piece of faux leather over the piping. Now, normally I would use a piping foot to just secure that in place, but as I've got to use a walking foot because we're going to be sewing directly onto the faux leather, I'm going to just sew as close to the piping as I can.
Zipper foot is another way you can do this.
Yes.
If you've got a machine that will cope with that kind of, it's almost like the friction that you can create with things like faux leather and oilcloth and things like that. If your machine is okay with that, then yeah, you can use the zipper foot to create your piping as well. But the walking foot is really top tip as well. I think we've probably got those on the website if you need one of those.
Not plugged in. Just grab that.
Oh. Yeah, it's one of those things that we forget. We get ourselves all prepared and then, plugging in for the power is the key thing. Incidentally, 3 different designs with these as well. So whichever you're shopping for, you've got everything that you need in there. So you've got, obviously, the berry tone, which is the one, it's over here. So the berry tone is the one that we're going to see in action. So if you wanted to get hold of the berry tone, then you can do. And you've almost got that almost like a metallic finish with that as well. So very, very effective. That one is your berry tone. Got multicolour in the middle there. That is your lawn. So maybe you are a novice sewer or you're not overly confident to get yourselves into the faux leather at the moment, then that would be a good option for you. That gorgeous bold red in there, which is lovely, or the copper tone if you like that metallic look as well. So there you go. 3 options, all under the same item number, and of course all kits come with your pattern, not that one, that one. And you're also going to be able to get hold of that £9.99 by itself if you wanted to. Good to go?
Yes, we're all plugged in. It was just a plug. Wasn't plugged into the wall. Okay, so I'm all set up. I'm going to try and sew as close to the piping cord as I can. But as you can see with the walking foot, it does take it through really nicely. Really simple.
Lovely.
In fact, I love sewing with a walking foot. I feel like there's so
Any
much
tips for anybody? I mean, do we have to think about the size of the stitch or the needle or anything like that?
Actually, yes, to turn up the stitch length just a little bit. I've just turned mine up to 3, and also to have a sharp needle, either a denim needle or one of the sharps, because it
goes through, penetrates it, doesn't it, first? Yeah.
And it prevents any skip stitches.
Yeah, it's a bit of a kind of weightier fabric, isn't it? Similar to things like denim, so the kind of settings that you do with your denim really as well, and it's a good tip opening up that stitch length as well.
Okay.
Now obviously within the pattern it's going to tell you all of the dimensions, so you know how much of the fabric that you need to cut, and also as well the cord.
Yeah, everything will be explained in the instructions.
Do we need to extend the length of the fabric, or have we got enough fabric there to do the full length that's going to kind of create the piping? Do we need to like mitre it and join the strip together?
Oh no, you'll have enough to create the full length, yeah.
That's another thing to think about.
Ooh, going at speed there.
You are, speedy sewing.
Hope I don't go wonky.
Don't mind a bit of speedy sewing, that's okay.
Okay, so I've nearly got to the bottom.
Fabulous. I will just address, we've been getting loads of messages through, without going into the finer details, because I don't understand the finer details. We are having a problem with our transmission at the moment, but it's not us. We're doing everything right here. We're on HD, but it's kind of, you know how when you kind of get to the mains electric beyond the end of your driveway, it's kind of a bit like that. So what's going on out there is causing the issue. Everything that we're working on in here is okay. So our engineers have actually had to go over to the people that we kind of do all the transmission through to try and sort it out, but we're getting there. It's way above my head. I just plug it in and turn it on, but we know, and I just want to acknowledge, because I know lots of you message us, I'm not ignoring you, but I've got no answers, unfortunately, but you can go watch the show at a later stage as well, or watch on the web. I think it's okay on the web. Right.
Okay,
All
so
done.
I've got my length of piping now. Looks like my bobbin stopped halfway through.
Oh, okay.
But it's okay. There's only a little bit at the end.
I
It'll
was
be
playing
fine.
a bit of thread roulette earlier.
Oh, honestly.
It's always the way.
Isn't it? Okay, so most of that has been piped nicely. I think I'll probably have a little bit too much. So we're going to start, as the seam allowance for this is 1.5 centimetres, there's plenty of seam allowance to meet that on the piping. So I'm going to start at the top. I'm going to use clips as I go along. I've got my lining piece, which has already been poppered.
Oh, you put your magnetic clasp on there?
Yes, I've already
and in the instructions, does it mention all about how to put your magnetic
Yes.
clasp and everything in place?
Yeah,
Lovely.
that's fully in there.
And a bit of stabiliser there to reinforce it. Lovely.
Yeah. So we're going to lay this, sandwich it in between, and start with a clip. As I get down to any points that have got to move around a point or a curve, I'm just going to snip into the seam allowance of the piping, and this will just give it some room to move.
Okay. Does it matter whether you attach it to the right side or the wrong side of the flap that you're creating? Does it make any difference?
Yes, it's got to be sandwiched in the wrong side of the flap, so that when you turn it through,
it'll be sitting in the right place.
Yeah.
Lovely. Okie doke. Sometimes it's one of those situations. I always struggle with that kind of three-dimensional, thinking in 3D. And you're thinking, right, okay, I'm laying it here, but when I turn it through, it's got to look this way or
just
look
made
that
me
way.
realise that I had that facing the wrong way.
I wasn't entirely sure.
Yeah, thank you.
I was being as subtle as I could.
You were very subtle, very appreciated.
You're welcome.
I would have got to the end and gone, oh.
If I see it, then I will mention it.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think it's the early start.
It is. I know, it's kind of like whistle stop. I mean, we go live at 8 a.m. and it's like literally...
I don't know how you do it.
You're getting yourself ready as there's another show going on.
Okay, so I've
Doing
just...
brilliantly.
Thank you. I've just made that little snip, so then that really helps that binding to move around that little corner.
Wonderful.
Okay, so as I go round, I'm just laying the...
And what about things like, I mean, you're using quilt clips there. Would you advise quilt clips rather than pins?
Yes, especially because there's so many layers, they're easier to just hold it all together.
Okay.
And especially with the faux leather, because it can make holes. I know it's only in the seam allowance, but
What I'm going to do is, if it's okay with you, I'm going to grab the bags and just show everybody what it is that you're making, just as you get yourself ready to sew. Oh, making all those noises with that chain there. So these are lovely. Now, these are the bags that are being created. And this is Nicola's first pattern of her own. She's been here demonstrating previously, because many of you will recognise her. And what she's working on at the moment is the equivalent of that piping that you can see around that lovely V shape that we've got on the flap. Now, within your kit, you are going to get all of the fabric that you need. So you're going to get that gorgeous faux leather. This one is the copper version, and you've got that lovely kind of burgundy tone that is going to be your lining. You're also going to get all of the things like your magnetic clasps. You're going to get your D-rings. If you're wanting to add in a chain, I'm sure we will have some chains on the website as well, but the chain isn't included within the kit, is it?
it is included.
Oh, is it? Oh, I didn't find it in there. So
yeah, sorry, I think it's we must have forgotten to put them in.
That's
but
all
they
right.
are
Oh, I didn't
included.
want to say that they didn't. So you're getting the chain as well, which is even better, isn't it? So the idea of this bag is that lovely design, as you can see here. May vary a little bit from the chain that we've got here, but you will get a chain in them. Now, what you could be potentially doing is getting hold of that additional pattern that we've got that will allow you to create your little clip-in purse, because we have got that pattern available for you as well, $7.99 if you're wanting to go for that. And within that pattern, it will also give you the ability for you to make your little key fob chain there. And these are all designed to clip in and clip out. So as we see more bags coming from Nikola, which we will, which I'm looking forward to, you will have this ability in there, so you could take your key fob from this bag into a future bag. But we're looking at the Charlotte bag today, where you've got those fabulous little kind of flap details in there, with that wonderful, I love that, it's kind of almost got a very kind of French look to it, I think, with that kind of tapered, classy look. Now, the quilted effect here, that is something that you're going to be learning how to create yourself, because the fabric isn't already quilted. You are going to do that, but you've got everything that you need within your kit to enable you to do so. And you're going to get your full instructions, which means step by step, you'll know exactly what to do. Now, quilt clips are something that are key, and we've got a fabulous pack of 50 for you, $9.99. Ben's a bit rebellious today. I don't know what he's done. I think it's a bit of a thank you to say it's sticking with us. So $6.99. So if you are watching, on the old web, then you can see that we've got a fabulous ease to say thank you for your patience. So $6.99, 50 of those clips in there. And of course, as we touched on the fact of working with faux leather, it's clips you need to use rather than your pins. Then you're going to need those within your stash as well. And that's exactly what Nicola's doing at the moment. She's using her clips to create that fabulous edge where she's adding the piping that she's already created as well. So that is the beauty of this. So yeah, we might get into trouble for that, but we're always in trouble anyway. So does it matter? It doesn't really matter. So yes, if you're wanting to get hold of any of the patterns, just to mention as well, the variations that you've got, obviously that is the copper tone with that gorgeous kind of gold copper look. You've also got your multicolour, which is the one that we've got here. And the one that we are seeing being created at the moment is this lovely berry tone. And that's where we find ourselves at the moment. How are you doing over there, Nicola?
Yes, so it's all put together. I've clipped around the corners, especially this corner at the bottom, because it's quite a deep V. You really just want to make sure that's snipped. Don't go through the stitches, obviously, but it enables you to turn that corner. So that's all good to go. I've just switched machines because this lovely Elna hasn't got a piping foot, but I've got the other Elna with the piping foot.
That's all right.
And as I'm sewing directly onto fabric with the faux leather underneath, I'm able to use just a standard piping foot, which really helps get nice and close.
And you are using a machine that's not your own machine here as well.
I know.
So it's always, you feel like a fish out of water when you're using somebody else's machine.
You really do. Yeah. You do. And you're standing up.
Oh, yeah. I forget, because I've kind of demonstrated exhibitions for many, many years. I forget about demonstrating standing up. But yeah,
do you get used to it? Okay. So I've got my piping foot. I'm just going to position that just underneath. So the piping foot is amazing because, and like you said, you can do it with a zip foot, but it really does help if you can get a piping foot, because it just channels through the
And you can get really close
Yeah.
with that as well. So I suppose at this point it's a good way. You kind of do that check to make sure that the piping is going towards the centre of your project as well, isn't it? Because there's many a time I've done it the opposite way around and done it wrong, but I can see you've got it right there.
Okay, so I'm just going to start off.
Lovely.
Oh,
Is it
And it-
misbehaving, that one?
it really is.
Oh, bless you, bless you. Shall I show you what you're going to get in your kit just while we get that machine sorted out? So it's the berry one that we're looking at, isn't it? So the berry tone, when you get your kit, it doesn't matter which one you go for. They're all under the same item number, and you've got a little drop-down box, and you just choose your option. Now, this one is your berry. Now, within your berry, you are getting a sizable piece of your faux leather in there. So really good size piece. It's got this lovely metallic sheen, as you can see, with regards to this one. So, yeah, if you like the look of this one and you love that metallic feel, then, yeah, this is definitely the one to go for. To complement that, you're going to have that gorgeous piping that you're going to be able to create. Yeah, one of those situations that you kind of create your piping to work with that. Yeah, you've got obviously your strip of fabric in there. So that's the one that we saw Nikola working with to create her piping. And she's included the piping cord as well. So what the situation is, you take your piping, as we saw earlier. I mean, that's a very generous piece that you've got there. You're wrapping that around and then you're stitching along that edge. And that's giving you that incredibly professional finish that is going to sit on the edge of that V flap that you've got there. So that is the key thing. I mean, it's touches like that give it that kind of top-notch look, isn't it? So that is the beauty of that. So that's included in there. You've obviously got your lining to go on the inside of your bag, and you've also got your bosal in there. And the bosal is going to be key when you're wanting to get that quilted effect that you're going to create. Needless to say, you've got your bag hardware in there as well. So things like your D-rings, you've got your lobster claw clasps, and of course you're going to get your chain in there as well. So all together, $37.99. And it includes your kit, it includes your pattern as well, because it's kind of key. You need the pattern really, don't you?
You do.
How are you getting on over?
Yeah, all fixed.
Lovely.
Yeah. Just I think it just got stuck as I started sewing.
Well, sometimes it's a kind of there's a chunk to go through in the first few stitches, isn't there? So glad it's working out.
Thank you, I am too. Okay, so I'm just working my way around. I'm just coming down to the corner.
Okie dokie. Anything that we need to think of when we're going around the corner?
Yes. As you get down to the bottom, I've just gone past the binding. I'm just going to sew a couple of stitches along.
Okay.
Just to get back into the position that I need for the binding, for the piping. I'm just going to make sure my piping is still in the correct place.
And those couple of little stitches kind of make it easier to turn through at a later stage, don't
it does. And I think it is worth just taking your time to get round that corner, just readjusting your piping, making sure that everything is where it should be, because once it's done properly, you will have a nice smart V.
Absolutely.
So it is worth just getting around the corner. Okay.
Oh, I've just had a message pop up on social media. Cherry, thank you. I don't know if this is still the case, because at the moment I'm frightened to say anything, because 2 seconds later it can be different. Apparently on YouTube we're not looking too bad. So there you go. So have a little look at YouTube. So hopefully that's okay. But as I say, 10 seconds later it might be different. So fingers crossed.
Okay, so I'm just coming up to the end here.
Lovely.
I'm just going to twist round, sew up the side. Moment of truth.
Lovely.
Okay, so it's definitely worth trimming your seam allowances.
Okay.
And I'm praying that everything is looking as it should inside, because I'm going ahead and trimming. It might be a good idea to really get as much of the faux leather trimmed out of the way as possible.
Okay.
If you can grade the seam allowances, it might be worth doing that.
Wonderful.
I'll just trim a little bit for now, because once you turn, it can be quite bulky.
Yeah, and also as well, I mean, this might be a new type of fabric that you're working with, and as we heard earlier on, that if it is a case of that you're not quite at the realms of working with your faux leather, do bear in mind that you have got that gorgeous lawn fabric that you could be doing with the multi, as you can see with regard to this one. So yeah, beauty is you've got obviously that magnetic clasp that is going to keep everything closed together. So of course that is included within your kit. You're going to pop your 2 parts together and create your fabulous fabulous little flap, and then once you've created your flap with that fabulous piping around the edge there, it's all coming together. I can't decide which I like. I do like the multicoloured because, do you know what? Value for money wise, I think the multicolour is a good one because I'm a bit like this. I like a selection box at Christmas because you get a bit of all sorts. And with this one, you've got so many outfits that this is going to work with because you've got the blue in there that's going to work with your denims, your greens, that beautiful hot red in there, and of course the yellow as well. So that one is your multicolour if you're going down that option.
Okay.
How are you getting on over there?
There you go. So this is, as you can see, everything's pulled through nicely.
Beautiful.
I wasn't going to mention the fact that as I turned it through, I realised I did have it the wrong way.
Did you know? Just use a stitch in the last bit, but don't worry, don't worry. But I have to say, that looks beautiful because you don't press it, do you? Because of the nature of the fabric.
Yeah,
so,
it works. It's really easy to use. It does work ever so nicely. Once you've made your flap, you can then start working on putting the bag together.
Wonderful.
So this is the lining. Really easy to put together. Just sew each of the sides down, leaving the seam allowance gap at the bottoms. Then you can sew in the bottom.
Lovely.
I've pre-sewn in the hook for the key fob and the little clip for.
Wonderful. And that's something that we're going to see on future bags as well, isn't it? Which I like the idea of that because that's a really clever feature. And all the instructions, because we're kind of jumping ahead to that stage, because this is the key thing. I mean, you've got to buy the pattern to know how it all comes together. We're not going to give you all of the secrets. So, yeah, invest in the pattern, whether it's the pattern by itself or as a kit, and you'll know all the different bits and pieces of how you put it all together. Okay. So the inside goes inside.
Yeah, so you've got your right sides together, you've got your outside inside out, and your lining right sides out. So the right sides are still touching. You're going to put your, I'm going to only tack this in place because I do want to fix it.
Oh, bless you.
Oh, dear. So you're going
It's
to put your...
easily done.
Yeah, I know. I hope you're going to put your lining inside, your flap inside, sandwiched in between the lining and the outer.
The outer bag, yeah.
And then just line up, just making sure that that is the right way round. So, okay, so you're going to line up the edges. So if your flap's a little bit long, just push it down.
Okay.
Match your
It can
corners.
curve round, can't it, if you need
Yeah.
it to.
And I'm just going to clip around the top.
Wonderful. Now, while you're doing that, can I reiterate the kit details? We're very busy. Lots of you not only going for the pattern itself, but also going for the kits. So, yeah, whichever way you're shopping, of course, you can do. The kit is often the best way to go, I think, in my personal opinion, because you're paying a tenner for the pattern anyway. So if you think $27.99 to make your first bag, and then obviously you're going to go on and create others in your own fabric. That is the key thing, isn't it, with that? We've got 3 different options if you're going for it as a kit. So the first one that I've got here is your copper. Now your copper has got this gorgeous kind of, it's almost like a vintage gold look to it, which I think is classic. I mean, it reminds me of almost like French chic, this particular look. So you've got your quilted effect, and you're going to be learning how to do your quilted effect when you are working within the pattern. So that is the key thing. And all of these lovely parallel lines, you'll be creating those. Top tip, find yourself a pen that you can actually use on your faux leather, or use, maybe you've got a little tool there that is going to enable you to do those parallel lines. So you're going to create all of that, and that is you creating your fabric from your bundle. Now your bundle, incidentally, if you are going for the one that we're looking at, is going to be that copper tone, and you can see there you haven't got that quilted effect, but you have got your bosal in there, and that is what's going to give you that quilted look when you stitch through it. So that is included. Way more fabric than you need in these bundles as well. Your lining, obviously that is going to complement that fabulous binding that you're going to be creating there with that piping there, and you've got your piping cord there, so you're going to be able to create that, and all of your bag hardware, as well as a little chain for you to actually complete your bag. So this is the key thing. You don't have to go looking for anything, and everything is coloured to work with the fabrics that you've got in here. So Nicola's thought of that as well. So that one is if you wanted to go down that route of that gorgeous copper tone. The one that Nicola's working on at the moment is similar idea, because it's kind of got that piping, but the piping becomes the whole look of the bag with that gorgeous berry that you've got there as well. You've got the kind of the complementary crossover. So on the actual berry one, you're going to have that copper for the piping there. The lining is going to be exactly the same across both of those. The bow sort you're going to get in there, and of course all of your bag hardware as well. So that one is if you want to go down the berry tone, and then the multicolour one is where you've got that hot red lining, which is brilliant. I mean, that's perfect for your holidays. It's got a tropical look to it, hasn't it? And that one, you've got your cotton lawn fabric for your outer, which is potentially the easier one to work with if you are a novice or less confident sewer. And then, of course, you've got everything else in there that we spoke of. So a full instruction is going to take you through it step by step. How are you getting on over there, Nicola?
Yep, so I've clipped all the way around the edge. I've inserted the hooks for the bag clasp in either edge. So
Lovely.
they've just been sandwiched in between with the raw edges lined up in between each side.
Perfect.
So I'm going to sew all the way around the top of the bag.
Lovely.
And we're going to turn it through.
Wonderful. So again, the same as we spoke before, longer stitch length with this.
Yes.
Clips as well to help you.
Yeah, the clips are great when there's so many layers.
And also as well, I mean, the bundle that we've got for the clips, I mean, this is brilliant. You can get 50 for $6.99, which I think is phenomenal. It's a bit naughty of our Ben, actually, because I think we're supposed to bring them to you at $9.99. So it has been a little bit naughty, but it's a thank you for sticking with us. Yeah, I think some of you are watching over on YouTube now as well, because I believe it's a little bit easier on there than it is through the TV. But there you go, 50 of those quilt clips, all in a fabulous little kind of grip. So you kind of can use these for your storage as well. Although I don't keep mine in storage because I'm constantly using them. Quite often, I've probably got some, yeah, I walk around with them. I've actually got some quilt clips in my pocket. So I literally have got them wherever I go. So $6.99 if you fancy getting hold of that pack of 50. Add those in, why don't you?
Okay, so I'm sewing this together with a 1.5 centimetre seam allowance.
Lovely. And obviously it's quite a sturdy bag that you're creating, so it will almost have a bit of a life of its own as you're working with it. But
yeah, you've just got to move it out the way.
Little bits.
So as we go around the sides, I just finished that row of stitching. It's easier to then reposition the bag.
Lovely.
And you do just have to keep moving it.
Yeah, you find a way. You
do.
Get yourself into some odd positions, don't you, when you're sewing?
In fact, it's probably easier standing up doing this bit anyway. You've got more room to dance around it. Okay, so there we go. And then I'm just about to go over the hook, the loop. So it is extra thick because it's faux leather. So whilst it feels like it's a lot to go through, the needle does go through quite nicely.
And I think it's a case of just take your time, isn't it? Don't go racing away. Slow your machine down. I mean, if you get to a tricky point, whenever you're sewing, I mean, this is just, I sometimes do this. If the machine feels as if it doesn't want to go through, because some machines don't, it just depends on the machine you've got. You can just use the wheel on the side, so you can just turn that just for those few stitches rather than you kind of forcing your machine. Just rotate that flywheel, let the needle go through your fabric at a slow pace, or regulate your speed as well. Sometimes you can drop the speed right the way down, so even if you're pressing hard on your pedal, it doesn't go racing ahead. It's just a different way of sewing with those thicker layers that you might not necessarily sew with as usual. So yeah, just all a learning curve.
Okay, I'm just going over the flap.
Lovely. Do we have to think about like a turning gap or anything like that when we're actually turning?
Yes, at the bottom of the lining. So there's a little,
on the inside.
Yeah, on the inside there's a gap ready to turn through. So when putting the lining together, you must remember to leave that gap. It is in the instructions.
Okay, fabulous.
If not, you'll find yourself with your unpicker.
Oh yes. Talking of unpickers, have we still got any of those unpickers left from the early bird special? Oh, there's a few. There's not many. This is a brilliant tool. If you did join us at 8 a.m. this morning, you'll know that obviously we bring you an early bird every single day, but we're bringing you something extra special during Advent. So right the way up until Christmas, every single day, a phenomenal deal. Now, $14.99, that was for your early bird. It's a 5-in-1 tool, which is brilliant. From Simplicity, you've got everything from a tape measure. You've got an unpicker on there, which reminds me when Nicola mentioned it. You've got a little pair of snips in there. You've also got your tracing wheel as well as a magnifying glass. glass. Now we found this, I think the closest we found it to be was about £12.99 or £11.99 was it, so apologies for that. But we've actually dropped the price down because Ben's in that kind of a mood. He's got a little bit of the mischievous nature in him today. He's like a little Christmas elf, isn't he? He's a bit naughty. So £6.99, that's all that you're paying for it. And it's a brilliant little tool. I'll show you in closer detail in a little while, but basically you've got all of the different tools that are in there. And you've also got your tape measure there as well. But £6.99, brilliant value for money. And it's got your unpicker in there, which we hope you don't need to use. You're all right over there, Nicola?
Yeah, so I've sewn all the way around the top. Normally you'd trim your seam allowances in any bulk. I'm not going to because I am going to unpick this with
That's fine.
just to fix.
You can borrow this tool.
Thank you, just to fix the flap. But you're now going to turn everything through a hole in the bottom.
Okay, so make sure you leave a generous hole because
Yeah.
I must admit I'm a bit stingy because I don't like hand stitching.
I know, I'm exactly the same, and then
Yeah.
sometimes you can't quite get your hand through. You think that was really
But
stingy.
saying that, I mean, if it's the lining and it's the bottom, you can always do it on your machine anyway, can't you, if you want?
I would. Okay.
And this is a phrase that I don't know if I like this phrase, but some people do use it. That you birth the bag. Have you
I
done
know.
that before?
I never say that. I think it's horrible.
Yeah.
I know.
Which I don't know who came up with it in the first place, but yeah.
It just doesn't bring up
It's
very
not very-
nice.
it's not very
so
glamorous,
much
is
nicer than birth.
You turn it through.
You turn your bag through. There we go. So, still very sad about my flap being the wrong way round.
We've got a break. Incidentally, Nicola's back in a little while as well, so she's got an hour off and she's going to be back between 12 and 1. And we're going to be chatting about, is it the purse that we're looking at in the next hour?
It's a new bag.
Another bag?
Yeah, it's a new bag.
Ooh, okay.
Okay, so
there you go. That kind of gives you the look, doesn't it? So there you go. That's fine, Nicola. Don't worry.
that's what it looks like.
I love it. There you go. So that's a different variation if you're wanting to go down that berry route. And it's very similar to the copper tone, which is the one that I've got here. But obviously everything is in reverse. So where you're seeing the copper, you will see the berry. And where you're seeing the berry, you will see the copper. So yeah, just a different look. It's entirely up to you. Christmas party look, really, isn't it, that one?
Exactly,
I like this.
that's what I thought.
Yeah, definitely. Or New Year's Eve party as well. That'll be here before we know it. We'll be talking about Valentine's Day and Easter before you know it. They've probably got Easter eggs in the shops already.
They have.
Have they really?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Wishing our lives away, aren't we? So there you go. Beautiful. Anything else that you wanted to tell us about the bag? Covered everything?
I think so, yes. I think really it's just about the piping. I think another little tip I can give you if you are new to creating piping is, especially when you're going around the corners, because it's such such a tight corner to get round, I would recommend to tack in place first.
Okay.
So before you sandwich between the two layers. That will also give you time to make sure you've put your lining round the right way.
What? I think you're forgiven because it's the first of your own bag patterns that you've brought to us, and I know it's all well and good standing here and demonstrating. When it's somebody else's product, you just get on with it. I mean, it's still nerve-wracking, but when it's your own, even more so, I think.
Really nerve-wracking.
Oh,
I underestimated how much.
Oh, but you've been brilliant. You really have.
Thank
So, yeah, so don't worry about that at all.
Yeah,
it looks beautiful. I mean, the bag design itself, my goodness. To come up with a design like this, I think, well, I don't know if I would have come up with something because, I mean, there's quite a complex different elements within this, so well done.
Thank you.
And the concept, I think, is brilliant.
Okay.
The concept. Because I'm going to give you this bag back so you can talk us around this one and explain. When I say about the that kind of concept, I'm going to come and join you, actually, because I'm a bit lonely over there. A bit lonely. I'm going to join you. This is ingenious because all of the bags that we're going to see in the future, we're going to see loads,
Yeah,
I
I
hope.
hope so.
And this is the similar sort of thing that's going to run throughout these. So I like that idea, which is, I think it's going to be good. So,
I think the thing that really drove me to want to design bags is that when I go into the office, I take in probably about 3 or 4 bags. I've got my crossbody bag, I've got a bag with my laptop and books, and I love to go out. And I'm terrible, I always lose things because I'm moving things from bag to bag. And I
do that, yeah. End up with your essentials somewhere else.
Yeah. So I wanted to create something that you more or less have your core pieces, So this is obviously more of a evening or a posh day out bag.
Right.
But if you wanted to just make sure your keys are always in one place, you've got your cards and your coins in one place, this can then just be transferred from bag to bag. And you'll know then that everything that you really need. There will be more accessories coming.
Oh, exciting.
That can work with all the bags. But also with the chain as well, I think it really depends on where you're going as to what chain you like.
Yes.
A friend I stayed with last night, she's got a crossbody bag that has got these detachable straps. So she's just recently bought one for herself, which cost a fortune.
Oh, right,
I was
okay.
shocked when I know how cheap they are to
Well,
make.
I mean, they're finding that there's such brilliant quality that, yeah, I can imagine if you were buying a bag, or even just going out and buying the chains themselves.
Exactly, but if you don't want to have a chain, you can clip on, you can create your own strap. Maybe you might want to match it with the faux leather.
That's a nice idea.
But you could, depending on where you're going, what you like, what you prefer to wear, you could make a slider, adjuster strap, and you can then clip those on. So it really is about you customising your bag to how you like. So that was the thought behind it, so that I can, firstly, I've always wanted a Chanel handbag, never got one, so I thought, wow,
I'm going to make a posh
I'm going to
bag
give a
myself.
posh bag. I'll make
And it
my own
certainly
posh
has
bag.
got that French look about it, hasn't it? It's got a very chic look to it. So, and of course, the beauty is once you've created your first one, you will go on and create many more to come. I mean, I do love that berry when it's quilted. I mean, it does look fabulous, doesn't it, as well? So,
And I found,
whichever option, to be fair.
I was really pleased to have found these fabrics because they're actually very, very soft. I think there's some rayon mixed into the composition. I do need to double check, but it does explain why they're so soft and squidgy. For me, I don't think it looks like a faux leather. It feels and manages
So
like
if
a real.
anybody's watching and they love the look of the bag but they've never worked with faux leather, I know we've spoken of the lawn, but to be honest, the look of these two I think would be the reason for people to give it a go. Would you say to people, just take your time, even if it's the first time that you've stitched with it, take your time and you'll get there?
Definitely take your time. And like you said, if you've got a great unpicker tool as well, you can always just unpick, start again. The whole process is supposed to be relaxing and enjoyable.
It's fun, isn't it? Yeah.
And having something that you've created that you love, that you feel proud to take out. For me, this would be definitely a party. This colourway would definitely be a party
It looks
bag.
doesn't it? Yeah.
Maybe this one I could wear to work, to the
It's
office.
a classic look, isn't it? That almost like burgundy tone, isn't it, with that beret? Beautiful.
But it does feel a bit more special because it's got that slight metallic sheen to
yeah,
it.
yeah. And they're really roomy bags.
Yes, so they're a good size. You can fit plenty more in, whether it's a diary, a little water bottle. There's all sorts that you can pop in there.
Love it. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah,
so there you go. You've got your 3 different options with regards to those, so whichever you choose to go for. The details are on your screen, so you can see there you've got your copper, which is the one that we looked at here, then you've got the berry tone, and of course you've got that fabulous multicolour, which I've not got, it's over there. But as I mention it, should we jump onto the website and let me explain to you how you can shop for these in the different variations. So hop onto the website. On the website, you will find, obviously, the item that we're chatting about. And the item that we're chatting about is this fabulous Charlotte bag. Posh by name, posh by nature. So, yeah, $37.99 will get you any one of those kits. Now, comprehensive kits, it's got everything that you need in there. But the only decision you need to make is which of them you're going to go for. So, are you going to go for the multicolour, which has got that gorgeous pop of red lining, and it's that gorgeous lawn fabric? Are you going to go for the copper, or are you going to go for the berry? It's entirely up to you. But it doesn't matter which one you go for, you have got everything that you need in there. I've got the multicolour, so you're going to get all of your findings, not only your magnetic clasps, but also you're going to find your D-rings, you're going to have a chain in there, you're also going to have all of the little elements there, so as if you do go on and buy the other pattern that we've got for things like your keyring, things like your little purse, you can actually have those in. And the beautiful idea is that when you actually see more of the bags from Nikola, you can take those bits with you when you go. It's a brilliant idea, and I love it. Now, the other way that you can actually shop for the bag, if you don't want to go for the kit, is to go for the pattern by itself. £9.99 being your price on that one. And the beauty is you can utilise your own fabrics, but that is included within any of those kits that you go for. So bear that in mind. £27.99 for your fabrics and all of your hardware, I think, is a very small price to pay, to be honest. So if you do want to go for the bag pattern by itself, you can do. And then just mentioning those essentials, if you do want to create your little purse and your keychain, then there you go, the details are on your screen there, £7.99, and of course more accessories to come. We're starting what I hope is going to be a very long and interesting journey, Nicola. Can't wait to see what else you bring to us. So you're back again at 12 o'clock.
Yes, I am.
Looking at a different bag, so make sure that you do join us during that hour as well. And we're going to take a little break now, and we will catch up with you at the other side of this. See you in a bit.
Hi guys, I'm Becky Alexander Frost and I own a pattern brand called RJF Makes. RJF Makes is my initials, which is Rebecca Jane Alexander Frost, and most of you might know me as Baffa in the studio when John and Vic say our Baffa when I message in. Favourite thing to make? I think people know me by now. I like to make bags, as you can see I've got a few bags behind me. Most of my patterns are bags, however there is a few craft style patterns available as well. Claim to fame, I used to previously be on another sewing channel with John and Vix and the team. And basically I used to work alongside some famous pattern designers testing for them. What got me into sewing was my mom. When I was 5, I was standing next to her while she was sewing some bridesmaids dresses for me and my sister, and basically I asked if I could learn to sew. She said I was a bit immature, still immature by the way. She said I'm a bit young to learn, her words, and basically she said maybe when you're a bit older. So when I turned 8, I basically learned to hand sew, and by the age of 11 I had my first sewing machine. I'm now in my late 30s but still act that 8-year-old. My favourite tools or top tips. So I have 2 best friends. One's called the Bulky Sea Maid, which is this, and one is called Quilter's Tape. This will help anybody, the Bulky Sea Maid will help anybody if you're got something bulky going underneath your presser foots. This will stop any stitches from jumping and basically missing a stitch. Now this is my best friend when I come to put in zips, and you'll see me use this a lot, I mean a lot. Thank you ever so much, and I'll see you all soon. Bye.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge 1 P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Hello there and welcome back. It's me again. Now you might be going, yay, or you might be going, oh no, not again. But I am your presenter for this morning here on Sewing Street. And lovely Nicola has taken herself off. She's gone to grab herself a drink. She will be back in an hour and we'll be talking more about her patterns. What a fabulous hour we just had with her. Now, this hour is all about tools. Tools that are going to make things easier for you at home, incorporating all sorts of different things. So whether you're into your quilting, whether you're into your dressmaking, whether it's just a case of that you just like to do a little bit of sewing, maybe repairing things, then we have got loads of things to share with you. But there were 2 machines that we didn't get a chance to have a chat with you about at 8 a.m. this morning, because from 8 a.m. through to 9:30, we were concentrating on the name of Husqvarna Viking, which is where we are again in this hour. But we concentrated on the Jade 35, which is a brand new machine to us here at Sewing Street. And it's an embroidery and sewing machine. And you also get software so you can design on your computer and your Mac as well. But we're looking at the other machines in this hour. Now, the first one that we're looking at is this fabulous overlocker. Now, this overlocker is brilliant. I have a love-hate relationship with overlockers, as many sewers do, because one of the things I always find tricky is you get it all set up and it's fine, and then a thread breaks and it's like, oh no. Now I know it's going to take me an hour to actually get it back on track. Well, not with this one, because this one is brilliant. So this one is your Amber S100. It is what, S100, isn't it? Yeah, I had to think for a minute then. And what you've actually got with this one, now this, if you have looked at overlockers in the past, you will know that this is a game changer, because you've got a little lever. And this little lever means that when you actually move that, I'll go get myself into the right position, you will push that. And look at that, it opens up all of the threading system. Obviously you can open it up from the front as well, but what that means is you've got easy access all areas if you would, which means that you are going to be able to get right into all of the nitty-gritty. Now obviously you've got your little guide here, your threading guide, and that is going to show you where all the threads come. You've got all the different tensions on there as well, but you've got the most incredible easy threading system that will allow you to actually access those areas. My overlocker at home, this is why I have a bit of a love-hate relationship with it, it kind of is like that, which isn't very accessible at all. There's not a lot of room at all. So when I come to thread my my upper loopers, I'm literally trying to push the thread through there and hoping it's gone into the channel where it needs to go. But with this one, you don't have to worry, because you literally are just going to open that up and there you go. All the access that you could possibly need. Now you've got a little toolkit here as well, so all the things are on board. You've also got a couple of little bits and pieces in there because you can do things like your rolled hems with this one as well, and you have got your guide that will work alongside it. And this is something that Husqvarna Viking pride themselves on. They give you all the tuition, all the information that you need, really, really easy for you to work with. So at this price, I think it is phenomenal, because you're going to get all of that. But you know what else you're going to get? You're going to get all of these. So it will come to you pre-threaded, and the threads that are on this machine already, so you just literally get going with it, start sewing. But with this, you are also going to get your 12 spools. Again, we are looking at Madeira thread, another brand that I love. 1,200 meters, so lots and lots of thread on each one of those, and they're kind of those uniform colors. You've got 4 bobbins or 4 threads that you're going to use on this one across all of the different kind of your upper, lower, and your 2 needles. So you've got 4 spools, so you can do all the same colour thread in your white, all the same colour in your grey, and of course your black as well, and that is included. You've got split pay on this one as well. So that means that you don't have to pay for it all in one go, and you have got your little thread catch. So I'm going to pop my thread catch on. I'm doing it at a bit of a funny angle. So if you do want to shop for this one, then can I suggest that you get it into your basket? More importantly, you get your basket checked out. Just remember how this goes on. And then, there we go. I think it goes into that little catch there. Can I just turn it around towards me? Sorry. It's a bit of an awkward angle doing that. So it's a while since I've actually put the clip on. Oh, there you go. You just push it in. I didn't push it in far enough. So it's on now. And that's nice as well, because it's a proper plastic thread catcher. You've also got a little gauge here as well. So that is your seam gauge. So that will slide in and out. So you can see you've got your little markings on there. Let me take that back off again. Now, so you can see that you can move that in and out dependent on how much of the fabric that you're wanting to cut away. And that just literally will slot in there. It's a bit like a hair clip. Just goes in and out dependent on how much you're wanting to cut away. But then all you need to do is press your foot on the pedal and away you go. So let's get that back in there as well. Put that in there and that on there, because that clips into the top there. And then I've got a little bit of embroidery that I did earlier on. So if you wanted to neaten up the edges, all you need to do is alter that guide. So you've got all of the different kind of bells and whistles you would expect. And then all you do is you put your fabric on there, drop your foot down, and away you go. And what that's doing is cutting the edge of the fabric. I've not tested this before we started, so I'm hoping that we've got a decent stitch on it, which we have. It's cut away that selvage edge there, and then I can pull that forward. And as is often the case, you have got a little clip on the side there to cut your threads, but quite often you will just cut it on the blade there. And you can see there, it's creating that overlocked edge. So for instance, I could just go around that and make a little kind of feature of it if I wanted to use different coloured threads on there. It's just confidently just cutting through like so. The biggest feature for me on this one though is, as I said, the fact that you've got the access to the all areas with this one. I'm just going to take it through the blade again because I can't quite see around the corner there. But neatly and easily, it could be that I'm wanting to cut away more of an area, so I can move that out, I can move it in, and also you've got various different combinations with the stitches to have a single needle, double needle in there. You can do things like your rolled hems with these as well. So that means that it really is a machine that you're going to be able to work with over and over again. Let's just do that last corner down the edge there, just to neaten it all off, and off we go again. So this could be a little serviette or napkin that I was making if I wanted to. So they don't have to be big projects, but of course, there you go. Some embroidery I did earlier and then neatened off there nice and easy. But the fact that you've got all of those different threads in there to make it very accommodating. As I said, access all areas, so when it comes to threading, really easy for you to access all the areas that you need to. You can get right into the nitty-gritty. Oh, somebody's been working with green fabric on this one. Do make sure you do a little bit of housekeeping. You've got a little lint brush in there. You've got a little screwdriver to take your needles in and out as you need to. And you have got additional accessories in here because you can actually turn it into things like rolled hems, but just by adding in the little kind of features that you've got with this, which are all detailed in here. You've got a guide. This guide is brilliant because the guide itself will show you the different combinations of stitches you can do with this. So it really shows you. You've also got a troubleshooting guide in here as well. So if you have any issues with regards to the way that the thread is coming out or the edge is finishing, but you can see there you've got all sorts of different combinations with the way that you can be working with this. If you want to convert it into just using your 2 threads, you can do, and you use this little arm that is going to pop in place, and it's detailed all there as well. So it really is an amazing machine. But I think the key thing is, for me, it's that access that you've got. So if you've got an area that you can get to, you don't mind changing the threads then, because it's going to make it easier. What I tend to do is you start off and you put all the threads on there, and it's like, oh, do you know what, those threads will do. I'm not going to change them because I know the length of time it will take for me to actually get the new threads on there. But not when you're working with this one. And you've got that little solid tray. Comes with that comprehensive guide, comes with a little dust cover, and more importantly, it comes with loads and loads of overlocker threads as well. 3-way split with this one, so if you fancy taking advantage of it, the details are on your screen. £399 is your price, and worth every single penny of that. So that is the overlocker that we were going to spend a little bit of time on. So we've got a sewing machine as well. Now I'm just going to swap these around a little bit, or shall I move? Which is easier? Does it matter? Shall I move? Since it's all set up, let's move it. So we'll move it. Now this one is your Onyx 15. Now this is a brilliant little machine, as I would say a starter machine with this one, to be fair. It's a solid little machine. So nice and easy for you to find your way around, because basically you're using these dials, and the dials will give you a whole host of different stitches with this one. Now I can't remember how many stitches you've got on this. I've literally just come across from one set to the next. So you've got 23 stitches in total. Now you might be looking at it and thinking, well, hang on a minute, 23 stitches, I haven't got 23 buttons and things like that. Well, that's because you use the 2 dials in conjunction with each other to access those stitches. So what you've got is the top one here, which is going to help you with your stitch length. So you can see you can go from stitching on the spot, so things like putting buttons in place maybe, buttonholes, which you can do, it's a 4-step buttonhole foot. You've got your different lengths going right the way up to your 4mm length. But you'll also notice that you've got S1 and S2. Now that is because this machine has got inbuilt stretch stitches. So you've got the blue S1 and you've got the grey S2. So this big dial that we've got down here, where you've got all different stitches when you rotate it, oops, let's just raise that needle up out the cavity. When you move that around, you will notice that you've got some stitches that are grey. You'll notice that some of those are blue. So to access the blue stitches, you bring that S1 round to the top. Okay, so that's your S1, and that now means that any of those blue stitches are activated. So this first dial that you've actually got 3 stitches within that setting. So if you've got it on the first setting, then it's the one on the left, which is your straight stitch. S1 is the stitch that's in the middle, which is your triple stitch with regards to your reinforcing. And then again, you've got your grey there, which is going to be your stretch stitch again. So with these, really, really easy, the conjunction of those 2 together. Now, if you were watching the show earlier on, we were talking about the J35. I spoke about the Sewing Advisor. Sewing Advisor is something that Husqvarna Viking are very, very proud of. It's something that they introduced. And Sewing Advisor is an inbuilt feature with your machine to help you get the right stitch dependent on the fabric that you're sewing with. And you've still got that on this machine. So even though you're only paying £329, this is going to teach you how to work with those fabrics. So down at the front here, which is a very clever little feature here. So this little feature, you kind of almost got like a little hidey hole there, and you wouldn't notice it, to be fair. So you slide that out, and there you will see, now I'll try and tilt this up so as you can see. I don't want to basically bend that, but if I hold that like that, what you've got here are your different types of fabric. So you've got your woven, and you've also got, oh, it is just your woven on this particular one. So when you're working with your woven fabrics, if you're wanting to do a straight stitch, you would use foot A. You would use the stitch and tension at 3 to 5. You would have your length at 2.5. So it's one of those situations that it's giving you all of the information for some of those shortcuts. But what if you're working with your stretch fabrics? Because don't forget, we've got a lot of stretch stitches on this one. This is really clever, and I love this. When I found this, I was like, oh my goodness. So that little menu guide that we were just looking at a few moments, come and have another look at that, because first sight you might think, oh, you've got that information there. But second sight, there's a second layer. Now on this layer, you've got your little icon there for your stretch fabrics. And you've also got your little icon there, your universal icon for things like your faux leather. So Nicola was using faux leather earlier on, wasn't she? So it could be that you're using that, or oilcloth, things like that. And again, if you're using your straight stitch, it will tell you the foot that you need to use, which on this occasion, if it's your kind of your faux leather, it's the foot H rather than foot A. And it will tell you, so you can use this as a reference guide to make sure that you've got the right foot, the right tension, the right stitch length for the right fabric and stitch combination. So that is really clever. Now this has got feet in here that I haven't actually got on my sewing machine, because one of the feet that's in here is your non-stick foot. So we spoke about working with faux leather and oilcloth. Well, this is a little foot here. So this is your non-stick foot. So think of non-stick saucepans. And this is something that you can utilise, and this will allow you to glide over, doing it with my left hand for some strange reason there, it'll allow you to glide over your fabric. So yeah, it's really good that that is incorporated, because there's not many machines that have that as standard. So that is in there as well. So you've got a whole wealth of different feet that are included in your machine. They all neatly fold away within that little storage capacity that you've got there. And it comes with a dust cover as well. So that is a beauty. But if you're shopping from us here at Sewing Street, you get something that you wouldn't normally get. And I'm just going to move those bobbins out of the way because I don't want to confuse the issue. But you are going to get these fabulous aero fill threads. And these are polyester threads that you're going to be able to use in loads of scenarios. You can put them in your bobbin if you want to. You can use them for your top stitches as well. But you are going to get them free of charge, because that's the way that we do it here at Sewing Street. So if you fancy getting hold of your fabulous Onyx 15, then the details are there on your screen. £329, brilliant value. Busy for the overlocker, incidentally, as well. I know we don't have huge quantities, so if either of the machines you are thinking about, especially if you're thinking about that overlocker with that open area, access all areas, as I mentioned with this one, then today is the day for you to do so, because if you're wanting to be able to get right into that nitty-gritty of actually threading up your machine, then that is what you need to be able to do, isn't it? Get all in there. But we'll chat more about that perhaps as the hour goes on. So there we go. We're going to take a live haul. I have got a trolley in between, so I'm just going to... Oh, he's off, he's moving. Oh, bless. I'm not too diva that I can't move a trolley, just for the record. Now, I'm going to move over here. I'm going to take the tablet with me as well. And also going to bring the early bird as well. So where's the camera when we're doing this? Is it over there? Hello. I can't see it, but is it right in the corner? Right in the corner. Hello, I'm Hayley West. I've spent pretty much all the morning with you. And I love it over here at Sewing Street. So I'm glad that you have found us and you are joining us here as well. So I've brought everything with me, including the early bird. So what's the last mention? We're talking about the machine. Right, okay. Now, I'm just going to move that out of the way. I don't know if we demonstrate. I'm going to set it off, though, because it's still stitching. So I'm going to let it carry on. So this is a machine that we should tell you about this morning, 8 o'clock. we only have 3 opportunities for you to get involved. It's not a machine that we readily have huge stocks of. When you're paying £1,200 for a sewing machine, you can imagine we don't have huge quantities. It's been a very, very popular one. It comes with the large hoop, 240 by, 150, which is one of the largest hoops I've come across with regards to an embroidery machine. And it means it gives you a whole host of stitching out areas. So this is actually stitching out a design that we learned how to create in the software earlier on. Just to give you a visual of the area that you can stitch out, you've got this square there, which is 4 inches, which is pretty much your standard embroidery machine. And then you've got the large green area, which is where you can stitch out on this one. Now, it's not just an embroidery machine, it is a comprehensive sewing machine as well. But I think you'll agree with the size of that hoop as it is, and I'm going to flip that over because we didn't look at the underside of this. That is one of the best telltale signs of a sewing machine. So there you go, you can see absolutely beautiful stitch out on the underside of that design. So yeah, if you do want to know more about the Husqvarna Viking Jade 35, we may touch on it a little bit more in this hour, but this hour is dedicated to other tools. So that is what we're going to turn our attention to. But it's just to let you know that stock of that one is very, very limited with regards to availability. But we might come back to that one. It's tool time! Tool time! Now, oh, a matchbox. Schmetz needles. I've got loads of Schmetz needles that aren't in a box. Is that the one? That one. I thought that was a pack of staples. I've lost my glasses somewhere. I don't know what I've done with my glasses, but anyway, we're fine. So, you're going to get a box of, wait for this, 100 universal sewing machine needles. Now, Schmetz, one of the most well-known brands when it comes to sewing machine needles. You've got your signage, as you can see there. You've got a fabulous little box. I've got to be careful that I open this the right way. Does it slide out? Oh, it might be sealed. It's probably good because we'll end up with 100 all over the place. Oh, I'll just push it out a little bit so you can see. So they're all in there. I'm not going to push it out too far as well. Levi! See, that's why I'm not very observant. He's just, I didn't even notice it there. Thank you, Levi. So, yeah, so you've got, that is so funny. Mind you, you're probably all messaging as well, saying that they're there. They're usually on top of my head. But anyway, so you've got that little drawer unit. I'm not going to pull it much further than that, but you can see you've got your 100 needles in there. They are universal needles, so that is the key thing with this one. You'll be able to use them on any sewing machine for your general sewing. It works out just 39p per needle. Now, needles, we should be changing our needle each time we start a new project. So it can affect your sewing so much, it really can. And it is something that we are all a bit naughty about. So do think about it. They do say every 8 hours of sewing that you should be changing your needle. Yeah, I know it's as readily as that. So each time you're making a quilt, you potentially should be changing your needle several times during the course of that project. So if you're struggling, if you're finding that your stitches aren't forming properly, if you're getting jump stitches or missing stitches, then it's difficult to think that a needle can make that much difference. You think that it's just if it's blunt, it's going to make holes in your fabric. It's not. It's in the formation of your stitches as well. And that is a jolly good bundle, $39.99 for 100 needles in there. And that, do you know what? That would neatly fit within your accessory box on a sewing machine, so you've always got them there, haven't you? So I like those. I like those a lot. We have got specialised machine needles as well, so if you've got specific areas of sewing, then you can shop for those too as well. In fact, should we have a chat about those? So, you are going to get all of these. So, if you've been shopping for your embroidery machine, you've got your pack of embroidery needles. If you're a quilter, you've got a pack of quilting needles. If you're into your stretch fabrics, you've got your stretch needles in there. Top stitch, which so many of us do, don't we, on our bags and projects. Top stitch needles in there. All of these universal needles you're going to get in there. You're also going to get your jersey needles as well, so that's for your weightier stretch fabrics. You're also going to get your microtex needles, so again those are going to be good for when you're working with your stretch fabrics and things like your scuba fabrics. Leather needles, they are going to be invaluable when it comes to creating things that have got that faux leather, not just your true leather in there. And finally your jeans needles as well. So you're going to get all of those You're covered for all eventualities, aren't you, with regards to your sewing when you've got a bundle like that. So yes, if you fancy getting hold of those, all of them included. You've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45 needles across the different styles there as well. So I think that's brilliant value for money. So stretch in there, you've got your top stitch in there, jersey. You've also got things like your quilting needles, your universal and your embroidery needles, all of them coming together in that bundle. Jolly good, like that a lot as well. Oh, the lint. I've got to get myself one of these. I do. It's gone. It's sold out. So thank you. Yeah, we didn't have very many of those. So keep your eye open. We will have it back because it's one of our favourites, and I do really need to get hold of one of those. So yeah, it saved your favourite coat, did it? Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Oh, we've had another salad. The ruler safety handle, which is... Oh, there. It's biggest box. Biggest box. That's gone as well. That has gone. So yeah. Yeah, it's not much, but there's no more. I was just thinking, what shall I say about it? Which is irrelevant because you can't shop for it now either. So yeah, take advantage of that. So yeah, if you want to go for that. Now, where are my blades? There we go, rotary blades. Have a look at these, because again, these are something that you need, aren't they? Your rotary blades, they make all of the difference when you come to sewing. So get your sharp blades. Again, if you start working with your rotary blade and it starts missing as it's cutting areas, what it will often mean is you'll apply more pressure. By applying more pressure, then you can go scooting off if you're not careful. And you know when you're working with a rotary blade, you really do need to be careful. So keep your rotary blades in tip-top condition. This one is a 45mm, so it's your middle of the road one. So it's a brilliant one for, yeah, just your regular rotary tool, should I say. We haven't got one on the show today, but yeah, definitely consider getting hold of that one because you always need to have them in reserve. Don't shop for them when you need them. Have them there ready to shop with to use when you need them. So yeah, and it is incredibly unsafe. I've cut myself with a rotary cutter in the past before, and it's not a pleasant experience. So yeah, especially when you're due to be on air the next day. And it's not because it's too sharp, it's because it's blunt. Because when it's blunt, you're putting more pressure on because you're wanting to get that cut right. And by putting more pressure on it, that's when it can go scooting off. So yeah, get yourself those. The best $8.99 you could spend. So there you go. Make sure you get hold of those. So there we go. So that's those. What should we look at next? Can we look at the fusing mat? I love this. I love this. Now this is something that we do struggle to keep in stock, and I think it's such a brilliant idea. It's almost like a one-time purchase though, so once you have bought it, you don't need to get more of them. But this is brilliant if you like your applique. So if you're into your Delphine Brooks designs, you need to get hold of one of these. Now it comes as a two-parter because you're going to get your kind of non-stick mat as well. So I'm going to two ways of opening it up, and I do it the wrong way. Now, you've got all of your markings, metric as well as imperial, and you've also got your Teflon sheet, or your non-stick sheet, should I say. And this is brilliant for when you actually come to pressing your pieces in place. But the idea being is this is a non-stick surface. So when you're putting a applique or bonder web or anything like that fusible onto the back of a fabric, rather than you thinking, oh, I'll just give that a quick press on your ironing board and then finding it's actually fused to your ironing board, put this down and it will mean that you can literally peel away those elements. It's also semi-transparent, which means you can put a paper pattern underneath. So if you've got a guide or an outline pattern that your cut pieces need to be constructed to create, you can see that underneath. So you'll be able to see under there when it's actually in place, and then you're going to be able to put your panel together and then take the whole piece off your non-stick piece there onto your fabric. And this will allow you to put pieces in place and actually press them into position as well without you actually having to put your iron on the surface of the fabric. So it details all the different ways you can work with it there, but it just means it's nice and easy for you to create those beautiful applique, complex applique pieces, and then just a nice easy way to do it. And of course it's incredibly portable because you can just pick it up, and take it away. Keep it within the box if you're wanting to, because you can do. If not, you might find yourself putting it underneath your cutting mat, but it is not a cutting mat. So please do not get your cutting done on it. So yeah, you probably only buy one unless you do use it as a cutting mat, and then you will need to get yourself another one. But yeah, and we do it. There's I think there's one that's the size of your ironing table as well. So if you want a larger one, you can get a hold of that one. Not got it on the show today. I haven't wound that up very well, but we'll sort that out in a minute. Right, your turn, Ben. The wool pressing mat. I haven't got a wool pressing. Oh, I have. I'm lying. It's underneath the grid. Now, this is amazing value for money. Millward, we know, brilliant value, or brilliant company, should I say. Bring us things at such affordable prices, and that's exactly what we've got with this wool mat now. $19.99. It's 12-inch square, so lovely if you are working with your blocks. So obviously, if you're putting out your blocks and you're actually pressing them in place, perfect. That's the universal kind of mime for ironing. But also as well, this is a good one if you're wanting to kind of block out pieces of. It could be pieces of applique, knitting piece, and not applique, crochet, that's what I meant to say. Your crochet pieces, because you can kind of spritz them with a little bit of water and actually put the pins in place to actually keep it so as it makes that flat piece that you're ready to kind of connect to other bits. So brilliant value for me. If you've not shopped for one before, why have you not got one in your stash? It really does make the difference when it comes to pressing your work. And because you've got something that's incredibly portable, it encourages you to press the items as you're working with them. So rather than doing numerous seams and then taking your piece to your ironing board, then you can literally have that just to the side of your sewing machine and stitch away with it. So yeah, brilliant value for money. Millward, it is compacted down, so when you do take it out the packaging, it will bounce up slightly. But yeah, brilliant value. So make sure you take advantage of that one while you've got the chance. So there, another nice tool to have within your stash. So is it my turn? I'm going to bring in one of the things that I think. Now this, dare I say, is not the sexiest of products, but it's one of the most useful. I know I said sexy and it's not even the afternoon. So this is your Bozor batting seam tape. Now this is going to turn all of those pieces of batting that you've got left over into usable pieces. It's also going to mean you can use your smaller wadding or batting and actually fuse it to another piece, because all you need to do is press it with an iron. It's very clever because the adhesive is just on one side and it's not going to add any bulk to your wadding. It's going to make it really easy for you to make a much larger piece of wadding that could potentially go on and used for projects. Maybe you're fundraising. Maybe you're using your scraps to make projects for charities to create, because it's kind of you made something from nothing. And that's where these little kind of seam tapes are so useful, because it means that you can use those scraps and turn them into projects that then your charity shop can sell, or whichever charity it is that you're supporting. And it's like you've made your main project, so you've done what you set out to achieve, but the bits that are left over, turn it into something usable that somebody else can take the benefit from. So there you go. Do make sure you take advantage of that one. It's a brilliant one, as I say, one that I use over and over again. So yeah, do treat yourself to that. So there you go. Oh, is that a first for you, Ben? Oh, you've been around a bit as well, so I'm surprised in more ways than one. But there we go. Now, have you got a choice, or can I leap in with another one? I'm going to leap in just because you snooze, you lose, Ben. I'm in. I'm there. And these are brilliant. These are your needle grippers. I've got some. I don't actually call these needle grippers, I must admit. They're kind of, hemostats. Oh, I've not heard of that phrase. See, I use another phrase, which I think is a surgical term, but again, it's another one that kind of makes me wince as I say it. Forceps. Oh, yeah. But they're invaluable. They are brilliant. And I use my, oh dear, I don't know if I was meant to do that, but anyway, sorry, Levi. There you go. Put that in there. Nobody will ever know. So these are brilliant when you are turning through things. So they're brilliant because you can actually use them for, I mean, they call them needle grippers. So if you're wanting to hold a needle and thread your needle, then you can do. I don't use them in that way. I use them for actually turning through. So when I'm actually doing something where you've got to get right into the nitty gritty, or something like a long tube, then you can actually feed that tube onto these, grip the end and then lock it. And then that means you can just literally use them to pull that fabric through. So these are invaluable. As I say, if you're wanting to get hold of those, there are a variety of different ways you can use them. They're brilliant if you're wanting to change needles on an overlocker as well. So yeah, if you're wanting to use those alongside your overlockers, then yeah, do make sure that you're getting hold of those. So yeah, do like those. And I'm being naughty as well because I'm sneaking in another one. If we're talking about turning through things, then these as a turning set are brilliant. And again, the idea being is that you create a tube, you pop your tube, your medium or your large through, and then you kind of put the end of the fabric over the end of the tube and you push it through with that almost like a pokey stick that you've got there. It's all explained there, so it just makes it nice and easy for you actually to turn through those slender pieces of fabric that you're creating. So there you go. Go on then, Ben, your turn. Your 10. The fingertips, of course you can. The can fingertips. Am I supposed to do a little dance with these? They're all sealed up, so I can't. Now, these are brilliant. Do you know those situations when you're working with fabrics that can be really quite bulky? I mean, we've got denim feature in here, where you've got multiple layers, and sometimes when you're pushing a needle through, I've actually had a needle break part way through when I've been stitching, because it's just, you're pushing so much pressure and you can't necessarily get hold of the needle. I mean, you could use your needle grippers to pull it out if you wanted to, those that we were looking at earlier on. But this is just a really easy way for you to grab those needles as you work with them. You've got two sizes, so you've got your medium and your large. So you pop your finger or your thumb in there, and it just gives you that little bit of grip that you are able to get hold of the needle. And it's nice if you're working a bit of hand sewing and you're going through tough layers. Might be leather, it might be oilcloth, it might be your things like your denim as well. Lisa, yes, Lisa's bag, her satchel bags, potentially using it with those as well. So yeah, good tip. So there you go, if you're wanting to get hold of that. So yeah, definitely do take advantage of this. You've got a little button there that's been stitched in place, and literally you pop that onto your thumb there. It gives you the grip to pull the needle. It does look like it's going through a thumb there, doesn't it? But it's not, they're holding it. I can see they're holding it. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one, £5.99. Another one that's just going to sit in your sewing box. And you've got like little pimples underneath there, which are your grippy bits. So there you go. Love it. Nice. And they're brilliant if you want to do a finger can as well, apparently. So there you go. Like it. Now, I had a situation earlier on where I was playing a little bit of bobbin roulette. You don't need to. You don't need to. If you're a bit like me and you leave it to the nth moment, to the last moment, to actually use your bob or get a bobbin wound up, because for some reason they don't take that long to do. But it's the thought of having to stop what you're doing to actually set up. Now, my embroidery machine is busy, been whirring away during the course of the show. It's finished now, which is fabulous. But what you could be doing is, while it's doing its sewing out, getting all your bobbins ready. And that is the beauty. Now, this is a simplicity side winder. Now, it does come with bobbins. I think you can use it for universal. I'm not going to open it up, actually. I think you can kind of swap out, because you've got your clear bobbins down here as well as your metal bobbins. So you literally are lining it up. You'll feed through your thread, and then you just press button and off it goes. You can tension it, so if you've got different types of threads that you're working with, you can alter the tension on there. But that means you could be getting all of your bobbins, put your bobbin fill on there, get your bobbins all loaded up, ready for when you need them. So rather than you having to stop your sewing and then thread up a bobbin, you've got them all ready to go. So very affordable at £19.99. Nice little Christmas gift for somebody as well, and definitely a very, very useful tool to have. You need to get some batteries to pop into it. I don't think it comes with the batteries. They don't often, do they? So the batteries, I don't know which size batteries you use with it. I can't see it on there. It's all in French. It's all in French, and my French is not very good. We think they are the batteries. It's either a little which is 2 A's, or a long if it's 3 A's. Absolute bonkers they are over here. So there you go. Yeah. Do you imagine going into and asking, which batteries you need? I need the R ones. Not the R, the R. Oh dear. I think we're getting a bit cabin fever in here, aren't we? What should we do next? The ham. Ham. Oh, I just fancy ham. A bit of ham. Now, do we get both of them together or are they individuals? Okay, right. I'll bring the other one in afterwards to share. So this is your ham. Now, tailors regularly use these, and these are brilliant because if you've got tricky areas that you're wanting to sew or press out, should I say the shoulder seam in a jacket or in a shirt, it's quite a tricky one to get to. So you can actually put this inside and actually press onto it. So that is the beauty of this as a tool. You can use pins in it if you're needing to keep things in place, and it's just a really useful tool to have. Quite often, I have wanted to get in to kind of press something that's quite three-dimensional. And I've done things like roll up tea towels or pieces of fabric to actually pad out that area. Socks, yes. Yeah. But why? Why? $11.99. You only need to buy it once. And then it makes life so much easier. And it's also got that kind of firmness to it that you wouldn't get if you were using your rolled up towel or piece of fabric or whatever it is that you use. Not your socks. No, Ben, I'm not saying that out loud, but you can if you want to use your pants. But there you go. $11.99. $11.99, that's all that it's going to cost you there. Yeah, warm pants. Yeah, I like that idea. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of yours, then please do so. Details on your screen, $11.99. One-time purchase. It's a really useful tool to have. And yeah, you'll just keep it close to hand. Keep it by your iron. So keep it by your iron, then you'll kind of use it for all of those different little bits of sewing. So yeah, very useful tool to have. So as I say, it's the firmness that makes a difference with that. I don't know what they put inside them, to be fair, but it's very firm. So there you go, $11.99. Is it straw? I don't know. It feels very firm, but so it could be. Bit of rice, don't let it get wet. So there you go, if you fancy getting hold of yours. Now, you've got your sleeve roller as well, so this is the other one. So there's, somebody's already been at it with a pin, so yes, you can use this one. Maybe you have got, I don't think it comes with that. So I'm going to pop that in the end there, pin not included. But again, if you've got sleeves, so if it's a case that you're needing to kind of press seams or cuffs and things like that, then this, you just literally pop it into the sleeve of whatever it is that you're creating or anything that's tubular, and then obviously you can press and you've got that compact area again that's going to give you the support for you to actually push down onto with your iron to get a really professional finish. So $8.99. $8.99, that's all that you're paying for that. Those two together, I think if the two together is a fabulous gift for somebody as well. And they coordinate, so yeah, do consider that as well. Oh, batteries. What's the message about batteries? Good morning. The bobbin winder takes AA batteries and 2 of them. So it's like, just a little, not There you go. And you wouldn't be without yours. That's good to hear, Sonia. Thank you. There you go. So Sonia's got one of those. 2 AA batteries. So there you go. It's good to know that you're watching. Good to know you're watching because it's been a bit kind of at the moment, and it might well be, but I'm not going to talk about it. No, we're keeping things happy because we're just carrying on as normal. So there you go. Right, what's next then, Ben? The mini iron. Now, this is brilliant because if we're doing our pressing and we're using things like our hams or we're using our fuse mat, you need to have a decent quality iron. Or your pants, Ben. He's obsessed with his pants. Now, this is brilliant. This is beautiful. So this, look at this. This comes in an incredible case. I mean, this is a kind of quality, isn't it, when you see a case like that. So zip around. And this means that when your iron is going into this, even if it's got that little bit of heat still in there, you can pop it in here. Now, it comes in a little jug, and the reason being because this particular iron has got the ability for you to use a steam feature. It's got all of the features that you would have on your big iron. So You could take it on your holidays if you're wanting to. From Quilted Bear, it's got all the features that you would want from an iron. You've obviously got your cord there and your 3-pin plug. You've got all of the different temperatures there, so you can go from your coolest setting, your little arrows at the bottom there, coolest setting right the way through to your hot setting. You've even got your steam jet button, so if you've got water in there, I should have checked that before I pressed it because it could have been water just shooting off. You've got your maximum level with regards to the water, so you can see that is in there. And of course, you've got your ability to do your steam, whether you're pressing it down and holding it or whether you're releasing it. So not only is it your steam jet, it is one of those situations where you can have it on continuous steam. Looks like a little mouse as well, do you not think? It does look like it needs little ears. Nice comfortable handle, which obviously is where you are going to wind your cord around. There's a decent amount of cord on this one as well. So yeah, it's a good long length. So yeah, if you are using it as a quilt iron, I mean, those two together, I mean, that is a brilliant idea, isn't it? If you're going for your wall mat and your iron. So nice little Christmas present. So yeah, fabulous little iron. I will mention as well, dual voltage with this one as well, because sometimes we do get that question, because if you go on your travels with this one, you can change the voltage over should you need to. You might just need to get a little pokey tool in there or something, because it's not a sticky out button, you've got to get in there. But it's on there, so I just thought I'd mention it anyway. So there you go. If you want to get hold of your little travel iron, I'll have people shouting at me at the way I'm winding this up, because you're supposed to be careful, aren't you, because you can twist it and break it, but I haven't got time. I've just got to literally get it in there and onto the next item. So there we go, all neatly bundled up. Oh, I forgot to put the bag in. There we go. Let's just shove it in there. And there you go. One little iron in its case, all from Quilted Bear. So brilliant little iron, brilliant value for money, and I think jolly good value for money. So the last thing that we've got that we're going to share with you on an ironing stage, because we've got lots of other gorgeous, we've got loads. Oh, we've got the clap. Oh, we've got the cleaning stick as well. Yeah, I'll get ready with that. Now, this is brilliant, the clapham. This is another one-time purchase, and this is brilliant because this is going to help you set your seams. So, brilliant wood. What type of wood is this? Is it beech wood? It is beech wood. I wasn't entirely sure. So, the idea behind this is when you are creating your seams. So, imagine a scenario. You've got your wall pressing mat. You're pressing out your seams, you come on with this and you press that down. Now that is going to not only set your seam, but allow it to cool down, and it's the cooling down of those fibres that's going to lock it in place. So you've got that lovely smooth finish there, so that is going to mean that those seams are set in place. But what you've also got is these two little ends here. So you've got a pointy end there, so if you do need to get into the nitty-gritty of something, you can kind of push that right into the area, and you've also got a flat end there. I think that if you wanted to, you could actually use that almost like a kind of a heat press. But you could use it to, you know how sometimes you use like a little seam roller? I think potentially you could use that if you wanted to. But yeah, it's just a useful tool. One-time purchase, as I said. But the idea being is that you use that smooth base there to set your seams in place. Take the heat out, and by taking the heat out, you're letting those stitches in the fabric cool, and they will set in place and give you a fabulous finish. So there you go. Again, it's another one of those tips of the trades within things like tailoring and stuff like that. So yeah, you'll often see these tools being used in tailoring. So there you go. If you fancy getting hold of that one, you can do. Pop that over there. So, shall we clean our iron? Oh gosh, I need these. I got myself into such a pickle because I'd got the setting wrong on my iron, and I didn't notice. So straight after using something that was kind of had got a polyester content in it, literally melted onto the bottom of my iron. I didn't notice, and I went over a light piece of fabric, and it was like, oh no, I've ruined it. Everywhere, it was horrible. It was a mess. I needed one of these. So with this, we're going to get two of these, aren't we? Do we get one or two? You get one. Okay, so when yours comes to you, it's going to look like this. And then you can see there, obviously, it's wiping off those scorch marks, starch marks, and any burnt marks. And it comes in a little kind of carry case. So when you actually take yours out of the packaging, it will come like so. And there you go, that is your tool. And I think, can you pop it in there? You can, there you go. So you pop it into the handle, and then you would literally take, if you imagine that is your iron, and it's hot, you would literally push that on there and it literally will melt away all the gunk and horribleness that you've got. That the thing that you have to be, that's very true actually. Put the steam through your iron as well. Also as well, kind of iron some almost like waste cloth that you're not isn't precious to you, because if there's any residue on there, you don't want it going on your posh fabrics, do you? So yeah, so just make sure you do that. From Vaseline, so yeah, brilliant value for money. Again, it's one of those that it can be quite a costly affair if you're ruining your fabrics, but for £4.99, definitely worth getting hold of. So I have to say with regards to that as well. Yes, fabulous threads. Just having a little look around if there's anything else. Things like your best press that we've got, your basting sprays, all incredibly useful, which you will find on the website. But I just wondered, could I indulge myself on my embroidery? Because I've been looking at it from the corner of my eye. So we had a lovely show early on. It's actually an hour and a half because there's so much to cover within this machine. And this is the Jade 35. Now, I'm just moving all this out of the way because it is quite a big machine because it's an embroidery machine. And you can see it's been busily stitching away, having a lovely old time of itself, and has created a fabulous embroidery. Now, I'm going to take this embroidery off because it's told me that it's finished. So I am going to unclip that and I'm going to take the embroidery off, lift up the foot. There you go. Now, if you were watching earlier on, oh, should we do it over the top? Let's do it over the top there. Sorry, Levi, I'm making him run backwards and forwards, bless him. You have to move that camera, so we'll do it on that one. That's fine. So here, sadly, I ran out of thread. But it's almost, I was playing bobbin chicken and I ran out of thread. I didn't check before I started. So we have got a change there that you can see. But we designed this. So we turned one of the actual fonts that I've got on my computer, I turned it into an applique font, made that letter S there, and then you can see obviously the sew was created, but I ran out of thread. I didn't check how much thread I'd got to start with, so apologies for that. But this fill that you've got, which is almost like a brick effect, was one of those designs that we did within the software. On the back here, you can see you've got obviously your stitches going on there, all neat and tidy, so really good, no birds nesting or any mess with that. And it's just a really, really lovely machine. It's one that I was stitching out on earlier on, and the things that I love about this machine is the stitch out area, because most embroidery machines within this price bracket, you're looking at that 4-inch square. That's the area that you can stitch out. But with this one, you've got that much larger area. So it's actually 240 mil by 150 mil, that stitch out area. And it gives you loads and loads of scope with regards to actually sewing out. So that is the beauty of this one. Means that when you actually get the hoop, now the largest hoop that it will use is included. So you don't have to go off and find that. That is included. But it gives you the scope to create some amazing projects. Things like this little owl is one of the inbuilt designs. So that is a project that you could be creating. You've got a fabulous guide where there's loads and loads of different projects, all within the USB stick that are included. But the beauty is you can also use the software as well, because it comes with an introductory software which is Windows and Mac compatible. You can also as well go to the Husqvarna Viking website and download My SewNet if you want to work with a tablet, because you can kind of download the app and work that way. But you've got projects in here, projects that you can do. Sometimes you'll hear a phrase of created in the hoop. Well, that's what you've got here. You've got a little project, which is a little kind of zipped pouch. I haven't got mine to share with you. I don't know what I've done with it. But you've got like a little pouch that you could create in. It even puts the zip in place. So what it does is it tells you step by step the different areas that you need to do. And each time you will stop and you'll either add your fabric, add your stabiliser and so on. All of these beautiful designs are included. And of course, oh, I found the little purse. There it is. I knew it was somewhere. So there's a little purse that you could be creating. So that is all done within the hoop. It could be that you're utilising some of the fabulous stitches, because it's not just an embroidery machine. It is a fabulous sewing machine as well. And then, of course, you have got the ability to utilise all those gorgeous stitches which are included. Oh, got quite a little message. Oh, Christine. Hello, Christine. It's good to have your company. What's she saying? Hi again, Hayley. You're all doing a fantastic job, bless you. Keep doing what you do best. Oh, lots of love. Loving all the wonderful sewing. Oh, thank you. We'll just keep going. We just keep going. Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. That's all you can do, isn't it? So there you go. You've got there all these projects, all included, so you can craft and create these as well. So the owl, brilliant, absolutely wonderful. So this machine, you've got loads of designs built in. You've also got the software that will allow you to create yourself, which is what we did with the word sew, but you've also got large designs. Because you've got that big hoop, that is the design that I've got on my shirt, and that is done in different colours. So mix up the colours, play around with the design, and you can create some fabulous things. And the fact that you're getting so much within a machine for £1,249, you've got a 5-year warranty with this. 5-year warranty. And as I said, I will share the links to some little YouTube videos that will take you through from everything. So that is the key thing. Even if you are the most novice of crafters, then or sewers, should I say, then you're going to find your feet with this one. This is another little project that was created a while ago, turning a font into an applique. So you can see there, Molly. Again, that's another design that is inbuilt within this one. But it's not just about those inbuilt designs, it's about your regular sewing that you're going to be able to do as well. And that personalisation. Quite often people will invest in embroidery machines because they want to do the personalisation. So this is a little napkin. Bought the napkins from the Big River website. But I could have made them as well if I wanted to. But that is using a little bit of embroidery thread there with the personalised initials. They had a bit of a kind of eucalyptus theme to their wedding, so picked out a couple of little leaves, and then you've got the actual date of their wedding featuring in there. Some of the designs as well are what we call freestanding lace, so get yourself some water-soluble stabiliser. That's got a little bit of organza in there, so you could actually be hanging those on your tree, couldn't you, if you wanted to? But you can team it up with other things that we love as well. So things like your William Morris, as you can see, I'm sure you recognise that, creating little purses. You've got applique designs that are in there as well. So you really have got a whole host of different things that you could be doing, all within the capabilities of that embroidery and sewing machine. The guide itself will take you through everything, so don't worry about that. Everything you need to know about the machine, and once you get yourself into that software, you will be having loads of fun. And don't forget, you've got the sewing advisor as well. The sewing advisor is going to help you with regards to you actually creating those projects as well, because it means that you've got the right stitch, the right tension, the right foot for all those different sewing situations. And there you go, gives you an overview of some of those stitches that are featuring there as well. So loads of fun to be had, I have to say. Comes with a full set of feet, so your utility foot right the way through to your one-step buttonhole, and you've also got your embroidery foot for when you do your embroidering, but you can utilise that for your free motion work as well if you wanted to do a bit of free motion work, and your glide plate there. So if you're sewing on those tricky fabrics, like the faux leather that we were chatting about earlier on with Nicola, then you can pop that in place to make sure you get a jolly good sew out of that as well. So there you go, J35. I just love it. I just love it. It's one of the machines that I always get excited about. And I know it's been a bit of a funny day today and that you perhaps haven't been able to see as much of its capabilities as we would usually see. But I'm hoping that we will be back again with this one, because I know we had good quantities of these and I know lots of you have shopped for them. So yeah, if it's a machine you want to go for, then please do so. It comes alongside a fabulous little drawer unit, which I haven't got to hand. I don't know what I've done with it, but it comes with 48 threads in that lovely little cherry wood box that you've got there as well. So it's a brilliant little way of getting started in a new area of sewing potentially for you as well. So it's got 5 split pays on it. So you could get involved with this for as little as £249.99. I think that's right. And that means that you are able to get this on its way home for that first payment and then have loads of fun with it. I think I found the threads, I have. I found the threads. So this is the box of threads that you get. How beautiful does this look? Absolutely brilliant. Teaming up with Madeira, it's a brand that I love thread-wise, and what you've actually got is 2 drawers full of fabulous Aerofill. Now, Aerofill is a polyester thread that's brilliant for all sorts of different situations. And the beauty of this is you've actually got the colour of that thread, so you know exactly where it needs to go back to. And if you do want to get more of it, you can do as well. So you've got all of your gorgeous neutral colours, as you can see there. In addition to that, you have got your brights as well. So all of these in that fabulous case. Normally, for this, you'd be paying between £130 and £150, depends on where you shop. I think we sell them for about £130 here. But you don't have to pay for them, not if you are going for the Jade 35, because it is included with your machine. And they just pop in there and just look gorgeous. Look beautiful. So there you go. Thank you for your company in our tool hour. Very limited, so if you are thinking about getting hold of your Jade 35, please do not leave it too long. I know you might want to have a conversation with your other half. Maybe it's a case of it's going to be an early Christmas present, or maybe you're just going to treat yourself. And I can't think of a better way to treat yourself. And you know where I am. If you've got any questions that you want to ask, just get involved. So yeah, I'll get back to you. Might not be within the next hour though, because I'm back with you after the hour, the lovely Nikola, and we're going to be looking at some more of her fabulous patterns. So I will see you the other side of this.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Shopping with Sewing Street couldn't be easier. You can shop via our website at www.sewingstreet.com, where you can watch our live shows and see all the products from that day. We also have a huge amount of products on our website, from your sewing room essentials to fabrics, sewing machines and much more. You can download and shop on the go with our Sewing Street app. Simply head over to your app store and search Sewing Street. Alternatively, you can contact our UK-based call centre 24 hours a day on 0800 001 4433. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street. Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Here at Sewing Street, we're always looking at ways to make your shopping experience better. That's why on certain items, we have split pay. So with the split pay, depending on the price of the item, you can split the cost twice, 3 times, or 4 times. So that means you pay once, then you pay monthly until it's finished. And you know what? We do not charge any interest whatsoever. Isn't that fantastic? Split pay, you say? Well, yes, please. I'm off to buy myself something fabulous.
Did you know that we can deliver to over 20 different countries worldwide, spanning 4 continents from the UK to Australia? Check out our website for the list of countries and delivery costs. Sewing Street, stitching the world together. Every day, our experts will bring you a wealth of knowledge. They'll take you through the steps of making projects, and we feature fabulous tips along the way. Whether you're new to sewing or a seasoned pro, you're sure to learn something new. We're live every day from 8 a.m. till 1 p.m. and you can also watch back all of the demonstrations featured on the show on our YouTube channel.
Here at Sewing Street, we only charge one P&P throughout the day. You can add as many items to your basket and check out and still only be charged once. Once you've checked out the first time and want to order again, you simply add the item to the basket and click on the Combine Order button. Remember, standard P&P is £3.95. Charges may differ for outside the UK. Or upgrade to our premium option for £5.95 on certain items. Shopping made easy at Sewing Street.
Our UK-based call centre is always on hand to assist you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Are you having trouble finding the ideal gift for that someone special? Then why not treat them to a Sewing Street gift card? Simply head over to the website and scroll down to the bottom of the page and click where it says gift cards. You can decide between posting the card or delivery by email, then decide the value that you would like to send. Whether it's for a birthday, a special occasion, or just a way to say thank you, the Sewing Street gift card is the perfect answer.
Hello there. Hello and welcome back. Oh, can you believe that we're into that last hour of the day? When we started off this morning at 8 a.m, I thought, oh my goodness, we've got a long stretch ahead of us, but we've had so much fun throughout. So yes, it's been really good fun. And it's been lovely to have your company as well. You kept us going, so we appreciate that. But I am very thankful that this last hour is going to be a wonderful hour with Nicola, because she's back again. Nicola, how you doing?
Very well, thank you.
Did you get yourself a nice cup of tea or a cup of coffee?
I had a cup of tea.
Good.
Yes.
So, all refreshed and ready to go again.
Yes.
Love it. Now, we did meet Nicola in the last hour, which was at 10 o'clock. With some fabulous bag patterns, and we are continuing to talk about bags in this hour because we've got more kits to share with you as well. And this is the Wonder Bag.
It is.
I love it. So tell me about this, because it's like a bag attached to a bag.
Yes. So as I said earlier, I go to work and I have got all the bags, and then mainly I have like my big bag with everything in it. And when I pop out at lunchtime, I want to be able to just take a little bag with me. So I thought that actually if I could condense all those bags into a bag that came apart, the straps could move about as I liked it to. All my purses can clip back in and clip back out, which was the concept behind the Wonder Bag. So as you can see, the main bag is big enough to carry a laptop, books, anything that you...
Yeah, it's huge.
It's got that double zip, so it can open both ways.
Look at all of that space. Oh, my goodness. That is huge. Now, we're seeing this, and you will get used to this because you will see this time and time again when we see the bags coming through from Nicola, because this is a feature that you will see. The reason being is the idea behind the bags is you've got components that can transfer from bag to bag. They will clip it in place like so. But this is... Now, does this bag actually... I thought it did. I didn't want to pull at it in case
you can pull at it.
Look at this. How clever is this? Because if you're wanting to just pop out, literally, you can unpop that bag and then take that one with you. You don't have to take the whole bag with you. That is ingenious. I love it. That is a brilliant idea. And it just literally pops back in place when you want it to go onto the side of your bag. So really, really clever. And of course, you've got a huge strap, as you can see. Now, we've got choices because this one is the khaki.
Yes.
We've also got the denim. So let me show you how it comes to you, because you will get your gorgeous box of goodies. This is the best bit, isn't it, when you actually open that box up? So, are we ready? Because I've not looked in this one yet. I have to say, seeing the bag kits that we saw earlier on, Nicola, I just love this bit. opening the box.
It's always special to get a gift, even if it's a gift to yourself.
Even if you know what's coming out. Oh my goodness, can you see what's coming? Now, Nicola, talk me through what we've got here. I mean, I love this. What's this?
So some new webbings that I've sourced to go in my bag kits. I love a bit of animal print.
That looks
and
fabulous.
these ones I just think are so special. They're superb quality.
Beautiful.
You've got the metallic gold animal print with
Love
the
it.
pale blue. And yeah, I'm just really pleased. I have got some more to come as well. I'm so excited over these webbings because I love a pretty
Lovely.
things.
Bit bias in there as well.
Yes, so the seams on the lining are bound.
Okay.
So we've added the bias binding just because there's no other way to get the bag to go together other than binding the seams.
I'm glad that you've put some of your quality findings in there as well, because they are brilliant, and you're going to get those in there as well. So for your straps, as you can see, featuring there. We've got a third one. Is that for the little bag?
Yes.
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
That's for inside.
Wonderful. So we've got those in there. Oh, look at that. I thought it was a metal. It is a metal zip, isn't it? Or a double puller. Oh, nice. Like that antique look there as well.
I do.
Very, very effective like that. So you've got that really weighty, and that's going to go on the big bag.
Yes, that's for the big bag. So you can easily get in, grab your laptop out, grab your writing books, or whatever it is that you like to take away.
Yeah.
I thought as well, I'm going away at the weekend for the night, and it's nice to fill your bag with all the stuff.
It's an overnight.
Yeah, but then I've got my evening bag attached to the front and I just pop it off.
Good idea, actually. Now, you're going to get your fabrics in there as well. Now, I just love denim.
I do.
I love denim. I love working with denim as well because it's a beautiful fabric to work with. So you're going to get, obviously, we were looking at the khaki. So the khaki bag is replaced with your denim on this occasion if you're going for this one as your choice. The bag on the front, rather than it being the berry that we saw, you've got that gorgeous copper tone in there. And you've also got the additional bits and pieces. So things like your D-rings are in the box as well. All quality items, so you don't have to go off and find anything. It's all included in there. Well, I say that we don't need anything else. It's all in here. Just a bit of thread.
Yeah, you just need your thread. Everything else is included.
Perfect. I love it. And you've got your wadding in there as well, which is going to help you with your construction. So that is your denim version with that. I mean, that's amazing strap, isn't it? I love that strap. I love it. That is fabulous. Oh, you must have squealed when you saw that strap. Yeah. It's gorgeous. It's very exciting. You've also got your second colourway, which of course we have seen made up, but I will still show you the box, because if you're buying this for yourself or if you're buying it as a gift for somebody, then it is all important to see that experience, isn't it? So there we go. If we open it up, there you go. All of that goodness in there. Oh, and there's that fabulous strap again. Beautiful. The strap, the findings, the binding, you've got your zip in there as well. And of course, you've got that fabulous, I mean, it's a really good weight canvas, that one.
Yeah, it's gorgeous. It's a lovely
Lovely. And that khaki colour, obviously you've got your Bosal in there as well. Was it H640, sorry?
Yeah, that's
H640, I'm sorry, yes. So H640 is in there as well, so brilliant. And ultimately, this is what you're going to be making, especially if you go down the route of the khaki option that we've just looked at. So you can see the strap being made, the handles, your fabulous bag with that berry tone, and of course the beauty is it's detachable. You can take it with you when you're going out and about, leaving your big bag under your desk, potentially at work. And then don't forget, should I say, to go and look at the other patterns that we've got, because the other patterns that we have available from Nikola will help you create your accessories. Now, obviously the two boxes we've gone through, you are going to get your pattern included, and the pattern is for your Wonder Bag. That's what we're looking at the moment, and a brilliant name for it, I have to say. You can shop for the pattern by itself as well, but the majority of you are going for the kit because it makes sense. You've got everything you need. If you go for the pattern, it's great. You can use your own fabrics, but you're already getting that anyway, so that's $12.99. But you've got to go off and find all the bits and pieces. And that's the bit that can be the trickiest thing, isn't it? I mean, I wouldn't even know where to start looking for webbing as fabulous as this.
I know, I'm really lucky. I've got a great supplier who's, sourced these for me, so they're gorgeous.
Perfect. So there we go. If you fancy that as a kit, then the details are on your screen. One of the new things that we brought to Sewing Street is one item number with multiple options, and it's really easy. All you need to do is click on the little drop-down box to get your choice. So when you go to the website, it will look much the same as it has done previously. All you need to do is click where it says colour. You've got blue or your khaki, as you can see there. Then you add to your basket, and then off it goes into your basket. If you want to go for both options, which you can do, it's not a problem with that, just go back in and click on the blue option. So there you go. It's as easy as that. Are we going to finish there, or should we have a little chat about the infinity scarf as well? Fabulous. Correct answer, Ben. Correct, because I wanted to tell you about that. Oh, that made a funny noise then, didn't it? That wasn't me, that was the box. Now, this is brilliant. I was talking about infinity scarves earlier on when we were looking at William Morris fabric.
Oh, were
so,
you?
yeah, I love the fact that we've got a pattern as well. I didn't know that that was the case. But we're looking at the twisted headband and the infinity scarf. So what have we got here then?
So I've got these gorgeous Lewis Nyrene fabrics that, and I know, so Lewis Nyrene quilting cottons are just stunning anyway, but I think it's really good to just move away sometimes from traditional projects and traditional quilting to using these quality fabrics in something a bit different. And this is, it's a wintry collection, so I thought it would work really nicely with the plush fleece.
Gorgeous.
To make you something to keep you warm. So you've
Absolutely. I love it. So there you go. So you've got your infinity scarf and your headdress, beautifully coordinated with the little kind of speckles and dots that you've got in there. Again, as a kit with the pattern, and this one is called your Winter Botanical. So open up the box. It's all about opening up the box. Oh, there's the tissue paper as well. I love it. Smooth this out of the way. So when you open it up this time, what are you going to get in there? Well, you're going to get the most incredible fabric. So you've got, obviously, your pattern, because you need your pattern. Kind of key.
Yeah.
Then you've got your elastic, which we saw, obviously, the elastic being used. Rather generous amount of elastic, I have to say.
Yes.
Way more than it looks like you need, so that's in there. Now, tell me about the fabrics that we've got, because these are beautiful.
They are stunning, aren't they? We're putting 3 fat quarters into the box. This is fat quarter projects. So you can choose which you like to use. You might want to mix them up a bit. You could even quilt your pieces to create the items. And
Beautiful.
then they've got metallic elements, so pearlised metallic elements to them. They really do feel wintry.
And on the berry one, I mean, they all work so well together because you've kind of got that little almost like ditzy flower there coming through on the fabric where you've got kind of like your holly berries and your holly there as well. And then, of course, you've got the little dots coming forward in the grey there as well, which hopefully you can pick up that gorgeous metallic feel that you've got there. But you're getting to get all 3 of those. 3 fat quarters, did you say?
Yes.
Those? And I have to say, this, I think I need 2 kits, one that I can sit and stroke, because it's so soft.
The beautiful plush.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's really soft. It's lovely. So it's
beautiful.
Lining the headband is really, the idea was to keep your ears warm. So it's a stylish way to keep your ears warm. If you don't want to wear a hat and have flat head, it just sits nicely around your head.
Good idea.
The elastic is, because we're working with quilting cottons, just so that you can adjust the elastic to fit your own head size. I always find that hats don't ever fit me. So I prefer to have something that just I can adjust and snugly.
Well, we've done a show before, so I feel like we're good friends. I get a sweaty head when I wear a hat.
I do too.
So, yeah.
And my hair goes frizzy.
And then your head end up with that hat hair, don't you? So I like the idea of a headband, I have to say. Yeah. Really beautiful. So there you go. So 2 beautiful projects that you'll be able to create utilising those gorgeous fabrics. And, of course, you will have your pattern that you can go on and use your own fabrics with as time goes on. And I've got a feeling you can have way more elastic in here than you need. So maybe that is the start of your next project as well. Just £19.99. If you want the pattern just by itself, you can. But why would you shop for a pattern when it's such an affordable bundle in the first place? So £7.99 is your price just for the pattern by itself. Was it an extra £5 it worked out at? Is it 12? How much was it for the kit? £19.99, I do apologise. But even so, when you're looking at that, an extra £12.99, I've got £12.99 in my head somewhere, for all of that fabric, 3 fat quarters, your elastic, and that gorgeous plush fabric that you've got in there as well. Definitely go for it as the bundle. Definitely, you're going to love those fabrics as well. So So there we go. Those are the selection of patterns that we're touching on during this hour. But of course, Nicola's patterns from the previous hour, which is 10 o'clock this morning, are still available on the website if you're wanting to go for those as well. So Nicola, I think we're going to come over to you for a demo.
Lovely.
Are you ready for us?
I am.
Fabulous. What you got planned?
Okay, because the poppers are quite a key element in the Wonder Bag, I thought it'd be good to show you how they go together. For those of you who haven't seen or used the poppers before, and also using the Prim tool, it's just been a game changer for me. So I thought I'd quickly show you how it all goes together.
Lovely.
So I've got the outer and also the flap here. Okay. So I'm just going to quickly sew together the lining. This time I've put the right sides together.
Oh, bless you.
I had words with the sewing machine as well, and it's promised to behave.
Good, because it was a naughty sewing machine earlier on.
It really was. Foot pedal.
Lovely.
So I'm just going to... There we go.
That's it. Get yourself...
It doesn't quite reach the floor, but it just about.
Oh, I know they hover a bit.
I know.
The counters are so high.
It's okay, I've got it sorted. So I'm just going to sew this together.
Lovely.
I've still got my walking foot on.
Okay.
Just in case I need it later on when putting the bag back together. But also, it really does help with nice straight lines.
That's a good tip, actually, yeah.
Just keeps things running nicely.
And obviously everything is explained within the pattern, so things like your seam allowance, things like the stitch length.
Yeah, everything is in detail. Down to tips with sewing with different types of fabrics.
Lovely. Oh, I like a top tip.
Yeah, I always find as I go along when I was creating these, and I found that as I was going, something would come up and I thought, oh, I must write that down in the pattern, because if it's just come up to me, I thought, oh, that's a good point. I need to mention that. So I'm just going to clip those corners a little bit and trim that seam.
Wonderful. And again, if it's a new type of fabric for you to work with, don't worry about it, because we had loads of hints and tips in the last hour. So walking foot, ideal if you are working with your faux leathers. It might be invested in the Onyx machine that we were chatting about earlier on that had actually got a non-stick foot in there as well. You might already have one for your machine, but yeah, it's a nice fabric to sew with, so don't worry about it. Don't be hesitant. It's going to be really easy.
Okay. I'm not going to top stitch that in place right now.
Okay.
But you would normally, once you've turned your flap the right way out, if you're going to press it from the fabric side, but not on a hot setting.
Yeah, you have to be careful, don't you, with faux?
Yeah, I'd put a tea towel over the top, but you could probably get away with it. And it's definitely worth top stitching in place just to hold everything nice and flat.
Gives that professional finish.
It gives, it gives a beautiful finish, and it holds everything together.
Lovely.
Okay, so there's just one popper that I'm going to put on the flap, and this one is the innie one.
So,
you've got an outer and an innie.
I don't know whether you meant to say male and female.
I know.
But an innie and outie, haven't you?
So, okay, so if you haven't used the Prim tool before, it's been a game changer for me. I've popped in the hole punching attachment.
Okay.
And I've gone with the smallest 2.5mm hole. So I've got the corresponding little piece just on the bottom there. I'm going to I've drawn onto the fabric where the placement of where I want the popper to go.
Okay.
And I'm just going to line that up underneath. And these levers have got different levels, so what you can do is lock it upright so it doesn't fall down like it just did.
Oh, okay. I've not seen this tool before. Oh, okay. Lovely.
Okay, so I'm just going to make sure my dot is directly on top of the base. And I'm going to release the lock and just check that the tip of the puncher is hovering over the top.
So just before you press down. Now, do you need to be built like Mr. Universe to use this?
Absolutely not. Because it's sat on the table, the pressure from underneath from the table is taking the pressure from you having to use both arms.
Right.
So the tension from pushing down reacts with the tension from the table. Bit of physics there.
I love it. Sneaky physics.
So you just...
That was confident, wasn't it?
So that little click was the hole.
Okay.
There we go. So I've got my hole punched in
and that's gone
the fabric.
Through faux leather as well as the lining fabric.
Yeah.
Wow.
So easy.
Very
and
clean
the
cut.
Fusible fleece. So I'm now going to take this tool out and put those aside. I've now got this little tool which comes with the set. When you buy your set of, whether it's rivets or poppers, they come with the corresponding tools that will go in to the top of this machine.
Lovely. And I'm guessing it comes with instructions and things as well.
It does, but it also comes with YouTube videos.
Oh, even better.
So there's lots of YouTube videos. It's because it's such a new machine, there's not loads out there. There's lots developed by Prim, but there's loads of vloggers that have got tips out there.
That's probably why I've not seen it before, if it's such a new one. Details are on the screen, so if you do want to get hold of it, then you can do.
So the outie for this one is the other side is a nice silver button.
Nice.
I do need to find them in gold to match the other hardware, but for now we've got the silver. I want to make sure that I've got my right side facing down. I've got my tool pushed into there, because I want the popper side to be on the lining side.
So there's a bit of a raised area there on the rivet there that goes through the hole?
Yeah.
Perfect.
And then I'm just going to pop the other side of the popper on top.
Again?
There we go.
Oh, wow.
So then you've got the first popper in place.
Perfect.
So on the other side of your outer bag, you would put the corresponding piece, so then it just pops back in and fits together.
That's what we've actually got, obviously with the bag that I've got here. So just showing you the bag that sits on the front of the bag, so to speak. So this is the Wonder Bag. So it's wonderful and wonderbar as well. So the actual popper itself, so obviously that's a popper for closing the bag, but the poppers that we just saw in action are the poppers that are attaching your bag to the main bag, which I think is such a clever idea. It means that when you're out and about, you can just kind of pop the two together. So take both bags with you. So the Wonder Bag is made up of the larger outer bag that you've got at the back there, with all that area for laptops or whatever it is that you're wanting to pop it in there, you can do. Comes with a double opening zip, which is included within your kit as well. Lovely metal teeth there. The most amazing webbing to create your handle, your long body handle there, as well as your smaller carry handles. And then you're also going to get that fabulous faux leather in that beautiful berry tone that we've seen. And you're going to get obviously all the components that you need. Now, the actual poppers themselves, because they are particular to your popper machine, they're not included, are they?
No,
it's
they're
just
not.
The clips, the hardware that you would expect is in there. Yes, if you've got invested in one of those already, then you don't have to worry. You'll have all of those bits and pieces. But of course, the modular system that we're looking at, and I have to say, Nicola, it's a brilliant idea, this connectivity, so to speak. Connected, can't get my teeth right. But this, I think, is a brilliant idea.
Thank you.
Brilliant, because the idea being is the smaller accessories, which you can get a pattern for, will fit in all your different bags going forward. And we're going to see more from Nicola, I know we are, because it's such a clever idea. And these will clip in and clip out, so you can then take that off, maybe to the Charlotte bag we were looking at earlier on, and clip that one in place. And then when you're wanting to use this one, you come back to the Wonder Bag and then clip it to your Wonder Bag. I love it. Brilliant idea. Two different kits available for your Wonder Bag. We've got the khaki that we're looking at here, with that lovely berry faux leather. You're not going to get the pattern for the components that we're looking at here, but we have got the pattern available for those if you want to go shopping for that. But the pattern itself is available by itself, or it is part of the two different kits that we've got for you. So just to reiterate, the kits that you're going to choose from is either the khaki that we just looked at, with that fabulous animal print, with the burgundy tone in there and the khaki outer. You've got your H640 in there as well, which is going to help you create that foundation for your bag. But all of the findings that you need, you don't have to go looking for any of these. Nikola has sourced these and they are incredible quality, so you don't need to go looking anywhere for those. That is the first of your two options. Pattern is available by itself as well, or I think I've got a hankering towards the denim because I do like working with denim, and I do love a denim jacket, so this would be perfect. So it's got the most incredible webbing. I mean, look at that. It is brilliant, and that is going to create that crossbody strap as well as your little carry handle straps. Brilliant quality, that is in there. And Nicola says you've got more of these fancy webbings to come.
I have. They're gorgeous.
Can't wait. Love it. So you've got that in there. You've got your bias tape because you're going to be covering some of those seams on the inside. You've got all of your bag findings. You've got your copper faux leather in there and the most incredible weight denim there as well. So all brilliantly coming together for £49.99. And of course, full instructions. And as we get into the new year, lovely Nicola has got a work cut out for her because she's going to be doing videos with these as well.
Yeah, my New Year's resolution for the new year.
Good for you. I haven't even started. I haven't done last year's New Year's.
Oh, I know.
So yeah, I'm just a hopeless case. So there you go. 2 items, all under the same item number, because quite often we usually tell you you've got 2 different numbers dependent on the style of the kit you're going for. But they're both under the same item number. So when you actually shop on the website, there's a little drop-down box that says colour. Click on the little arrow there and you'll get your khaki or your blue option, and then you just add to your basket and away you go. I think it's tricky to decide between the two, to be fair, because they're both brilliant, to be fair. So, yeah. Oh, I don't know. I can't help you with that one. But I've got a hankering towards the denim. So there you go, details on your screen, UOL208 if you are shopping for that. If you want the pattern by itself, then you will find that on the website. So yeah, you can shop for it that way too. So Nicola, should we come back over to you? What have we got going on?
So I can either, do you want to see some more poppers?
Because, I don't mind, yeah. Go for it. Since we've got the tool available, yeah, why not?
I'm going to do the other side of the popper now, and this is to go on the back of the front of the Wonder bag as it clips on. And also because I think it's something quite therapeutic about doing these. So I've got my piercing tool back on. I'm just going to line up the 3 holes, make sure they're... See, it's quite a satisfying sound that it makes.
It's a good solid sound.
It is.
Yeah.
Tool. There we go.
It's a click of confidence.
Oh, it really is. And the nice thing about this tool is that it's got some depth there, so you can move.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Pull your products in.
Lovely. So just make sure you've got the marks where you need it to go.
Yes. I've got full instructions on how to place and where to place the marks.
Wonderful.
Okay, so I'm just going to pop the other side of the attachment in.
And I'm guessing as time goes on, there's going to be loads of different attachments to go with this.
Yeah, apparently so. I haven't investigated it all enough, but...
It's a good tool.
Yeah.
If you do want to go for the tool, by the way, £84.99. If you fancy shopping for it, add it into your basket. Obviously, if we can bring those extra bits and pieces as time goes on, we will do. But it comes with elements to start with.
Yeah, it absolutely does. Yeah. You can also get, obviously, sew-in poppers. The attachable poppers like this do come with their own tool as well. But at the moment, I'm loving this. It's been...
I can see us not getting it back. It's one of those, I often say that to people, that if it's a tool that you've used, would you give it back? That shows kind of the authenticity of wanting to keep it, and I think that's the situation with this. You wouldn't, would you? See how easy it is to work with.
Okay, so I want the poppers on the outside of the fabric. There we go. So that's going to clip on to the corresponding piece on the other side. I've just got 2 actually. I think one went missing in my journey from the south.
Oh, no, Have you had much of a journey today? Or you
I
stopped
came,
with your friend
yeah, my
last
friend
night?
lives 10 minutes away, so, but it's about 3.5 hours.
Oh, that's quite a journey back. Are you
Yeah.
going straight home after?
Yeah,
Oh.
I'm quite used to the journey. I used to work for Cadbury's in the Midlands.
Oh,
so-
did you?
Yeah, so I'm quite
I
used
didn't
to.
know that. Was it? I was going to say there's a lot of people. I know Ben in my ear is just saying that he used to work. And my mum was there at a point.
Oh, really?
My sisters. Yeah, it's a big employer in the local area.
Really is. That one, I wasn't looking. I wasn't paying attention on that one, but basically. I've just squished the top so it won't go
sorry,
back
that's
on.
me.
That's all right. I wasn't
Got
paying.
distracted by chocolate. It
I always
happens
get
so often.
I always get distracted by chatting. But-
Sorry.
Okay, so basically, once you've mastered the poppers,
Yeah.
these my ideas are that these will also pop off and pop onto
So are there going to
other
be
bags.
other bags that we see with this?
Yes.
Okay. So if you like the idea of those bags popping on and off, other bags coming will have that pop on, pop off feature as well, which is really clever because it means you could actually make your favourite then, couldn't you, and take it with you. The idea being with the Wonder bag, you're almost making two bags at the same time. So you've got your large carry-all bag. On this occasion, it's the khaki. If you like the idea of a denim version, then we have got the denim kit available to you. The berry faux leather, that is included alongside the khaki. But of course, if you get both bags, it might be that you're swapping that over and having it with your denim larger bag and swapping them backwards and forwards, because you can do that. They all connect with these fabulous poppers, so that's why it's worth investing in that prim tool, because you'll be using that a lot as time goes on. And then of course the beauty is that you could take that off, going out, then you would take that, leave that behind, and then when you come in, you can pop it back into place onto your larger outer bag very easily, and then you're not losing anything. Brilliant idea. I love it. Fabulous idea. The pattern itself explains everything. But as you've seen, I mean, Nicola's such an amazing teacher, isn't she? She knows all the lingo. She knows how to break it down. She's added all that additional information in as well. So that situation when an idea or a thought's popped into Nicola's head, she's popped it in the instructions as well. So I like that. So learning all along the way. So there you go. Your Wonder bag. Two options. You've got your khaki, you've got your denim, and you've got your pattern with both of those, or the pattern is available by itself as well. Very quickly going to mention the other kit that we've got available to you as well, because this is a lovely one. There's still time for you to actually make these up as gifts, I think. And the tuition that you're going to get within this kit, it's invaluable because you'll be using all your own stash with these. So the kit itself will enable you to create two fabulous projects. So you've got your headscarf with that twisted look, which is very, very stylish. I do like that. Very lovely look. I think it's one of those ones that you'll find yourself making in all sorts of fabric as time goes on. So within the kit, you've got enough to make that. You've also got your infinity scarf, which you can't make too many of these, can you?
No.
They're just brilliant to go over.
They are easy to throw on, keep you warm. And
Absolutely. So you've got that loop of fabric there. So the idea being you can twist this round and wear it round your neck almost. Well, it just keeps you cosy, doesn't it? Keeps you cosy. I can quite often wear a scarf and not take a jacket, because if your neck's warm, then you tend to be warm all over, don't you? And this has got the most amazing plush fleece on it. It's beautifully soft. It is just so soft. I would rub my face against it, but probably end up with loads of makeup on there, so I'm not going to. But I can assure you it is beautifully soft. And it also has got that most amazing fabric, Lewis and Irene, with a little tiny, it's almost like little kind of smatterings of snow.
yes.
Cute. Like that a lot. Now, within your kit, you're actually getting loads within the kit, way more than you need, because obviously you've got the pattern, which is it's one of those things you need to get hold of that. $7.99, I think the pattern is by itself, but that means that $12.99 for everything else that you get in here, which I think is brilliant, because you have got way more elastic than you're going to need. So that's going to make not only your first, but potentially another 3 or 4 of those headbands. So that's in there. You've got 3 fat quarters of beautiful Lewis and Irene fabrics. And they've all got that connecting feature of the little dots.
They have.
I mean, they're absolutely perfect to work together, Nicola. These are gorgeous.
Yeah, so beautiful, aren't they? Really wintry and
Yeah, and they've got a lovely feel to them. Really, really nice. The little kind of dots that you've got, I'm hoping that you can pick that up on the screens there. You've got little kind of almost like pearlescent finishes with those. Aren't they really pretty with the little bells, berries there, as you can see. So really, really effective, really pretty fabrics. And, oh my goodness, you're going to be stroking this fabric for ages. It is just so soft. So soft, it's beautiful. So all of those fabrics in your box, beautifully packaged when you receive it, and of course you're going to get your pattern in there as well. So a fabulous gift to give to somebody, whether you're making them up and giving them the finished item, or whether it's in fact that you're actually giving them the kit themselves. So whichever way, it's all wrapped up in beautiful tissue, so the minute that you open that box you get that sense that you've got something special that you're going to be crafting. Oh, forgot the elastic, put that back in as well. So that is all in there as well, creating your two fabulous projects, as you can see there. So that is another item that you might want to add into your basket. Details are up on your screen if you're wanting to get hold of those. Now, Nicola, should we come back to you for another demo?
Yes,
What have you got planned?
I thought I might show you how to create the twist on the twisted headbands.
Oh, that'd be lovely, thank you.
Okay, so I've cut out my fabric piece and I've got the lovely plush fleece. So it's really quite simple to create the twist. I'm going to put the two fabrics right sides together. Just grab a couple of clips. And all I'm going to do is sew down each of the lengths.
Lovely. Quilt clips as well, don't forget. We had a deal for the quilt clips earlier on. I don't know if we've still got them. So 50 quilt clips we were doing for $6.99 earlier on. I don't know if have we still got them? Oh, we have still got them. So yeah, if you missed out on these, we've not got a huge quantity left of them now. And this is brilliant because you've got a little pack. You've got 50 of those quilt clips in there, invaluable with any sewing project, I have to say. They look huge there, actually, don't they? But yeah, $6.99. It's not often we bring them to you at that price, but it's our way of saying thank you for bearing with us today. So yeah, pop those into your baskets if you're wanting to take advantage of them.
Okay, so it's a bit noisy because it's the quilting foot. But like I said, especially with the bottom fabric being so slippery.
Yes. Any tips for sewing with that? I'm guessing the walking foot helps.
Yeah, the walking foot really. It keeps everything together. Yeah, it helps you keep to straight lines. Probably put a few more clips in if you're not sure. So a few clips or pins just to hold the layers together.
Perfect. And just take them out as you get to them.
Yeah. So my husband was watching TV the other evening when I was sewing with a walking foot and I wasn't popular.
Oh, it's like, what on earth is he doing?
They do make a bit of a commotion. Okay, so just the other side. It's not often I make a noise, so
I love it. I love the sound. I have to say. I don't know, I just love that. If I could roll my R's, I would replicate the noise, but I can't.
I can't do that.
Apparently it's a hereditary thing, rolling your R's and rolling your tongue, I think, from what I understand. Unless somebody just told me that and they were winding me up, which does happen.
Okay, so I'm just going to turn this inside out.
Okay.
Oh, that white looks lovely against that, doesn't it?
Just, yeah. Lovely.
Okay, then we're going to fold the two short ends together, but we're not going to place them directly on top of each other. We're going to place them just like this so that they're halfway on and halfway off.
Right.
And then we're just going to fold one over the top.
Okay.
Just make sure my seams are, yeah, you probably want to give it a bit of a press before you go ahead and do this, just to make sure your seams will lie nice and flat.
Wonderful.
There we go.
A bit of wrestling.
Yeah.
Put it in place. Tell it who's boss.
Okay, so fold one over one section and then I'm going to fold the other one over this way. And then I'm going to sew that together. And this is where the walking foot does come in handy because there are quite a few layers here and it is quite bulky.
Yeah. So slightly longer stitch maybe? Or...
Yeah, that's a good idea. But it does seem to really go through like quite effortlessly.
Yeah, and I think the plush fabric is quite spongy, isn't it? So although it's got the loft there, it does squish down as you're sewing. Walking foot's going to help though, so if you've not got one of those, have a little look on the website because they're always useful to have, to be fair.
Okay, I'm just going to trim those seam allowances down. Nice sharp pair of scissors because it's quite bulky. There we go.
Ah, there's the twist.
And there's your little twist.
Lovely.
So all you're going to do now to finish it off is you're going to cut down the middle of there.
Okay.
So
because of the elastic and everything going in.
If you were making this out of a jersey, stretch fabric, you wouldn't need to add the elastic.
Okay.
But we want it to be comfortable on everybody's heads and to feel like it moves. So I'm just going to snip down the middle and then turn under the ends and apply your elastic.
And that's all explained in the instructions again, so you don't have to worry. So once you've got that twist, which clever way that comes together actually, isn't it, that twist? So again, it's a skill, it's a technique that you will go on to use many, many times afterwards, I should imagine, but you've got that lovely twist that you can see there. Obviously the fabulous detail of that kind of plush fabric underneath, but it's just a nice touch, isn't it? It's like a designer touch, I think, with that. The elastic, obviously you're going to learn how to put that in place. The kit has got everything that you need in there, including your elastic, and when you consider that's the elastic that's been used, that's the elastic that's in your kits. You are going to be able to go on and create many more of those, I am sure. So yeah, more than enough elastic in there. Good solid elastic as well there. So yeah, that's going to be brilliant. Because this is the other thing as well. I got some elastic out that I've had literally years, and it will deteriorate over time, won't it? So you pull it and then it doesn't go back. So yeah, it can, if you've had it for a long time, then find that it loses its elasticity. I think that is the phrase, but there you go. With this one, top-notch quality and more than enough for your project. 2 projects in this kit, so you're going to create your fabulous twisted headband, and then of course you're going to be able to create that fabulous infinity scarf alongside it, both of which are detailed in your instructions. So there we go. Details on your screen. You've got 3 different types of fabric within your kit, including the one that you've just shown us, which is beautiful. All Lewis and Irene fabrics, so nice and easy. So yeah, really, really pretty. Love those as well. So there we go, another project that's going to be under your belt. Don't forget, if you're wanting to shop for your Wonder Bag kits, we have got those available as well. Might do a little bit of a recap on those actually. Nicola, have you got another demonstration, anything you wanted to share with us?
I have got a little one tucked up my sleeve if you wanted another one.
I will give you a moment to get yourself ready then, and I'll tell you lovely people about these kits. So this is the second in a series of patterns that we're going to see from Nicola. She's been with us before demonstrating for other companies, but on this occasion she has gone it alone and she's making her own bag patterns. And we saw a lovely little bag earlier on at, 10 o'clock was the show. So yes, go back and watch that show if you're wanting to. But this hour we've been concentrating on the Wonder Bag, and it is wonderful. It's huge, plenty of room for all your goodies in there. So I'm thinking that if you're going off to college, you might utilise that area that you've got in there for putting your laptop in there. It could be a tablet that's going in there. It could be a lunch that's going in there. There's plenty of room. You can put whatever you like in there, and everything that you need to make your bag is included. You're also going to start seeing this feature, and this is something that Nicola's going to be bringing to us time and time again, where you've got these connective elements. Now, these are brilliant because these are designed so as the accessories that you're making from Nicola's range can attach to your bag, and you can literally take them out and put them into another bag as you go. So the little bag that you've got on the front, which detaches, there you go. If you wanted to take that off and leave, oops-a-daisy, take that off with you, leave that one behind, you can do. Instantly, you've got everything that you need within that bag. But what about if you want to take these pieces with you and not necessarily take the whole bag with you? Well, all you need to do is unclip them. So you can see, unclip like so. That means that they are now loose and they can then go into your larger bag. So it could be that your keys are getting attached over there with your key fob, your little purse with your essentials in there, your credit cards, your coins, that can attach there. And that way, you know, just by simply swapping those over from bag to bag, you're not going to leave them behind. That is the key thing. So many times we do that. Now, this little duet that you've got here is available on a pattern together. So you've got the ability to make your little coin purse. You've even got your little slots in there for your different bank cards. They can feature in there. So that's $7.99 if you're wanting to shop for that pattern. And those little accessories are going to be so useful. Now, you will find more of those accessory patterns coming as time goes on, because that's what Nicola is going to be doing. And she's also going to be looking towards the new year to make some fabulous videos to illustrate how the bags come together. And the beauty of this one is that those can go back into your little bag that then attaches to the front, because the poppers will allow you to do so. How fabulous is that? It is a really, really clever idea. So we've got two different variations of the Wonder Bag. We've got the khaki, which is the one that we've just been looking at. And the khaki kit has got everything that you need in there, bar the poppers for you to actually secure the bags, because obviously you need to invest in the tool that will allow you to do that. But you've probably already got one, to be fair. Comes with a double pulley zip with metal teeth in there, so incredible quality. The most amazing webbing, as you can see, included in there as well. You've also got a fabulous supply of your bias tape, because you're going to neaten the edges of your lining utilising that. You've got incredible bag hardware, because of course those are key for you making those anchoring points for your different accessories to go to. And then you've got your gorgeous berry lining, as well as your khaki that you've got there. So yeah, and you've got your H640, of course. And you are going to get, I've forgotten in here, we haven't got the faux leather, which you will get to make your little bag as well. So that's in that particular one. Different colour option though, if you're wanting to go down the denim route, then here we go. I mean, look at that. That is my reason to buy this kit, because that is amazing. So you're getting loads of that in there to create your strap, as well as your little hand carriers. You've also got your double-ended zip in a similar way with the metal teeth, your bias tape. You're also going to get your copper faux leather, because that's the colour of the bag that you're going to be making, that you can tear off the front and take with you. But then you got the most amazing denim. So those two together, I mean, that's a classic. Look, imagine putting that strap on there as well. Oh, gorgeous. You're also going to get your findings in there as well. So they're all included, as is your H640 to put it all together. And needless to say, you're going to get your pattern with your instructions in there and everything that you need to know. £49.99, two different options under the same item number. You decide which of those two you're wanting to go for. But you can shop for the bag pattern by itself if you're wanting to, and incorporate your own fabrics. But don't forget, with the kit, you've got all of the components. I mean, where would you go and find webbing like that? I wouldn't even know the first place to start. So that's my reason that I would want to go for the kit. $49.99, brilliant value for me, and loads of fun to be had. Talking about loads of fun, we've got about 10 minutes or so left. So what would you like to show us in that time?
I thought I'd just do a little project, which is the keyring fob.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
It's quite a nice, straightforward little project. And it's, yeah, I find it quite therapeutic sometimes, just do something that's nice and simple.
Like a breakaway project.
It is, with a cup of tea, listening to the radio.
Nice idea.
So I'm going to use just a little tiny bit of the faux leather. And I've got this little attachment, which, yeah, it's for attaching
like
to the
clip.
yeah, it's like a little clip, and it's got the keyring attachment to it.
Okay.
I'll keep that aside. Okay, so we're just going to sew these right sides together.
Lovely.
And I'm just going to go across the top and down the sides.
Wonderful.
Are you familiar with the prim turning tools?
I am, yeah.
Because I've never used one
Well,
before, so I was hoping you might be able.
Time with you then.
Hoping you might be able to show me.
Oh, I'm always up for an invitation to come over to the demo area. Fabulous. So again, the pattern will explain all of the seam allowances and everything that you need to know.
Okay, just going to clip the corner.
Oh, Now my top tip is, especially if you're working with something that's got quite a substance to it, like the faux leather, that you don't have too much of a seam allowance. So I mean, you could trim that down a little bit if you wanted. Potentially you're okay with it as it is. If it was a cotton weight fabric or something like that, then you don't have to worry so much about actually cutting through it. So, sorry, turning it through. I thought you were over there. You're not, you're over there. Hello. Excuse me. So the idea is, now we've got this duo of tools, and they actually come as you've got your tubes and your inner elements. So you've got L for large and M for medium. Now the idea being is you would take the outer tube and you would pop that inside whatever it is that you're turning. I think I'm doing it this right way around anyway. Now, if it's a little bit too tight, then what you can find is you use the other one. So we'll give that a go. But you just have to bear in mind that the actual fabric itself, you need to kind of be able to turn through as well. So we're going to pop that like so. And then the idea is that you will basically create a little kind of element like so. This is the way I use it. I've never read the instructions, you know, so I don't know. I might be doing it the wrong way.
I was using just a chopstick at home and turning with a chopstick. Whew.
But
I was getting a bit annoyed.
It's just literally, it's a case that you kind of push it into the tube.
Oh, okay.
So push it right the way through. So make it go right down into the bottom. Because you've got that kind of grippiness of the faux leather, sometimes you have to kind of give it, wrestle it into place.
It's definitely a tricky one to
It is. And then you'll push it with the tube. And then push it through. Just be careful, because obviously you've got quite a substantial fabric with this. So what you can actually do, you kind of find there's different techniques of how to do it, but what you'll actually do is kind of bunch it up and push it through at the same time. So yeah, it's quite, I think because of it being faux leather, you've kind of got it, it's gripping onto the tube.
Yeah.
But quite
I can see
often,
what's happening,
you
though.
just, you kind of can manage to peel it back and do it that way. But usually you would push your fabric through, and obviously because it's gripping onto the tube there, it's not happening in the way that you would normally want it, but it would bunch up
easier
and then push it through. There you go. But I mean, it's a different method. I'm turning it around using that top one there actually. So the tube or the wooden skewer, so to speak, is doing it in a slightly different way. But yeah, basically you would take that and you would turn it through, but because it's a faux leather that it's a bit grippy. So you probably do that and then continue to do afterwards there. There you go. So you can do it. It's just a case that you might have to change your own technique in order to do it. But there you go, got there in the end.
You did, thank you. There
you go.
See, I gave it to my son the other day when I was making one. I said, James, just do this for me. And he's like, okay, I'm doing my homework. Forget your homework. I need to
This is important. But yeah, it depends on the fabric that you're working with. And then, yeah, you just kind of give it a bit of a wiggle and it sets in place and there you go. So yeah.
Okay,
There you go. You're welcome. Oops, pop that back. Don't lose your skewers. I think we've got that. Have we got it on the screen? Yeah, so you've got your two different turning tools. I've put them back together in the wrong order. There we go. Just be careful, because if you have got quite a sturdy fabric, you don't want to risk actually breaking those skewers that you've got in there as well. So, yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to do some top stitch lining lines down. So I'm going to start with the central one.
Lovely.
And I'm literally eyeballing this just to, there we go. And what I like about this leather, or pleather, is that once you've top stitched on it, it really does look professional.
It does, yeah. Well, it's professional grade, isn't it, really?
Oh, it really
the fabric.
Yeah. Okay, so that's one line.
Lovely.
And I'm going to do another one the other side. These are great as little Christmas gifts. You could...
They make nice little kind of table gifts as well, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
or go into
stocking fillers.
Crackers and things.
Oh, that's a good idea. I usually put a mini bottle of gin in our crackers.
Oh, I'm coming round to yours for Christmas lunch. That sounds like a good place to be.
And then just one more the other side.
Lovely. And again, it's these little finishing touches, isn't it, that gives you that professional finish. That's the key thing.
Mm-hmm.
Stitches beautifully. I mean, it's going through like a dream, isn't it? Yeah?
I've had no problem sewing with this at all. And I find, you know, with the right needle, with the foot, it just goes together so lovely. So there you go. That's your little key fob.
Lovely.
Just going to trim those little threads off.
Incidentally, in the tools hour that we had just before this one, we were talking about different needles, and there was a whole selection of Schmetz needles, including a leather one, which you can actually use for these projects as well.
Oh, that sounds good. Okay, so, and then the raw edges get tucked inside. There's some little grips inside of there,
okay,
which holds it all together. I'm going to be naughty and use, oh no,
you got it, wiggle it in.
Yeah, I'm going to be naughty and use my scissors to just open it up a bit. I should have brought a toolbox.
Well, sometimes pliers and things like, we didn't,
yeah,
don't worry, we were looking
Thank
the other way.
you. I usually blame my children if my scissors are blunt.
You do as I say, not do as I do.
Yeah. There you go. So that just goes in, and then you can press it tight.
Perfect.
And again, if you've got some, is it pliers?
Yes.
Yeah, I never know the names of tools. I just know what they do.
Squeezy things.
The squeezy things, just to press that in tight, and then you've got your little
That looks
key fob.
fabulous. How amazing is that? That looks so professional. Incredibly finished, beautiful, I love it. And of course, if you need to know the dimensions, then check out the instructions that we've got for your accessories, because this is a separate pattern that we've got for you on the show as well. So yeah, really easy for you to be making the accessories that then clip in place to your different bags, your range of bags, should I say, as well, that we're going to see from Nicola as time goes on as well. Not range of fags, range of bags. Am I slurring? Is it that? It's been a long morning.
It's been a long morning for you.
It's been a long morning as well. So yeah, I don't even smoke, but there you go. So it's adding to your range of bags. There you go. So these are going to clip in place. Now do go back and watch the shows. Of course, we had the fabulous show earlier on at 10 a.m. That's when we were introduced to the Charlotte bag. So make sure you go and have a little look at that one. This hour we've been learning about the Wonder bag, and then of course all of the accessories, as well as the headband and that fabulous infinity scarf. I'm going to cough. Excuse me. Now, Nicola, you've been amazing. Congratulations on everything that you brought to us. So, yeah, looking forward to everything else. So, do we know when you're due back again yet? Have you got a date yet?
I haven't got a date yet, but I'm hoping January.
They will be on for you. Get Christmas out the way.
I know.
Yeah, don't... Just, as I say, just tell it. I'm very busy. I can't come in the rest of December at all. But yeah, have a lovely Christmas.
Thank you, Angie.
And a wonderful New Year.
Thank you.
And yeah, enjoy your time with the family.
Thank
and we
you.
will see you back here when you're good and ready.
Looking forward to it. Thank you.
Me too. Also looking forward to tomorrow, because tomorrow we've got another day here at Sewing Street, and we have got a lovely day. We are saying happy birthday to Cave Facet. We won't be singing it though, because we can't afford the royalties. Then straight after that, at 9 o'clock, we are accessing all access sewing book launch, which looking forward to that with Bernadette Wainwright. So that is a good fun one as well. William Morris Horn Chairs. Oh, Jason's in the building. Oh, the lovely Jason. Make sure you do tune in. Jason is the guy who brings us all those wonderful horn cabinets as well. And then at 11:30, we've got more from Caves Fabrics as well. So yeah, and I'm sure we'll be looking at that video as well, because we saw that lovely Rebecca got to go to Cave's house, didn't she, and interview him. So I don't know whether that's featuring tomorrow or not, but I was more than a little bit envious, I have to say. So yes, so stay tuned. We've got lots more coming up here. I will see you, I don't know when I'll see you actually. I'm over on Hobby Maker next Monday, I think. But for the time on Sewing Street, I've enjoyed myself, to be honest, but there you go. I will see you very soon, wherever though. And Nicola, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
I'll see you soon. Bye.